What's going on, everybody? I think I have this set up correctly. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. It's been a minute. There's a couple people saying hello in the chat. Nice to see you guys. If there's any problem with like the sound or anything, do let me know. It's been a minute and I've got everything hopefully set up correctly. So we shall see. Sorry, guys, my throat's a little rough. I was sick a while back. So it's just not all right. Adjusting some things, trying to sort the echo out. Hold on, guys. It's been a minute. I'm using a streamer that I'm not familiar with. All right, how is that, guys? Everybody's saying the game is quieter. I actually can't hear anything, so that's a problem. What's going on? Somebody said face reveal. It's definitely been on the channel before. I just don't show up very often. Okay, people are saying low sound, but is it just like my voice or the game itself? Ugh. Okay, people are saying my voice is low. Okay. Well, I have got the added a little bit of gain to the microphone. Let me know how that works out. People are saying it's staticky though. Hold on, let me check and make sure it's actually using it. It's a little loud just normally in the room, so I might have to adjust the Ugh, sorry guys, I'm trying. I don't stream a lot, and shit like this is why, to be honest with you. Alrighty, I adjusted the input. I think it might have been picking up my webcam mic. Okay, is that a little better, guys? I don't know. Some people are saying it's only coming out of their left speaker, but it's not on a mono track on my end, so I really don't know what to tell you. Okay, maybe that'll have done it. I tried to. Alrighty, well, I think people are saying that mostly did it. I think there might have been a problem with the ingest settings. Like, the audio it's taking in, I mean. Okay, well, I see people mostly saying it's fine, so I guess if something crazy happens, let me know. Sorry for the hassle. I don't stream much, so I don't usually have that stuff going on. Alright, so I think I saw somebody donated like $1 or two. Thanks, that was nice of you. Alrighty, so now that we got all that sorted out, if you're unfamiliar, Grim Darkness Challenge, basically an Iron Man run through Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader as part of a competition. The rules are pretty much what you'd expect. Daring difficulty, Iron Man, of course. Oops, oh, my mic. And then a couple other things, mostly around like not reloading or anything like that. So, obviously, we're going to get into it. Now, we have to have Void Shadows on, and we have to be on Daring and Grim Darkness. Except, oh, Dr. Thompson TV joined the channel. That's nice of him. Okay, so for the character build in particular, well, no, I can't hear anything. All right, for the character build in particular, I thought it would be fun to let you guys choose for the most part. We're probably going to go dogmatic, but I figured since I probably don't have enough time to actually do the whole challenge anyway because it ends on the 4th and I can only stream for about 3 or so days maybe, that we would just let you guys sort of pick a build via the chat, and then I would just run with it and see what happens, because that sounded kind of fun. People are saying the voice is coming only out of the left side. I'm not really sure what's causing that, to be honest with you. I don't have it set to a mono track or anything. It is balanced. You can set how like the audio is balanced, and it's in the middle. Not really sure what's going on there. But otherwise, make the character as tiny as physically possible. Alright, hold on. I think... Okay, I'm seeing... Hold on. All right. We'll do this one step at a time. Let's start with the world the character is from. So, of the options on screen right now, let's start there. Whatever world I see the most in chat is what we'll go with. All right, we got. All right, I'm seeing mostly Death World. All right, looks like Death for sure. All right, Death World it is. They've got strength, toughness, agility, so probably some sort of melee. Survival instinct helps them out with their max wounds and stuff. So that makes a little bit of sense. I think Voidborn, honestly, is really great just because of the fortune feature, which is kind of funny. Violet Dream says, picked up Rogue Trader yesterday. Do I have a recommendation for a class or for beginners? It really just depends on the difficulty and stuff you're running and how much you want to min-max. I would say just pick whatever's fun for you mostly. People are still saying the audio's bad. Not exactly sure what to do about it. I did turn it down a little bit. It looks like it was maybe a little loud in the streaming software, kind of pushing up into the slightly too far settings. All right, people are saying it is coming out of the left, but I'm pulling up the audio properties. It is perfectly in the middle on balance. I don't have mono clicked. I really don't know what to do about it, so I've checked it. I'm really not sure about the audio, guys. I have no idea. I don't do this enough to properly pick something like that, so I don't know. Best I could tell you is it looks right on my end, but I don't know how to fix the thing you are describing, basically. All right, well, frankly, I've got to move on. So I don't know. The audio is what it is, guys. Sorry. All right, Origin. All right, guys, go ahead and shout out which Origin you would like to see. I know Sanctioned Psyker is really popular right now because Pyromancer is ridiculous. I am seeing a lot of Commissar. Crime Lord's fun, actually. If you haven't used Crime Lord, I really like their ability Surefire Plan. I wouldn't say it's like the best ability in the world because the stuff you would want to use it with specifically usually comes from these other backgrounds. But I do like it. Alright, I'm seeing mostly Commissar, which I have not played in a while. Hold on. Okay. Alright, looks like pretty much all Commissar. So, Commissar has at all cost, which marks targets. Anybody who kills them gains action points and movement points and everything. And then Crime Lord has Surefire Plan, but I do think Commissar seems to have it, yeah. Alright, so they get bonuses to Fellowship and Weapon Skill, as you might imagine. Okay, cool. People are saying the mic is fine. I don't know. Seems fine, I guess. I don't know, maybe it needed a second to refresh, I guess. Alright. Well, Commissar it is. They seem to have it, so that brings us next to our Triumph. This is just a little bonus. I think probably... I think that'll be good because we're going to want to probably build up some tech use and stuff for Act 3 if we make it that far. Alright, so then we have to pick our Darkest Hour. This is like a detriment to you in some way. Probably just go with Athletics. And now for the most important part. The archetype or the class. So, do you guys want the Blade Dancer, though we do get a companion that is already that. I feel like Cabela's pretty good on her own, but Officer's pretty fun because you can, of course, use Bring It Down. Usually, I just have Cassia do this because I'm pretty much always like using her anyway, pretty much no matter what. I see a few for Blade Dancer, one for Warrior. I do like Warrior. Like if I'm just on my own, Warrior is usually what I will pick, just because it's pretty straightforward and I like the melee weapons. Seeing a lot of Warrior. Kind of mixed with Blade Dancer, though. Is Blade Dancer similar to Warrior? In the sense that it's focused on melee for the most part, but it's very different in the sense of, like, you know, movement. It's more about agility than strength, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'm seeing... I think Warrior has it, to be honest. All right. People say flip a coin. Alright, well, I think it's Warrior, which is no big deal. We still get a Blade Dancer and everything anyway. Alright, so for these, if we're going Warrior, we obviously want to pump up weapon skill. Strength is really useful there as well. And then toughness is usually pretty well just for the bonuses to your health. Alright, so then you pick your Void Ship. This is the one I like just visually, personally, but you can pick these other ones as well, just if you didn't know. BS joined as a supporter. That's nice. All right, so we'll just pick a random name for the ship and then go from there. So, all right. Not gonna lie, not the build I would have picked for myself, but that'll make it more interesting if anything. We'll just random a name as well. I don't know, I like Lazarus, why not? That works. Have I ever played Dawn of War 2? Not personally. I've seen it, but I haven't actually played it for myself, no. Alright. Hold on, guys. There we go. At some point, my speaker audio got messed up. I think that might have been the cause of that little bit of reverb. Gabby joined as a supporter. That's nice. Thank you. Is this game easier to get into than Wrath of the Righteous? Yeah, a little bit, for sure. Comparatively. Alright. There we go. So, Conrad basically introduces you, tells you you're on, what's her name's ship? Theodora, there it is. I forgot her name for a second. Alright. Oh, Jake said no more game audio. Hold on just a second, guys. The audio on my end got mixed up for a second, so I have to change the what it is in here.
This kinship came as a
shock. I think that should sort it out.
Understandably so, given that all evidence of the connection was lost.
All right, so we're on board a vessel. We're related to Theodora.
To put it plainly, but
we can ask Conrad questions if we want to, but for the most part, we basically just have a
victory awaits
pistol for this first part. Alright, sweet. So, now we can just sort of blast through the tutorial. These first couple rooms just teach you how to, like, interact with everything, so there's really not much point in hanging out. People says it sounds great. Yeah, it looks like my speaker settings got messed up, which I had fixed before I had started, but you know how that goes. Alright, so we get attacked by a servitor, which serves as the very first combat encounter. Hold on. Good grief. Can't win for losing today. Alright, cool. Okay, so really all we can do in this fight is just shoot at this guy. Everybody else does most of the work. What's the intended party comp for the long term? Probably Abelard, Cassia, Cabela, Irelet, and Maybe Argenta. I don't know. Probably something like that, though.
Not a problem for me.
Alright, this should just about do it. I don't think... I'm honestly not sure because I haven't like messed with this particular fight so much, but I don't think it's possible to lose this because if I'm not mistaken, it won't ever attack you specifically. I want to say it only attacks those two and then Conrad, who just auto-dodges it completely. Favorite companion from Veilguard? Overall, I'd probably say Nev.
Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck.
Keep it moving here. Now we gotta go meet Theodora. Which is over on the bridge. And we'll experience more of the tutorial. I'd say the only real chance you have of dying in the tutorial really is there's a fight at the end of it that can go a little sideways if you get unlucky, but that's pretty much it. So, Abelard, or sorry, Theodora and Abelard here on the deck.
Planet might be teeming with myriad horror.
Basically arguing about who is your successor because there's another successor to Lady Theodora. You're just one of her potential candidates. Here to be vetted for your potential spot at Rogue Trader. How do I feel about a grid-style game versus a free movement system? Honestly, I don't really care much about that either way. I've played so many games at this point that people often ask me about like real-time with pause or turn-based, etc. But once you've played so many of them, it all kind of feels like they're just little different aspects to it. But you know, it just kind of is what it is.
Every world I discover, along with all, naturally.
Got Vampire for $8. Nice.
On board, but you have had the pleasure of meeting one of them.
Vampire is a great game. Very janky for sure.
The bearer of a warrant of trade.
Alright, so we can ask some questions, just kind of get a general gist of the
you can start by the
situation with the Rogue Trader and everything, but then we're ambushed again, this time seemingly by cultists.
And bow before me.
Alright, again, we really can't do much in this fight ourselves besides just attack a few enemies. Maybe get to cover so you don't get shot to pieces, but realistically, not much else you can do. Did I die yet? Not yet. But given that I let chat more or less just pick a build, we'll see how it goes. Oh, by the way, this is something that always comes up. People have asked me this before, and I don't know the answer, because it always seemed kind of silly to ask, but there is a bodyguard in this fight. You can see him right here, named Mort, Theodora's bodyguard. Sometimes people have asked me if that character was named after me, and the truth is, I have no idea. They didn't tell me about it, if that was intentional. And again, I just felt, it felt very self-important to ask a question like that, so I just never did. Sam, just wanted to say, love your channel and found so many games that way. Thank you, I appreciate that. Tried to enjoy it. Alex says, Return of the Face Cam. Yeah, I stream very, very rarely. I don't know, streaming is like an event as far as I'm concerned. Like, I don't see how people do it every day. I find it like there's just a lot going on, a lot you have to manage. I gotta focus on the game, plus all these other settings and stuff, like we saw with the sound just a minute ago. And I get just the split attention is something I struggle with when I'm trying to do all of that. Plus, you know, sometimes my son's running around. Good luck streaming while that's happening.
Forge ahead.
Jack a Cake says, I'd like to believe they named him after you. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. You'd have to ask Owlcat, and again, it felt very silly to ask for me. Oh, did I just shoot Abelard? I thought he was the guy. That's exactly what I was talking about. See, my attention gets split. I'm like 90% sure I just shot him.
Mort, take a team with you and clear a path to the trap.
Alright, so now we got to investigate that.
Casters are not working. Or have
So there's a big mutiny going on the ship, of course, that we are sent to investigate. We're supposed to meet up with some people at the hall here. Nichols says, I feel like you have to have sorry guys, got a bit of a cough. Nichols says you got to have a very extroverted personality to stream. I feel like you do. It's a lot of
thank Providence you are alive and well.
You know, just back and forth with people and keeping up with chat and everything else going on. So it's a little much for me to be doing all the time. All right. So not much to say here. We just met up with Mort, and then everybody catches up, and then we are supposed to go with the Master of Whispers, the guy who we started the game talking to go investigate some stuff.
Then it's settled. Find
What's the
Elfrad
part
and
where
bring him
most
here.
players will die according to you? Well, I think Space Combat has done it more than anything else at this point. If I'm not mistaken, I've been looking through like the challenge stuff they post, the leaderboards and stuff as they post them. I want to say like spaceship or void ship combat is what's killed most people thus far.
It is a long walk, and you do not even have proper gear.
Alright, so no matter what we say here, it turns out that the Master of Whispers is in fact a spy as part of the cultists that are ambushing us. So he kidnaps us because of our slight blood connection to Theodora, which he is hoping will open the chamber here so he can get access to the warrant of trade that gives the rogue trader their power, basically.
Careful, careful.
It really doesn't matter what you say here, it all kind of leads to the same conclusion, which is you have to go put your hand in this machine, which, recognizing your blood and distress, turns on them. How hard will be the challenge for you personally? Oh, well, I mean, I knew I probably wouldn't have time, so I more or less let chat pick a build, and we're just kind of running with that. So, I mean, I don't have high hopes for this run, but I figured that might make it at least a little more fun. Alright, so that machine, sensing our distress, will turn on turrets to help us out. Is there a fight that just sucks? I hated the Tavern Fight Wrath of the Righteous. I mean, there's a few of them. So at the end of Act 1, you're like fleeing to spaceships, and the two fights before you get to Aurora are really tedious to me. I hate doing them. They're just... it's annoying. Alright, so there's that.
Follow my lead.
Not much we can do. I believe Abelard should show up. Or we have to click on the warrant of trade first. I think that's it. Been a minute. Yeah, there we go. So this giant bit of paper is what gives our Rogue Trader Dynasty its power, and what the Master of Whispers was after.
Escort the child of the house to safety.
Then this servo skull shows up to
distance, middle.
talk to us. And we gotta seal off the chamber, and then Abelard should meet us after that. Viren says this is like the second time I've ever been able to catch you streaming well. Seeing as I stream like maybe once a year?
What?
That's about right.
Whatever
Okay,
I'm
so
doing in the
Abelard,
bird
the Seneschal, shows up to see what's
did
going on. We can explain that Conrad is a traitor.
Oh, holy God, Emperor.
And then Abelard joins our party after that.
I'm at your service. This wound will make a fine scar.
Back into the fray.
And gives us some equipment as well.
That is a noticeable improvement. The lower decks are teeming.
Alright, then we can have some conversations. Basically, the ship communication and everything isn't great, so we're going to have to go check on people, including the Navigator Sanctum, so we can get out of the warp.
The Emperor is with us!
Your Emperor won't save you!
I should do Let's Plays. Honestly, I don't really like Let's Plays that much, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't mind watching the occasional one. But A, just recording and editing them is a hassle, but I also just don't really love the format personally. Which I would say is necessary to edit in a way that's not super boring. Somebody's saying there's a slight echo. Sorry. Alright, so... Alright, this is the first actual battle. But it shouldn't be particularly difficult, because all of these guys are fodder enemies, which don't have a lot going on. Alright, so... Borderman Super says, hey Morty, missed you since BG3 live stream. Fair enough. Alright, so... This is pretty easy, just walk... I mean, these guys die. And just walk up and smack them and they're pretty much dead. Is the challenge only difficulty related, or do you have to speedrun as well? If I wanted to win, a speedrun would be necessary, and even then I'm not sure it's possible. If you guys haven't been keeping up with the leaderboards, currently the person in first place beat the game, completed essentially every quest, all in like 24 hours, which is insane. Genuinely wild to me that they did that. There was another one in second place who got a little bit later than that. I think they lost it by like half an hour maybe. But I'm not sure I could beat those times even if I wanted to, because that is crazy impressive. Not to mention the fact that I haven't really kept up to date with like the meta combat stuff since they updated everything back in patch 1.2, I want to say. Alright, so we will pick... I guess just coercion, because we'll give Abelard athletics, and he's always going to be with us. Carouse does not come up enough to be useful, at least as far as my memory goes. Anthony says, was it Revan? I believe Revan is in second place. The first place streamer is somebody else. Miri Anit's here. I may or may not be pronouncing that correctly. Is who I believe is in first. Oh, Remortis donated $5. Said, blessed by the Emperor himself, finally takes on the challenge. Good luck. I appreciate that, man. Remortis had an unfortunate run-in with a Chaos Cruiser, as I recall.
They say a little bit of humility never hurts
Alright,
anyone.
so that's pretty much it.
I help others better
move on.
themselves by wholeheartedly humiliating them at every step.
Now, I don't... Yeah, I was like, I don't believe those are better. We will give him that pistol, though. Drop that into his inventory, and... Technically better damage-wise. But we're probably going two-handed weapons in the end. Did I ever attempt the ultimate for Deadfire? Not like a formal attempt. Back before my YouTube channel was ever blowing up. I tried once or twice and never really got anywhere. That challenge is crazy. Alright, here's where we get Adira, or Psyker. Remorta says, yeah, unlucky RNG salvo. Yeah, I can imagine. Like, space, or the void ship combat is really... I don't know, bursty sometimes. Like, sometimes you just get unlucky.
Idira! This is Idira.
Alright, Adira is an unsanctioned psyker, and Adira is really useful in Act 1 if you can avoid triggering any perils of the warp, because she's a psyker. But her Psychic Scream and her Analyze Enemies and stuff to drop exploits, and her Chain Lightning can be really useful early, but I've found that after Act 1 she tends to fall off in comparison to others. Alright, I don't remember if there is...
tolerate weakness.
Okay, so yeah. There's another hallway where I think you meet Argenta, where you can pick up a weapon upgrade if you loot the cache. Dogmatic run. Yeah, probably. I like Dogmatic the most. That's just a personal thing. Heretic is probably the most unique run overall, but I didn't love it when I did it. Alright, so now we run in.
Dare to cross us.
Get started here. We'll get Abelard up close. Throw a deer right there. So what you have to watch out for with Adira is the Veil degradation. If you get unlucky with her Psyker abilities, she will summon in warped anomalies and stuff like that. In fact, one time, when I was still playing this game for reviews, I was using Adira against Aurora at the Act 1 in-boss fight, and she summoned in, I think it was a Bloodseeker, which is not something I could beat at that level. So that was a pretty much instant reload. Will says, been watching you for almost 2 years and never seen your face. Yeah, no, I rarely stream, but I have streamed. My face is in all those, and even still, I mean, they're like 10 years old now, but you can actually find videos that I made with my face in them as well back when I was still trying to do that. But I was like 10 years younger in those. Alright, so now we just run up here.
I shall not fear.
Of course. That's gonna be it for you. This Psyker here is really the only one with health pool out of this initial bit.
Here we go.
Bloodseeker, that's terrible luck. Yeah, it was a bad time. May you wander in wisdom. Thank you.
I believe Master Vespider still lives. Well, the servants are dead, but the chamber thanked the Emperor.
Jacob says you look like a fires guy in the military for like mortars and stuff. I was an artilleryman. Long time ago. People saying hi and hello. Hello to you guys too. Alright, so we are trying to save this navigator from, you know, the stuff going on with him so we could leave the warp, but obviously things not exactly going well for this guy. And he is doing his best to fight off, of course, chaos. But we managed to keep him from dying, and now we gotta leave him to his fate, essentially.
A new challenge for me?
Alright, so we can grab some stuff here. Okay. I think, yeah, that's just the axe we've got, and then she's already got, yeah, I was pretty sure they dropped just the same staff she already had. Alright, and now we can leave. Oh, wrong door. Now we head over to pick up Argenta at the Officers Hall, I think it is. Yeah, Officers Deck. Azarus says M20. The mortar review incoming, that made me laugh. Hello from Indonesia. Hello, how's it going? Right. So this is where Argenta joins our party.
Sister,
your face. It is unfamiliar. Biao.
She is a sister of battle, of course,
Sister
and then
Enough idle.
oversee.
Through the
Out of curiosity, I'm sure somebody in the chat might know. Do you guys know how Argenta is faring post patch 1.2 where they changed stuff? I imagine she's still fine. I don't think a ton of that affected her off the top of my head. Though curiously, she does have an auto pistol. Maybe that's important later. Now we can loot a bunch of stuff before we go in the room there. Good luck in the challenge. Thank you. Alright, yeah, there. So that's what I was talking about. There's an upgrade in here that is based on whatever weapon you have equipped, I believe. Because I think it's technically part of the tutorial. And it's usually better than the default.
None shall stand in my way.
Jay Vi says she's still really good single target if you give her a heavy bolter. That makes sense. She was pretty ridiculous there for a while. I know people were doing like one-turn enemy fight compilation type stuff with her at one point. She's not as overpowered, but okay, so she's toned down a little bit, but still pretty strong overall. That makes sense, I suppose. Alright, another fight with some cultists.
I'll lay claim to
Your
the
doom
stars.
has been foretold.
Surrender to the dark power.
This is where Adira is super helpful because of her chain lightning, which is honestly just really useful in general, but in these early fights there's a lot of these fodder enemies that kills everything. Are there difficulty achievements for Veilguard? Not that I saw. I mean, unless they add one later, no. There was just achievements for some of the different endings, pretty much. And you could change the difficulty whenever and all that, so it wasn't a big deal. I didn't know you stream. Well, to be fair, I don't stream very often, if at all. Now, I think it might just be easier to go single target here. Yeah.
doubt is for the weak.
Because we're going to have Adira chain lightning stuff.
Stop mocking me.
I would prefer not to hit Abelard. But you know what? I think it's going to happen anyway.
What an unfortunate turn
Pain
of
and
fate.
duty go hand in hand.
We'll go ahead and buff Abelard while we're at it, because we kind of hurt his health, and then when it's his turn, we'll probably go ahead and hit Brace for impact as well. And then, he doesn't have Endure yet. I think that comes a level or two later.
Victory is... I took care of this one.
And I could charge, but I will get hit with an attack of opportunity there, I believe. We'll go ahead and do it anyway. Yeah.
I've suffered worse.
Mort has a face. Strange. You can't prove anything. How is Ulfar? I haven't touched Ulfar since the balance patch, so I'm not 100% sure myself. Alright, and then that should be it for Abelard. Those guys are just going to run in. And technically it's still his turn, but that's pretty much it for him. Alright, so who will run up to
Let's
this
see how
guy?
they respond to this. Suits my purpose.
Finish him off, and then can I reach? I can reach that guy for a charge, and that guy I won't be able to hit. Yeah, we'll go ahead and
Nothing
do it.
I
Why not?
can't do.
Let's live dangerously.
Out of my way! Chaos guides me.
Man, they really don't like Adira this time around.
Faith without deed.
There we go.
You'll regret this.
See if I get close enough to buff our main character there a little bit. That's not gonna let me, it's gonna line of sight me. Alright, well, we will just piercing scream that guy then. Early game, I usually make Abelard a tank because he's always in the line of fire. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the way it goes with a warrior, especially this early on. I will say, I never really liked the... There's a spec that is, like, specifically for tanking, technically. I forget what it's called. Vanguard, I think it was. I never really liked that one.
At your back is reduced to dust.
Ah, that guy hit us with the parry. That's unfortunate.
Suits my purpose.
And then we will just risk... man, I was hoping it would let me charge to that guy, but he's right there, isn't he? That sucks. Surprised by my review on Veilguard. I mean, I don't see how. I think anybody who watches my channel regularly was probably not surprised by that review at all. Is this the start of the streaming arc? Probably not. I have streamed once a year pretty consistently for like the last 3 years. Am I going to make Abelard Arch-Militant? Probably. That's what I usually do with him. Him and Heinrichs.
I'll do it.
That guy is in like just a nonsense amount of cover.
As the Emperor
I'm going to have to get like right up on top of that guy.
I'll do it.
And she's still gonna miss. Alright, so...
What
keep
is this
moving
bubble
Adira
in?
up.
Anything else?
See, this fight's just this fight in general is a little annoying because these guys like to hide way back here, which makes perfect sense for them to do. But then it takes a couple turns to like just get up there and actually kill them.
Indeed. I took care of this one.
We'll just have to go melee this guy.
Already done. Opposing me was your
Super Greener says I have no idea what this is, but I'm glad to be here. Well, I appreciate that. Alright, so that's it for that fight. We can loot everybody. I think we'll have to heal Abelard's wound.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treatise on Tactica Imperialis and weigh
And we want to loot everything
Sometimes,
before
though,
we
you just fire your
move on.
biggest cannon and
I
save
won't
the day.
tolerate weakness.
Am I surprised by the split opinions on Veilguard? Not at all. I literally said in my own review that is probably what was going to happen. So, no, that doesn't really surprise me in any way. Rogue Trader's still my #1 RPG. Fair enough. It's a very good one.
Done.
Alright, so... we'll loot this stuff, pick up some operator's gloves. I don't remember 3 bonus tech use. We'll throw that on for now, but that's not super useful once you get Pascal, who has so much tech use anyway, unless you get to like Act 3 or something where you could use a little bit of that on your own.
An expected result.
Elias says, really appreciate all the work you do. Thank you, I appreciate that as well.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Alright, and then that should... clicking that thing in there opens up this
I did fine.
computer or whatever to open up this store, which will get you a little bit more stuff. More medkits, mainly. And if you got the skill, you can open up this to grab some multi-keys and a shotgun. Alright, there we go. Is this game as deep as Wrath of the Righteous? For the most part, I think it is. I do think Wrath of the Righteous is a little longer, and just the Pathfinder system, just in general, especially 1E, is
It's about
a
time.
little more complicated than this one. So, I mean, it's deeper in that respect, but otherwise, I think they're very similar. Alright, then we can blow open this door, now that we've got those melta charges from that room over there.
The Emperor favors me today.
Which is another level up as well. this is just a key feature level, so we'll pick up Endure for these two, which is going to give you some temp HP, which is pretty helpful. Expose Weakness for operatives, and then Revel in Slaughter, which is mostly only useful after you kill a few things, but makes you better at killing things. Alright.
Attention to detail.
Now we're going to come across here for our first morality choice, I guess. So we see a ghost of Theodora, which is obviously not her, just a warp anomaly. And we're going dogmatic, but you have a few different options there to like start down the heretic, iconoclast, or dogmatic options. Alright, so following that decision, they give you a bit of a rundown of everything that your choices might imply. And then we meet up with the other candidate for Rogue Trader, Edelthrad.
I could swear that I just
and he'll kind of tell you what's going on. And if you pass this check, you can see that he's not doing super well. Alright, we're a little worse for wear, but can still fight, of course. And then you have a choice between this bridge or this. We're going to go to Theodora's chambers to check on our resident Rogue Trader, though we do, after walking through that fire, need to heal the wound on us.
Thank you. Now where were we? I'll lay claim to the stars.
Onside Silver says, hello, what's my favorite JRPG? Final Fantasy XII, for sure. Not even close.
Something of interest.
What's the challenge about? Can I read the rules somewhere? I posted the rules on the community post I made about it. I mean, I could probably find it, but the gist is basically it's just an Iron Man run and you can't reload anything. Alright, so grab the goods here and then we'll go up and check on Theodora. I forget what those are. We'll throw these on just for the sake of throwing them on.
I won't tolerate weakness.
And then we check on the chambers. Can finally put a face to that voice. I appreciate it. Another Final Fantasy XII enjoyer. Yeah, I love Final Fantasy XII. That's a great game. Alright, so we check on Theodora only to discover... Dun dun dun. She's dead. Couple people saying sick beard. I actually just trimmed it up. It was like 2 or 3 inches longer than this. It was coming down to here. I had to get cleaned up a little bit. Alright, so even if Mort was named after me, he's now dead. And we will swap that out for the immunity to critical hits. And then for... I don't know, I guess we'll throw these on a deer. It doesn't really matter. And now we can check on stuff in here. I don't know if that's part of a DLC I'm allowed to use. I mean, it's not super useful for me anyway, but there were some items from the free DLCs and stuff you were allowed to use, but I don't know where the cutoff for that was. So we'll just be a little careful about using that. Alright. So, Theodora's dead. You can do a little bit of investigating. And the obvious thing is to say, oh, it must have been Conrad, the guy who betrayed you and set all this into motion. But if you actually look at the clues and everything, you might notice that she was shot to death by an auto pistol. And coincidentally, one of the characters we picked up along the way has an auto pistol. Curious of how that plays out, isn't it? Hey, Orderman joined as an officer. Thank you so much. Alright, so we really can't glean too much about her death from here, at least conclusively, but there are enough clues to put this together if you're paying attention, like right now.
A new challenge for me.
But even if it gets revealed later, it's not exactly earth-shattering, so, you know. How much you deal with that information is up to you. Alright, now we're going to have this fight, and I believe we get a level up right after this. Is there any story behind the logo of the channel? I like skulls, and, you know, the headphones make sense for gaming. That's about it. And then mortem is Latin for, like, death or dead, so it kind of just all fit together, really. Okay, so we will put Abelard up on the front lines here. Same with my guy, and then we'll move Argenta and Adira back. And this is where they kind of tell you about how armor and like deflection and stuff works. That's the point of this part of the tutorial.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. At your beck and call, viewer target. It will be done.
Ah, there.
I will.
All right, we'll go ahead and brace for impact on him. And then
My tactics are flawless. Nothing I...
Alright, not bad. Alright, we'll go ahead and
Not a
hit
problem
Endure.
for me.
The only kind of dangerous thing here is this combat servitor, and even then it's not unreasonable or anything. Most of these fights are pretty easy in the early game, as you might imagine. Alright, Argenta. Try to finish that guy off.
Strike is a prayer.
Might as well hit run and gun and try to hit the next one too.
None can escape the
Nice.
Emperor's judgment.
Alright, and then
But of course,
probably just hit.
Anything else?
Her psychic scream is really useful in these early fights. Especially because with this guy's resistance and everything, it's actually hard to hit him with melee weapons. Which is the better CRPG, Rogue Trader, or Wrath of the Righteous? I wouldn't say one's better than the other, really. I mean, it's mostly just preference. Like, you know, do you prefer Pathfinder system or this? Do you prefer Pathfinder or, you know, Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader? I think those things are much more important to you than anything else that's going to contribute to that decision. Alrighty, I guess we'll just hit the Endure on him.
Forge ahead!
This is so unnecessary, but we'll hit the charge and then attack.
Already done.
We'll run over here so I don't end up shooting my own guy. And this fight's pretty much over already anyway.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
And this should do it, unless I get a bad roll. Yeah, there we go. What was my very first video game ever played and loved? The very first one I ever remember playing was like a Mario game on the Nintendo's, not the Nintendo 64, the Super Nintendo. I don't remember which one it was specifically. I want to say it was Super Mario Brothers 1, 2, maybe something like that. I forget exactly. I would play that all the time. I loved that game when I was like 6 or 7. That's the first one I have like a memory of. If there's anything else before that, I have no idea. Tom Walters donated 20 euros. Said, thought for the day, reason begets doubt, doubt begets heresy. Well, I appreciate the donation, man. That's kind of you. Alright. Intelligence less than 35. I think my yeah, actually that's useful for us. Okay, and they did that.
I am at your service.
Oh, we're right there. No, I got the level up. It just wasn't showing up top for some reason. Alright. Alright, and this gives us our first heroic abilities, and then we can pick up our first, like, skill or whatever, so... I usually like to grab a lot of the basic stuff early, just to get it out of the way. Like being able to move faster, picking up your dodge, melee weapon specialist, or not melee weapon specialist, the one that's dueling mastery for the parry, and then combat master to get rid of enemy melee superiority bonuses. That's what I was thinking of. Alright, so we'll keep it simple. Grab these simple stuff early on. Dira doesn't matter a ton because we're really probably not going to be using her much past this, and what we are going to be using her for is the psychic abilities that she does have. So we're going to pick up Aftershock to hit multiple enemies. Are the devs planning to make combat more difficult in Rogue Trader? I have no idea what they have planned balance patch-wise or anything. Do I plan to review the PC version of Red Dead Redemption? Maybe. I've actually never played the first one, so I want to. There's a couple other things going on at the moment, and that game's old, so that usually puts it at slightly less of a priority for me. But, you know, never say never, I guess. Alright, for Magenta, I want... It's been a while since I've done this, so I gotta actually read through some of these abilities. I don't remember what does what. I know people like rapid reload at one point, because then she could like use her auto burst stuff really quickly, but we probably won't be using her for that long. I'm not really sold on using Argenta for this one personally. Alright, so... Oh, second skin. That's a good one. That lets her use medium armor without it taking a penalty, basically, at all. I do remember that one. Alright, I think that just leaves us. And I want to grab heavy armor proficiency pretty early. Yeah, I say we should have the strength for it. I think, I don't know, I want to say, I was doing the DLC, the Void Shadows DLC, and I think they added heavy armor to Abelard by default. I don't remember. I forget where we'll look later. Yeah, there it is. Heavy armor. Or no, this is my own guy. I'm an idiot. Alright, so... I don't know. We'll check later, but I want to say he might just have that. What's going to be my final team? I think Argenta's spot is still up for debate, but probably my character, of course, Cabela, Abelard, Cassia, maybe Irilette. I really like her, like just the way she plays. So we'll see. Alright, so this is the last fight of the prologue. And it's not like a terribly difficult fight or anything, but if you get unlucky, it absolutely can go sideways. I believe one of the contestants died right here, actually. In my mini playthroughs of the game, on higher difficulties, I've actually died in this fight once myself, because I want to say you have to kill the soldiers before you fight the big guy, which we're about to see. What conviction is this run? We'll probably go dogmatic.
We are out of time. No.
Alright.
What?
So our, I don't know, competition, I guess, the other guy that was a candidate for Rogue Trader sacrifices himself to stop Conrad from completing this ritual, which has the unfortunate side effect of turning him into a chaos spawn, which has quite a bit of health. Now, the trick is, as I recall, you want to kill these heretic guys, or the chaos spawn like eats them or something. I just remember you want to kill these guys first. So we'll try to get on that. Get to where we can kill them. Psyker is the MC class. Yeah, I really like Sanction. Excuse me, Sanction Psyker myself. All right. I guess I should use this on one of the little guys, right? To make sure that whoever I actually hit. See, that's the problem, because all these guys are going to die in one hit. So, in theory, I'd want to use it on them to get the benefit to an ally. But all these guys are going to die so fast, I don't think I'll be able to use it on anybody but the big guy.
I shall not fear. Nothing I can
We'll start clearing these guys out.
Not a problem for
Try to get these ones on the sides are the hardest to get to, so I usually try to get somebody over there and dealt with pretty quick. And it's hard to get line of sight on that guy in particular. And you do have to be careful of accidentally triggering warp perils in here, because you can do that. Because this fight already starts with some of that warp up there. Hey, Slandered Gaming's in the chat. Nice to see you, man. Lycan says, best of luck with the fight, Mort. You can do this. Yeah, I'm not too worried about this one. I mean, it's not impossible to die right here, just to be very clear. But it's fairly unlikely,
Anything
you know?
is. On it.
Alright, for right now, we will stack that. We'll save the heroic moment for Abelard. I think... Alright, I think we'll go ahead and use Brace for Impact.
It will be done.
Can't remember... Okay, I think he can only do that on his turn? I don't know. Basically, if you get him too low and it's his turn, he'll try to eat these guys, which is exactly what you do not want to happen. So, I think what we'll do is come down here, kill this guy. Can I get all the way back up? Yeah. And then that would... Okay, we'll go ahead and use Endure, and then we will... I think if I position right here, I can kill that guy and then attack the Chaos Spawn a few times with Daring Breach. If I can make it. Yeah.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Yeah, not too worried about the attack, because the Endure temporary HP should do it.
Reduced to dust.
Alright, that's all those guys, and now we can just swing on this one. Which isn't going to do much because of his resistances, but you know, better than nothing. I just wanted to make sure I killed as many of those guys as possible. And now we can start whittling away this guy. Yeah, so he has a very annoying Rending Scream ability.
Cleanses the body.
Which gives you that bleeding effect, I want to say. I think that's what that does. Alright, then we'll go ahead and hit Furious Recital. Though I think we'll save that heroic moment for Adira, because she can use Dismantling Attack and kind of kill this dude's defense a little bit. Is this one on the highest difficulty? What does that change? This one's just on Daring, so not the highest difficulty, but a little above normal, basically. Alright, and then we'll leave that for the moment. charge here.
Nothing I can't do.
Nice.
All too easy.
Okay, and then... Right, so I'm pretty sure this can't miss when we do that, or is it... Yeah. Or do I have to be in melee range for that to happen? I think because he's using a staff and he doesn't have a main... I was hoping it might let me,
If only you knew what
yeah,
awaits
pretty
you.
sure that's how... It's been a minute, so I didn't remember exactly how that works. But basically, dismantling attack cuts some of this guy's defense away. And then we have to be really careful about using more powers here, because we're getting close to high up, basically. Alright, we're gonna keep that stuff up.
But of course.
Ah, yeah, there it is. Okay, that knocked me down. That was a peril of the warp that did that.
Anything else?
I was hoping I might be able to do that one thing. But you can see how that turned out.
It's nothing. Why did I not foresee this?
Melee deer. I needed to hit with her dismantling attack with the staff, so I was going to try to do that, but I believe we need to move.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! As the Emperor commands, I act.
Alright, so I should get up after that.
I
Yeah,
will
so that's probably it
avenge.
for Adira, because he's going to go straight for her. And he'll have a harder time killing these two. The bleed from Rending Scream is more likely, frankly.
Blessed be the hand of the healer.
That's alright. We used Adira to do the thing we needed her to do. The only shame there is I was hoping I would have gotten more
Doubt is for the weak.
chances to use stuff like Psychic Scream
I'll do it.
to deal more consistent damage, but it should be alright. Or we'll die. Could go either way.
Nothing I can't do.
Just have to spam the Endures and we should be fine.
It will be done.
Zara says, well, we had a good run. No, we should be okay. Typically, I mean, where I think I might actually die is Aurora if we make it that far, because that fight
As the Emperor
is
commands,
very
I
RNG
act.
with how it starts, because he likes to open it up with a burst attack, like full auto type thing, and if you get unlucky on some of those rolls, it's just game over, pretty much.
Suits my purposes.
But now that we've dismantling attacked, we should be able to just slowly build up another heroic moment, and that will likely win us the fight at this point. I just kind of gotta grind there.
I'm not injured. I'm enraged.
If Adira hadn't gone down, she would have been very helpful here damage-wise, if we could have gotten the Veil degradation down, which might have sped this up a little bit, but, you know, it is what it is.
Rejoice in battle. Injuries will not slow me.
Slandered says Aurora is no joke. Yeah, no, not at all. That is, I expected more people to die to Aurora than anything else, which actually surprisingly did not seem to be the case.
Already done. All too easy.
What kind of build are you running? I let chat kind of pick the build, so the best I can is kind of what I'm doing. I figured that would be more interesting than like min-maxing something. I don't have the time it's going to take likely to completely win this anyway. Even if I really wanted to, so I figured we'd just do something fun instead. So I let chat kind of pick the build by democracy. Alright, this should be the last round.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
See, I gotta be honest. If I was a Sister of Battle, like, what, maybe 15 feet from this giant monstrosity, and I missed completely with a single shot, I would be questioning my life
That
decisions.
is for the...
Can't hit the broadside of a barn. Alright, this should pretty much be it. But we'll attack first,
Suits my purposes.
just to make sure. Try to use all our action points before we hit the
My
heroic
time
moment.
is now. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Oh, some people saying they nerfed Aurora. Oh, I guess that might be true. I haven't really done too much of it. Alright. I think that was a level up, probably. Maybe. Yeah, there we go. Ooh. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so... now that we've got heavy armor with him, we'll grab the, just the little piddly stuff that will help us. Grab weapon skill for sure. This is Avalor, right? Yeah. Okay, I'm pretty sure he has heavy armor. We'll double check. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he just has that by default. I was pretty sure he did, but it's been a minute. We'll grab Combat Master, because he's going to be in melee a lot, and then weapon skill for him as well. I want to say, I want to say Perception is her thing. It's been a minute.
Did I mention that my whispers tell me jokes? Jokes that once said aloud make your eyes bleed and blood curdle. Talk about blood
Okay, because
comedy.
I want to say she used to use Perception, but then the patch maybe changed it to Willpower. Some of the Psyker stuff used to not necessarily run off of Willpower, whereas I think now most of it pretty much does, if I'm remembering correctly. Don't hold me to the accuracy of that, but that is the general thing that I remember. So we'll go ahead and just pick up Willpower for her. Slander says 7 people have died so far. Nice. Is there 2 more? I thought 5 had died. Maybe I wasn't up to date with what happened in the last day or 2. Okay, and then we can pick up her abilities. I think we don't necessarily need anything crazy with her. I usually just try to focus in on... Yeah. Just letting her use her Psyker powers as much as possible when I do, on occasion, actually use her. Because again, I really don't like Adira past Act 1 myself. That Blade Shard is important, especially if you're on a Heretic run. But otherwise, we want these gloves. So they're not super useful for us particularly, but we'll throw them on Abelard for the moment. We just gotta go talk to the guy over here to continue on.
The heir is dead. He's sacrificed. Rovor, Master Helmsman, systems status report.
By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal, living and
Alright, now we are going to basically get out of the warp, which is where we have been, which throws us fully into Act 1. So everything so far has basically just been the tutorial.
Mortal, who are you to
And we see some more
flows of
warp
fate?
delusions. This will again throw you into the heretic path if you are paying attention.
Seneschal.
Alright.
The
By right of blood succession.
Now we are
and with
the
act,
Rogue Trader.
it
It's
is
also,
hereby
fun fact,
declared that
it's
the
possible
successor
if
to
you just
Theodora
refuse to
von
become the Rogue
Valentis
Trader right here
is
to
her
just
heir,
game over.
the rightful inheritor
Like
of
literally
the
right
Lords
here
of
in
Trade.
dialogue.
The de-
But in most instances, you're going to become the Rogue Trader now. And then you're going to get a rundown of the ship and everything and what we need to do in Act 1. Act 1 is pretty straightforward. You're mostly just getting like a team together, more or less. Alright. So we can kind of hear from everybody, and basically we need to find another navigator. Some of the people that you'll see in this little scene here are new as part of the DLC. Such as Einrich here. But basically they're just telling us what we need to get moving so we can continue on now that we are the rogue trader. But before we can really step into our role, there's stuff we got to do. First up, we are confined to this system that we're in, or this solar system that we are currently a part of. Alright, we're dogmatic, so we're going to have the guy who doesn't like us executed. Lycan says, I love when games let you just end the game by saying no. Yeah, you can actually just deny becoming a rogue trader if you want, and the game does end right there. And I know that because I was like, oh, I wonder what happens if you pick this dialogue option, so I tried it. Alright, so we are in the Rycad system. We got to do some stuff. We can, of course, talk to everybody. We also find that Theodora was on like a little side mission for the Inquisition, which is part of what we're doing in the system to begin with. And then you can run around talking to people, etc., and kind of get this going properly. All right. First things first, I believe Argenta wanted to talk to us.
Rogue trader.
Which is talking to the orphans of the people that died in the attack that just took place. Are there any other instant dialogue game overs in Alcat games? Yeah, there's a few more just in this game alone. I believe one of the competition people died to a dialogue in Act 3 with Malice. Alright. So, we are talking to all these orphans. Basically decide how we talk to them, which determines some of our initial relationship with Argenta, or, how much she likes you, basically. Alright. Well, that done. Slander says died in Act 3 that way. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Well, I forget who it was, but somebody in the competition died to dialogue option in Act 3. I guess this isn't like a huge spoiler given the context of this stream, but essentially there is a point at which you become very weakened in Act 3, and if you pick the confrontational dialogue option at that point, it is very possible to kind of just get murdered. Alright, we can't do too much until we actually start getting our party members together, so we won't focus too much on talking to these guys, but we will take a quick poke around our corners now. Sorry about all the coughing, guys. I've had a sore... Oh, whoops. Whoa. Sorry. Clicked on the wrong thing. That was, Twitch drops thing. I'm not going to use this stuff because I don't remember if that was part of the DLCs that were allowed off the top of my head. But if you have those items, this is where you'll find them when you start poking around your quarters. There's all that. Lycan says, I think Alcat really went all out with the aesthetics on this one. I think so as well. I think of the Warhammer games I've played, which admittedly aren't like all of them by any means, this one and Space Marine 2, I think, have captured what reading and learning about the setting kind of felt like the most. which has always been nice. Alright, now we can go ahead and get moving. Not much else to do on the ship until we start doing stuff around Wh40k. So this basically makes up Act 1. Not much else to do here besides explore and go to all the places. Wh40k Menoris is the main place we're going to be going, but we have a few other things to do as well. Now, personally, what I like to do is go to this place first because we can just scan it. There's nothing really going on here. You can come back here later and get an extra dialogue option to scan this planet, but for the most part, it's just free XP. And then I usually go to Wh40k first because this is the station at which we can pick up Cassia, our navigator. And that was a quest for that station over there. And then they don't want you here, but obviously we're going anyway. How am I moving so fast? I don't feel like I'm moving fast at all. Alright, Wh40k is not doing great. Some camera got all crazy there. Yeah. Basically, there's some sort of insurrection on the ship, according to this guy who is here to sort it out and is in search of the navigator we're ultimately going to find, which is Cassia, who we are also here for. He offers you a deal, basically, if you can help him get this elevator open so he can keep doing his thing, he'll help you out. But if you are paying attention, he might not necessarily be the most trustworthy of guys, but we'll get to that.
I won't tolerate weakness.
The white, bright, pure color. And it's all riddled with horrible veins that carry the poison of fear and pain throughout its body. Who are you? Crying.
If the witch
Sorry guys, I keep having to clear my throat, and nothing reminds me more that I am a dad in my 30s and constantly having to make dad noises.
Weapons will soon dispel their wicked misery.
Alright, disarm some traps, which Argenta should be able to do pretty easily, and level her up before I forget to do it again. Oop, that's not it. There it goes. Having some UI bugs there. I'll just grab ballistic skill and yeah, I guess we'll just grab camaraderie. Not super invested in it. Do I have a schedule for when I'm doing the other parts of the stream? Not really. Probably just over the course of the next few days, getting as far as we can. And then obviously, if I suddenly die, stream's over.
Duty prevails.
Alright, so if you go too far over here to explore, you wind up triggering a fight with these guys when you're over here, which is terrible positioning. So we're going to run up, fight this obvious ambush, and then we'll finish clearing out this room.
Your cries of mercy.
Alright, so Argenta there. Move my guy here. Abelard. We'll move there, and Adira wants some cover, but we need to get her close enough as well. So, there we go. Tom says death is the ultimate stream killer. Very true. Very, very true. Alright, so we're going to try to hit... A lot of these guys are in cover, and it's hard to get positioning on them with Argenta. Unless you destroy that cover, of course. So we'll try to just hit who she has the best chance of hitting. Would I consider streaming more in the future? Watching your streams and VODs, part of streaming is really fun. I mean, maybe. I don't feel like I have the personality for a lot of streaming, to be honest with you. I tend to be very, I would say, reserved, whereas like all the streamers that do really well tend to be like over the top and all this energy that I just do not have. Luke joined as a supporter. I appreciate that. I don't know. I get... trying to think of how to put this. I get exhausted watching other people stream, if that makes sense. Like, with all this energy they exude, I'm just like, Jesus, reel it in. But, you know, that's just how I am as a person, so that's not on them so much as me, obviously. But
is worthless. God,
it's just, as somebody who does what I do for a living, that tends to not really be what people expect. But that plays a pretty big part of why I don't stream much. Oh, nice. That was a good shot. Anthony says that's exactly why I like watching you. Yeah, I get that a lot. Alright, that was a painful shot to the face. Jeez.
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
Alright, we are going to kill this guy.
Nothing of value has been lost.
Hit Endure, try to get some temp HP worked up. That hurt, jeez. Alright, I think that's gonna pretty much be it for him. I'm gonna use him to clear out these guys.
Follow my lead. Weapon.
Oh, my ears are ringing.
Stay vigilant. Follow my lead.
I will endure.
My faith. Strengthen.
Alright, and then Adira. What's her range on that? I'm gonna try to get her up here to chain lightning some guys. If she can make it. Yeah.
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Was that
And we'll
you?
try to
Or
give a few buffs to our guy and add some debuffs on the squad commander up here. Remortis is saying all that DLC stuff in the quarters is allowed. That's cool. I wasn't for sure. I know they said like free and cosmetic DLCs, but I wasn't sure if that included those or not. So I figured I'd err on the safe side. What's the game difficulty for the challenge? Daring, just a bit above normal. Alright, so I think we're just going to move up here and then charge the squad commander. That might be enough to kill him, to be honest. If it'll let me.
I will do my duty. It will be done.
Close, but no cigar. Alright, we'll just pop Endure. Go ahead and throw Brace for Impact while we're at it. A few people saying they would prefer chill streams like that. Yeah, I suppose. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not necessarily opposed to it. It's the kind of thing that wears me out really fast. And ironically, the thing people are always telling me to watch out for, like burnout and stuff, the stuff that would burn me out is typically the things I avoid.
Doubt is for the weak.
And like doing that all the time to the point where it felt like some sort of obligation, you know, I would get tired pretty quick. I think that's it for Argenta. We about got this.
Not a problem. You didn't stand a chance.
Follow my lead.
I took care of this
Nice.
already.
And that just leaves the medic.
High momentum.
Saturn says I have skipped too many turns holding spacebar to speed up. I've done it a few times, to be sure. Which hopefully that doesn't get us killed, but that would honestly be hilarious.
Tried and tested.
Alright, should be able to kill this guy, and that'll be it.
Indeed.
Bobby B says more live stream channel would be big, no doubt, but not everybody's into that, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. So, like, a really common thing that I see a lot of YouTubers do is they'll do, like, big streams and everything, and then, like, the videos and everything they put out is essentially just those streams cut up into, like, different videos and stuff. And I get it. I can see why you would want to do that.
A new challenge for me?
I don't know. I don't really feel like that fits me at all. What's my opinion on the extremely polarized Veilguard reviews? I mean, just pretty much that they're polarizing. Pretty normal for any game that big. Okay, expected her to disarm that, but that is also an option.
Heresy grows.
Although I think it missed. Didn't take a wound or anything. Alright, hold on. I think I actually...
None shall stand in my way.
I'm noticing that my UI is not working. I should be able to see the portraits of my characters up here, and it's just giving me blank. So, real quick, I think I need to just go back to the main menu and then load back in, because the UI is messed up. So hold on. I'm hoping that'll fix it, and obviously we're not reloading to change anything, so it won't affect the competition at all. But the UI is a little bugged out, and I'm hoping just reloading will fix that. Like it says, have a great day. See ya. I appreciate that. See you as well. Alright, oh, that cut to the main menu super fast. Alright, so that should... Draco says just quick save and quick load and it fixes it. Yeah, I wanted to load and make sure that it was good. Alright, so now we'll loot everything in this room. See if any of it's any use for us. There's some other stuff in a side hallway, but we need to get over to this back room, basically.
We should deal with this.
You can also, while you are at it, pick up a bunch of materials for a puzzle in this room back here. But the few times I have solved that puzzle, it's never really been worth it. I forget exactly what the item is you get for solving this little puzzle over here, but all I do remember is that the reward was never worth it, and I remember being disappointed for putting all the effort in to solve it. Rashid says, will we get a top 10 games of 2024? Yeah. A little closer to December, more than likely. Probably Indiana Jones is likely to be like the last game of the year, like new release-wise that I release. So probably sometime around then I will release my usual yearly videos, like the stuff I enjoyed the most, the stuff I didn't, ranking every game I reviewed, new and old, all that stuff. So that will continue as expected.
In his service will they find strength and fortitude. Only thus will they turn their hearts away from the frailties that lead to heresies.
Yeah, it's in the next room. I was like, I knew there's a trigger for that trap somewhere.
An expected result.
Follow my lead.
Nice sword there. Oh, I'm not really picky about what kind of weapons we're using. Did I just dual wield that? Yeah, that's what I thought. And that... It's about the same. I'd rather keep him with chain weapons at the moment. And then there is the black vest. I think that's just what we have. That's the same for you, and a little worse than you. Alright, and nothing should be terribly useful for us right this second. We will change out some of these auto pistols. Not that they'll be super helpful, but just to keep on top of all that. The Chaos Marine Aurora is going to end some runs. I mean, yeah, for sure. I honestly would not discount myself just dying to Aurora. Obviously, I've done that fight before, but it really just, for me, it's always been the RNG of how that fight starts. You know, how the opening salvo from Aurora goes on top of if you can kill that annoying sniper way away. Alright, and this is just a scene about some guards who fight each other. Nothing to see there.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Mostly we need to get to a computer over here that will open up the door that we need to get through.
Compared to naval service,
is there any lore behind May You Wander in Wisdom? Yeah, a little bit. So I used to cover Divinity Original Sin 2, like it was like the thing that I did, basically. At one time, the channel was pretty much dedicated to that. And my favorite character in Original Sin and just Divinity in general is Jahan. And Jahan in DOS 2 says that when you leave conversation with him, so it's kind of just like a relic from when that was what my channel was all about. And I just kind of kept it over the years. Alright, so we'll throw that on a Dira, and then where's the other thing I grabbed? Sniper rifle. So I will save that, but I usually like to give Cassia a sniper rifle as like a backup weapon.
It's about time.
And then also a Dira at some point for when I'm using her. So we'll give it to her for now, but that's just kind of how I like to play the early game a little bit and help get those characters some range where they might not otherwise have it. Especially for Cassia, because like if you're not in range of her navigator powers, she can be a little underwhelming at times. Alright, basically you can go through this whole computer before figuring out how to open some doors up here. You can call Rycad, but it doesn't help much. But the main thing we need to do is this, which you have to kind of guess your way through. But one of them opens the door across the hall, and then the other one opens the main door. I have a question about Rogue Trader. If you make a custom merc character, can they ever increase their conviction past the first level? I'm not sure the custom mercs do. It's been a little while. I never really used a ton of the mercs anyway, so I'm not sure about that.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Alright, I forget what's in this door, but I'm pretty sure it's good. I remember there being an item in here that I liked. Yeah, just bonus warp, basically. Logic at these for later. Then we just have to come back here. You can
The Emperor favors me today.
grab more of the stuff for the puzzle, which it makes you pick up anyway, and I always wind up having to throw them in my quarters later. Because if you try to leave, it won't let you pick them up until you like grab all the quest items and stuff. But there is a puzzle in this next room you can solve. And I believe I saw a chat saying the reward was like resistance stems and stuff, but you can fill up these little places with the materials you've been finding, and if you do it in the right order, you get some extra stuff. But all we need to do is use this computer to remake the control rod to go speak to Philippe. Or Felix, I don't know.
An expected result.
Alright. Now, this is where you have to decide whether or not you're going to help or oppose this guy, and personally, this is where I like to kill him. because he is not being truthful, so let's say. Which Adira will warn you about. Because some of the things you could have read while you went to make that control rod will basically tell you that there's more going on here than you would necessarily know, such as these private conversations and stuff that you are referring to, and you can decide whether or not to fight the guy. So we're going to fight the guy and hopefully not die.
Bow before me. Stand your ground.
That would honestly be kind of funny, though. Alright, you want to try to kill him pretty fast, as I remember, because he has some frustrating psychic abilities if you don't. But if we can drop him pretty quick, it shouldn't be a huge deal otherwise.
That was insulting!
There's Argenta. So... where can... So this is the tricky part here, is that...
Guided by faith.
This fight in particular, kind of no matter where you're standing, someone is blocking you from, like, being in decent cover. And then also, you know, Argenta not being able to hit the broadside of a barn, apparently.
I'll do it.
My prescience has failed me.
Emperor, protect the fallen.
Alright, we're gonna pop Endure, because he got hit a little bit. Did somebody go? Oh, they got Adira. That sucks.
Let's see how they respond to this.
For the Emperor.
All too easy. There's nowhere to hide.
Alright, I can also hit one of these guys. Which is good, because they're...
already done.
Shotgun. I probably should have used that beforehand. I don't know why I just clicked on that, but... Alright, now we'll run Abelard over here, which should be able to kill...
My place is at the fore.
Felic, and then kind of take out the guards after that. Azra says, stellar job as usual. Adira. Yeah, that's about right. Man, this guy has 4 HP left. Are you guys going to be that frustrated?
Victory is imminent. At your beck and call.
Follow my lead.
Luckily, these guys won't be able to really hit anything, because they'll be spending the whole time just trying to get over here.
My faith strengthens me. Die.
Not sure what he's going to do. He might take a pot shot at somebody? I don't know. Yeah, there it is. Alright, can I hit him? Yeah,
Doubt
probably.
is for the weak.
There we go. Jeez.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Grab some extra.
Break them around.
Opposing me was your biggest
There we go.
mistake.
I must not falter.
Well, Argenta's at least dodging everything that tried to hit her with. Princeman says, I don't know why, but I can't use Adira's abilities as soon as I use one. The game crashes, so that sucks. More often than not, when playing this game, if I have any trouble out of Adira, it's usually because she winds up summoning some manner of warp problem. Causing me no end of trouble.
Not a problem for me. Nothing I can't do.
Follow my lead.
But I think we'll be alright.
I will do my duty.
Follow my lead.
That's nothing worse.
Weapon at the ready.
Cleanses the body.
Oh, I don't know if that guy bugged out or what, but it was his turn. He didn't do anything. That was odd.
Faith without deed.
Oh, speaking of combat bugging out, and we were talking about Aurora earlier. Sometimes Aurora, the fight at the end of the game, I have had a couple of times where I've started that fight and only Aurora spawns, not the ads that are supposed to be with Aurora.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
And then Aurora themselves just like would just stand there and not do anything. It's only happened a couple of times, but a little bit of an awkward one. Alright. That should pretty much be it. It's just down to a few characters here, so just gotta keep using Endure and everything at this point. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, just trying to make sure I knew where everybody was.
Forge ahead!
Alright.
Suits my purposes. All too easy.
I think that guy's too close to charge, yeah. There it is. Now we can daring breach after we attack everybody.
Indeed. I took care of this one. No matter the cost. It will be done.
Provided they don't dodge every attack I make, mind you.
At your beck and call. Reduced to dust.
Alright.
I've
Now we'll
seen
get up on
worse
top of that
battles
guy.
than this in my time.
Yeah, we are breaking into the Navigator's Sanctum so we can pick up Cassia.
Just a minor setback.
Moving out.
Of the companions in this game, I would have to say Cassia is probably my favorite, only because
The enemies of the Emperor
I
will
think
be
Navigators are
undone.
cool, really, but also her like basic
Doubt
kit
is
as
for
a
the
Navigator and all the new powers and everything she gets are very strong. Oh, just at dinner with my wife and daughters. Sad I missed the start. You didn't miss much, to be honest with you. Mostly some ongoing, slight technical problems more than anything. Oh, he's just had a charge range. That sucks. I was hoping I could get over there to that guy, but we'll just hit Endure then.
A tactically sound approach. I will do my duty.
Stay vigilant.
If Adira hadn't dropped pretty much immediately, this would have gone a little faster, because her psychic screen doesn't
This one.
have to worry about
I will
range so
bathe
much.
this battlefield in righteous fury.
Raggy says, thought they'd like Argenta, but not so much. Yeah, so I don't know. I like Argenta, like lore-wise, like Sisters of Battle and the Adeptus Sororitas and everything. Like, that's really cool. I just don't know that I love her play style, even if you go like the really overpowered route, which is why I don't always like to take her along. I mean, mechanically, she can be very, very strong. I just don't necessarily love it personally, you know? Is this going to be an all melee challenge? Not entirely. It's going to be a lot of melee, though. Alright, so there's that.
None shall stand in
Adira
my
has
way.
some head trauma, but that won't be a huge deal. Probably won't even bother healing any of that for the most part, just because we just have to grab Cassia and then go right back onto the ship where it'll auto-heal on its own. Alright, we need that control rod, and some of his items are pretty good. We don't need that, and I believe that staff is either the same or better than the one Cassia has when you grab her, so that will be useful. And now that we have both control rods, we can open up the door. We'll go ahead and throw that right there. And what else did I pick up? The monocle. Yeah, there it was. Okay, so we will give that to... That's keeping me safe from crits, and I'm dogmatic. Alright, we'll give this to Abelard right now, but we'll probably give that to, like, Earlet or somebody later until we grab one of her head pieces that are better than basically everything else. Adira head trauma? Nah. That is kind of the Psyker's whole thing, though, isn't it? Alright, so now that we've opened up, we just go up here, talk. Cassia is behind at least some of the problems on the ship as part of her navigator powers, mind you. And basically you find a sort of plot at this heart, at the heart of this house of navigators, and they decide that, hey, probably the best thing to help you out would maybe just to protect Cassia and take her with you so she can both be your navigator while at the same time keeping her safe from everything else. And then, you know, you going on to fight Chaos while supposedly looking after her is just a mere coincidence. Oh. Unrelated, but I love your vids. Most excited to play Dragon Age tomorrow. Awesome, man. I hope you enjoy it. Alright, so this guy, Theobald, is about to die. I don't think you can save him, as I recall, and then he entrusts Cassia to you, basically, when she comes to. Now, you can kill that guy, but, you know, there's no need to do that. He's not actually against you in any way. What's the advantage of doing that fight before talking to Cassia? Love of the game, basically. I wouldn't say there's any specific advantage, it's just how I like to do it.
Oh, Theobald. What are you...
Do not fear what is to come.
More Twitch era is here. Not quite, by any means.
Your Act 5 is still full of people
Alright,
loyal to House Orselio.
so we'll save all the servants that we can, and that puts Cassia with us, and she is ridiculous. So willpower and fellowship are her big thing, and then all of her navigator powers basically are what make her so crazy strong. Unnatural Allure is really great for her once you start picking up more and more. You get 10% armor to people that she targets. Like, a lot of these are just crazy. And that is most of what her stuff will be. So we'll grab Commanding Voice so she can use some of those powers as quickly as possible. And then more willpower. I think that's it. Yeah. Alright, what do we want? We want Taunting, Scream, Sworn Enemy. I think we'll grab Sworn Enemy for right now. I don't love Reckless Strike or Breakthrough, personally. Abelard is a Miri from Kingmaker on steroids. Yeah, something like that. Alright. Sorry, guys. Like I said, dad noises. I swear to God, you hit 30 as a dad and just like constantly coughing and clearing your throat. I don't know what happens. Alright, who is this? Right, we were going... Was it coercion? Yeah, I think it was coercion. Same thing, Sworn Enemy, athletics... I think we'll just grab Edge of Fate. We're only going to use Adira for basically this act. And then after that, it's kind of whatever. It's probably going to be similar with Argenta, to be honest. I like... What was it? I think I'll just grab Dash for the movement. We're not going to use Argenta for super long either, probably. TJ says what happens is your kids bring in the germs. Yeah, man, I guess. Seems like that happens a lot lately. I mean, probably doesn't help he's in school, though. You're right. Alright, so I think that's it. We can loot this room before we head out. We're gonna
It's about time.
grab a couple of things. Mostly just stuff we can turn into cargo later. I think there's one more around here. Could have swore there was one over here as well. But that's pretty much it for this spot. Who am I going to use in their place? Cabela for sure, and then probably Irolet. Just because that's who I like to use the most, though. Formation. Keep everybody clustered up. Yeah, cool. I need to increase the sleep. Gotta get 7 hours when you got kids running around. Man, it just depends, really. Sometimes I sleep all right, and then other times I'm busy, and I sleep like maybe 4 hours a day a few times. The Phobo says, wanted to say love your channel. Thanks for all the awesome videos. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's kind of you. Zane says, face reveal? Not quite, but I do get that a lot, yeah. Alright, so Cassia, now that she's with you, will tell you about some things she needs. Painting supplies, basically, because that's how she sees through the warp. And yeah, this is her getting attuned to it and everything. Basically, you can kind of get an upfront seat to some of the rough stuff, and then you can decide what happens to the spaceship after. I personally like to loot everything for the profit factor. Oh, Dan says, Morty, loved your Dragon Age review. You're always honest, so it's easy to trust your word. Thank you, I appreciate that. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Alright, so there is that. We'll probably go to the prison planet next, just for that fight. This is, if you want it to be, this is the start of Cassia's romance, I think, that they just pulled me into. Yeah.
Lord Captain, my apologies,
love your content, appreciate the attitude towards videos. Thank you, I appreciate that. Dustin asked, no Cabela yet? No Cabela just yet. We're getting there, though. Alright, so if you want to romance Cassia, this is kind of where it starts. She'll more or less give you a gentleman's guide to doing so.
Had to do with scholarly disciplines of some. One should not underestimate the navigators of House. There are.
But we're not going to be bothering all that because this is the grim darkness of the far future.
Lord Captain, that was no. Yes.
Ain't nobody got time for that. Go to the top space map ship first. I know they added that new quest up there, I believe. I don't remember if there's actually anything to that or not. Bobby points out the very true statement that a lot of people think I don't show my face in videos, but I'm always in live streams. I just very rarely live stream. Alright, so... okay, I'm pretty sure Remortis said using these items was fine, and honestly, past Act 1, they're not super useful anyway, but we'll grab these, and then we will... rifle through our inventory a little bit. Oh, are some people saying that quest up top is what puts Cabela in your retinue? I don't know that that's specifically the trigger for it. I'd have to check, to be honest. I mean, we're doing it either way, so it's whatever, but... been a little while. So that is just a little ring you can throw on. Might as well, just because it gives you like an attack you can use in combat. This has an interesting like effect, but the damage is so low that it's usually not incredible or anything like that. Same thing with that revolver, but I do think that's technically better than the one I've got in your offhand. It takes a little while to start getting proper two-handed weapons. Takes a minute to actually grab those. Alright, we'll swap that out with you. Throw that on Cassia, and I think that will about do it for the moment. Okay, and then we're going to dump all of those quest items it forces you to take just in here, because they're not of any use. They just clutter up your inventory. I got to put those gloves on Cassia as well. Okay. Abelard, my beloved. Okay, so now I think we'll head to the merchant ship and the other ship, and then we'll head to the prison. Ugh. Alright, this is, I want to say Abelard's. Yeah, this is the lead into like one of Abelard's quests where you kind of see that there is a insurrection going on one of the decks of the ship that Abelard has kind of not really adapted to, so you can choose to get as involved as you would like to. And if you want, you can go down there and, of course, get some XP and some items. Has there ever been a CRPG that handles inventory management well? I mean, it's touch and go. I think that's one of those things where, like, you will never have, like, a universal agreement on, so...
To the stars.
In general, though, yeah, sure, it can certainly be a frustrating problem. Alright, so basically we just have to run around and get everybody's perspective on things, and then you can, at one point, solve, not exactly a puzzle per se, but there's a, you can do some stuff, you can turn a bunch of these valves in a certain order that isn't terribly difficult to figure out to get access to a loot cache that is just alright mostly.
A new
hello from South Africa. Oh, that's cool.
Our purpose in coming here.
Hello to you as well.
Relax.
Alright, so we get to the gist of it. There's people rebelling down here. You can choose to speak to them and resolve that situation yourself, which is what we're going to do because it's also the start of that valve puzzle I mentioned. And you can talk to the leaders of this, and basically they, the guards were too hard on them because they found some cultist amulet or something. And what they want is like weapons and stuff, which you can try to talk them out of, which we should be able to do. And basically get them to assist in finding the cultists, and then everything will chill out. If you can pass that check, otherwise you have to make some harder decisions, let's say.
Stop! There!
Alright, so...
Excellence matters.
starting with that valve. I don't remember the exact order of these valves, but basically you kind of just sort of puzzle it out, because once you use the right one, it goes away from being an option, and then there's no real penalty to any other part of it, so you can kind of just click through them. say it's this one. No. One in
None
here, maybe?
shall stand in my way.
Yeah. And then last but not least...
We need to investigate. I rise to the occasion.
And that'll get you some grenades, which are certainly not bad by any means. Alright, that's pretty much it. We have a conversation with Abelard before we leave, talking about how things will be run in the future. And you can basically say that we have to look towards the future, or at least that's how I like to do it. Obviously, you can pick any of the dialogue options there, of which there are a fair few. And then that gave us enough experience for another level. We're going to keep grabbing this stuff. I think we'll go ahead and grab Nimble and grab the Dodge. We don't really need anything else. We'll probably pick, I think, what is the... You can pick up proficiency in one of the weapons, I think. It's been a minute. I don't remember if it's just chained. There's primitive weapons. I'm not sure if you can click those or not. But in any event, alright, so now we can start picking up some of Cassia's abilities, which are all honestly kind of ridiculous. I like to try to get up through these ones pretty fast, and then Reveal the Light is a fantastic buff as well. Alright, I already got ballistic skill maxed out for her at the moment, so I guess we'll just grab agility. And then... yeah, there it is. I like that Emperor Protects ability, because it's just a flat little chance that you might just completely ignore an attack. Not obviously super useful, but I like it. Jean-Francois says, huge fan of your content. Best reviewer out there. Keep it up. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so for Adira, I think she is looking at different powers. Probably just grab Joint Analysis for her. I don't necessarily need any of her other powers, and then maybe just Awareness for her skill, since that's the highest. Followed by Abelard here, Weapon skill. Continue to also grab the little stuff with him right now, just making him generally better. And that should pretty much do it. Onwards. Unless we get pulled into yet another thing, which happens a lot in Act 1. Alright, so... where am I? Over here near the sun. Alright, so this is a trade ship over here. Which you can buy some stuff from, including some heavy armor that our character is going to use because we have the proficiency for it. Then we're going to grab all this other stuff, even if we don't use it. And before we leave Act 1, we'll wind up coming over here and grabbing anything else that we can with the profit factor that we have figured out. But right away, grab some extra reduction there, and then the camouflage cloak, rather. We're just throwing Argenta for the time being. Oh, and then what was that cape? I feel like everybody's got. Oh, we're just throwing on a deer, I guess. All right, then we'll come up here. There's a. Here it is. Here's Cabela. So this is part of the DLC content where Cabela shows up. Jordan asked, what did I think of the subclass choices in Veilguard, and were there any dialogue choices for that, or was it all mechanical? It was pretty much all mechanical. So a lot of the subclasses have like a theme around one of the factions, but best I can tell, it never really affected anything like dialogue-wise or anything like that. Completionist asked, what is the challenge? Basically an Iron Man run on stream. Am I familiar with some or most of Wh40k? A fair bit of it. I would not, by any stretch of the imagination, call myself an expert or anything, but I have played a fair few of the games and did a bunch of research literally just into this, so.
And now
that was pretty much it. Alright, so these death cultists, which are part of the DLC, have come to pledge their allegiance to you following the death of Theodora, and you can kind of learn about their cult and how they cull people at the behest of the Emperor, or you can, of course, let's say, put a different spin on that. And then they give you a little demonstration, which also shows off the Blade Dancer class a little bit. Draco says the intro to the DLC is just perfect Warhammer. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's very, very on the tongue, on the nose for sure. Okay, so this kind of explains what Cabela's all about because she has the new class and archetype and everything, but the gist of it is that, as you might imagine, she can leap around and stuff, and then later on she gets an ability that allows her to like reverse everything she did on a turn, so you can take a bunch of different movement, get a bunch of different attacks in, and then use that ability to reverse every action you've done, which then plays out those damages again in reverse, which is ridiculous.
As the tenets demand, the shadows will...
But I don't believe she has that right this second.
I shall not.
Oh, I should have moved slightly to the side so I could have killed this guy. And I believe you get a charge of Death from Above every time you kill someone, as I recall. So you can kind of just keep using it. So you can just kind of roll over everything if you set it up properly. Alright, and then part 2.
I will be your end.
I'm thinking just a regular swipe.
Trust me.
Then
As
Blade
honor
Dance.
ordains, death is a blessing.
You just gotta get that one next turn.
I serve the ruinous powers!
But because of the way this class works and the way bleeds work with things like Pyromancer and turning things burning now, Blade Dancer is very, very strong. In fact, most of the like big overpowered builds you're seeing right now are naturally using it because of the DLC, and I'm not sure if anybody used it specifically for the competition otherwise. I think I saw at least one in there. And then there were some Pyro Executioners as well, which is another one of the new archetypes. Excuse me. Alright, then we can choose to accept Cabela into your ranks to serve you. And then she asks if you want to undergo a sort of rite to find their hideout and sort of do a little initiation. But first, we gotta level her up. Alright, so she is a Voidborn. Mostly does a lot of melee. We're going to give her, of course, as much movement as we can. She also gets movement every time you hit somebody with another character or something like that. One of her passive abilities. And then, yes. So this is what I was talking about. Acrobatic artistry, where they sort of play out their turn in reverse. Which is crazy. Oh, has Medicae and Demolition by default, and then... Like I said, I like to grab little piddly stuff early before I start grabbing abilities and everything. Alright, so... There's that. I believe... I don't know what she has gear-wise off the top of my head. She gives you like a sword or something, I think. Yeah. Two-handed. We're going to go dual-wield with her, just because I like it more. And then our character, however... I'm happy to go two-handed with. Alright, so that should put us back to what we were doing again. Draco says she gets a lot of movement. Yeah, her movement is... She gets... I forget what the passive is. I'd have to look at it. But she gets a bunch of extra movement based on... like, kills or who your allies hit or something. It's nonsense. Mike says, hello, Morden chat. What's going on? Alright, so... This is like just a little dialogue side quest, as I recall. And there's really not much else. Yeah, it's just pretty much all you can do with that one. And then what did I pick up? So, I don't know. Did she take her mask off? Right, and then this thing is that. So, we'll give this to Adira because that protects people from horrors of the warp, which happens when you're near demons, I think. Alright, now we are off to the prison before heading towards the main planet. I can't pronounce the name, but when a party member kills an enemy, Cabela gets movement points. Yeah, I knew it was something like that. I didn't remember if it was damage or specifically killing them. Alright, now the prison planet is one of the places you can go to look for the Inquisition agent we're supposed to be finding, and well, we'll find some heresy to be sure.
I won't tolerate weakness.
We won't find him. I like to wait on this fight here until you get some team members, just because it can be a little annoying, but... Abelard, teach this riffraff the proper way of addressing their sovereign. I love those dialogue options. Those are hilarious. Alright. She can just tell you what's going on here. The child of another rogue trader is having some problems here, who came to see his friends, the warden, who seems to be leading some sort of prison riot. That is to say, the warden of the prison is doing this. And then she'll ask you about her husband on a different planet. If you want to take the time to answer that.
Victory awaits.
Never doubt me.
Do I listen to anything that's not the game I'm playing while recording? You often don't mention doing second run audiobooks podcast. So I've talked about this a little bit. From where I was an artilleryman in the army, I have some hearing loss, so like sound is not of great interest to me when I'm playing a game or anything else. So it's pretty common for me to be like playing a game and also like, I don't know, listening to anything really, other YouTube videos, things like that. I usually do a lot of that stuff while I'm playing games, unless it's something I'm like extremely invested in, where I'm like full attention, you know.
I would probably
but yeah, it's pretty common for me to do that. I would say no specific
the
thing.
radiance of the Emperor for an instant.
Alright, so
I think
gotta
you
watch out for
manage.
some traps, and then we're gonna
You
be
have different
ambushed
hues of
by
light within you. Gold, silver, and crimson. One
some
of them
prisoners
would call
here in a
you back to
second,
this
which
world.
honestly with all these characters probably would be a big deal.
Should have been accomplished easily.
Well,
Sins hidden in the heart.
if she could
turn
not fail
all
her
to decay.
traps, that would be great. Alright, then we're gonna get ambushed right here by some prisoners.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
Felspawn says they've been listening to some Warhammer 40k audiobooks. That makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, there's so many of them, I think it would be hard to sit down and like make a dedicated effort, but I think it makes sense to listen to all that while you do other things. I think she can shoot through... Yeah, I was like pretty sure you could shoot through these bars.
I'll do it.
Death to non-believers!
And you want to get that Grenadier pretty quick because he throws grenades through those bars. Alright, so these guys are kind of spread out, which is a little bit annoying. Makes it difficult to really get in there.
Is a blessing.
But you want the nimble guys because they've got a bunch of health and they can be pretty hard to hit.
I shall not fail. Now, the other side awaits.
Nice. And acrobatic artistry. Ah, parried it. I was hoping that would get him one more time. But it will get her out of the fray there. Did I actually do 3 full playthroughs for Veilguard? Yeah. It was the 3 full playthroughs and then some shorter ones just to see the different faction options because there's 6 of those. Alright, so that's one enemy. Awesome. Okay, so now we've got our big 2-handed weapon. And we can charge in, deal some serious damage.
Nothing of value has
Overkill,
been
really, if
lost.
anything.
Suits my purposes.
Greetings from Germany. Greetings to you as well. I always think it's really cool when people from other countries watch the channel.
Death to the weak!
Scared yet?
Yeah.
Let's get to it.
Why did that guy do that? That was an odd decision on movement there.
My place is
Alright, we're going to try to get this nimble guy out of the way. This is one of those fights where the positioning can make it a hassle, but this guy is very difficult to hit, which is annoying.
Strike. Victory is imminent. That's not the Seneschal's job.
And then Adira, we will have her get line of sight, I suppose. And then
No can do.
all of that. Lidless Stare is one of her big abilities, but it doesn't do us a ton of good at the moment. But what we can do is, of course, use Bring It Down to try, at least,
If I may,
to kill this nimble guy.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Of course, I left him with 2 health. Why wouldn't I? Maybe this will do it.
Isn't this a job for the...
There we go. I was hoping Abelard would have that in the bag, but he kind of let me down on there. Oh, great to see your face. Thank you. I appreciate that. Dana says, greetings from Greece. Oh, that's really cool. Shout out from Brazil. Nice. Oh. All sorts of countries in the chat. That's awesome. Alright. So...
Rejoice in battle.
We'll just continue focusing this
Faith
guy so
without
he's
deeds is
caught up
worthless.
at least. But technically there's cover right there, so he gets a bit of a bonus, but we're not super worried about it. We're mostly just keeping that guy occupied. Alright, now Cabela. Yeah, so you see how much movement she suddenly has? That's because we've been attacking and hitting with our other characters, of course. So... I guess we'll just swing her around.
Comes in silence.
Oliver says, I hope you planned well. I want to see you win this one. I doubt it, to be honest with you. I do not have high hopes for winning this one. The current leader, the one who's actually completed the game already, did tremendously well. Which was really impressive. I think we don't have enough movement to get anywhere else because everybody else is over here. So we'll just end her turn and then smack everybody with our sword here.
I shall not fear. Already done. You didn't stand a chance.
I could use Daring Breach to just go kill that guy, probably. Actually, I don't know if I have the movement to reach that guy even then. So we'll just keep smacking away at people.
Reduced to dust.
And this should do it. Yeah, nice and simple. Alright. Now we can pick up all our loot, of
I'll
course.
lay claim to the stars.
Most of that's going in here. Chainmail's kind of whatever. I'll take that grenade, though. And then if you pass the check, there is a thing behind this poster.
I've read about this.
Oh, for a second there, I thought I failed it. I was like, there's a 100% chance. How'd that happen? Alright, and then you can grab an improved auto pistol if you wanted it. Nothing crazy. I think that knife is actually unique as well. But you can also kind of learn more about what's going on here. And then, of course, come up this way before finding out suddenly, thanks to this room, that things might be a little worse here than you might have thought as you grab the key off of that guard. I don't like to attempt these lore warp checks because if you fail them, it tends to give you debuffs. And really, the information you get from passing them is never really all that interesting. Which, hilariously, might be, I would say, some sort of commentary on the nature of Warhammer 40k, perhaps. Alright, these are prisoners that would like to join you, ideally. And you can choose to do that or not do that or whatever. But if you wait a second before you do that, you can get a sort of like password for one of the characters in, I want to say it's Footfall, that can give you a discount on some goods after that. I love these prisoners, they're so funny. Yeah. I mean, I appreciate their attempt at trying to stay alive, but they do kind of give you the password before you've actually, you know, had to commit to a decision, so.
Just as he ordained.
Did I take a bath with all the new characters yet? Yeah, that achievement is really funny. I was actually happy to learn that it does not include the special companions towards the end of the game, that I don't really want to talk too much about here unless we get to, but it doesn't include those final ones, let's say. It is just sort of the main cast. And then the only really one that takes a while there is Marizai, because you have to, of course, get him recruited. And then afterwards, I recruited him and then did that for the achievement just to turn around and kill him immediately. I know a lot of people like that guy, but he's just the worst. Alright, then we will throw on... I don't know how my cloak fell off. That's pretty much it for there at the moment. What is this staff? What is your staff? Staff house. Okay, cool. Then we can step out here, drop the shortcut bridge before heading down to the final fight. How old am I? I am in my 30s indeed. 31 to be specific.
Victory awaits!
Fading Light says, glad to see you're doing this. Thank you, I appreciate that. Anthony says, guessing Mort isn't into auspicious things, let's say. Yeah, no, Marazai's not really, or Drukari in general, I guess. Not really my jam.
I do what I must.
How old is my son? He turned 5 this year. He will be 6 here in just a couple of months. His birthday's pretty early on in the year.
Would he be
So
proud?
almost 6.
Am I?
Got 2 of your own. That's awesome, man. Well, so, just as an aside, if you're ever wondering why I do not get particularly concerned with internet drama, it is because I am a grown man in my 30s with children to raise. My one son specifically, but he also has brothers that are not mine, but they're important to me because they're his brothers. And I have a lot more pressing concerns than people being mad at video games. As much as I love them.
It's about time.
Okay. Alright, so the warden here is... He's the one who will tell you about Aurora at first. That's where you'll get the name, and then he is here doing, like, experiments on the prisoners, and the guy in the middle is the child of Caligos Winterscale, one of the other rogue traders nearby. Because the warden has been lost to chaos. Alright, so... he's obviously crazy, and you can ask some questions, but he's not really going to give you any concrete answers here, as you might imagine. However, the tricky part about this fight, which really isn't that hard, is that these mirrors, these unholy lenses, if you kill the warden without destroying those lenses, he'll just reappear where they are. So you have to kind of focus on getting rid of those. And then, of course, also clearing out all of these guys. So try to move those up front. Argenta, we'll put here. Cassie will put over here. And Cabela can get up in the front lines as well. This fight's not hard once you get your party together, but I will say that if you go in here like first, when you first get to the act without a full party and you only have like 4 characters, you might struggle a little. Any chance you'll ever make a video on Final Fantasy Tactics? It's on my I have a list of like a lot of older titles I'd like to get to eventually, and it is on that list. I have like, I think there's like 50 or 60 games on it. I haven't counted in a while, but kind of in that ballpark. Alright, so now you just try to clear out the fodder and the lenses, and then you focus on the warden, and you're pretty much good to go.
Will do.
Nothing I can't do.
That's why we moved him so close. Then we will go ahead and use our charge to get over here into cover. Try to get over to this other one. Andrew Fernandez donated $10. Said, been following for a long time. Reminds me when you streamed the same content for Wrath of the Righteous. Won't be around long because of spoilers, but have a good stream. Thank you so much, man. That's kind of you. Yeah, those Wrath of the Righteous streams were very fun. Obviously, much smaller channel back then, but I had a lot of good times doing that one. I think probably the most memorable bit from the Wrath of the Righteous challenge for me specifically was that I one-shot Tyrindalev in Is. That was very unexpected, and it was kind of like just one of the more strong builds that I was using. Just happened to get a lucky crit and one-shot that boss. Oh, that was such a great moment. On stream, no less.
Tested tactics are the best ones. At your beck and call. I took care of this one.
What's my favorite TTRPG and why is it Arcanum? Well, as much as I like Arcanum, I think it's pretty obvious my favorite TTRPG is Pathfinder. How does one playthrough with side quest take in Dragon Age Veilguard? My first playthrough in which I did everything for Veilguard took me about 55 hours, like kind of right in there. Chris Aspinio. No, it was actually Ember that one-shot Tyrindalev. Andrew says you were robbed. Finished so much faster. Yeah, oh, for those who don't know, for that Wrath of the Righteous challenge, I finished like 30 hours faster than almost everyone else in that challenge. But I took fourth because that wasn't how the scoring was done, basically. So, you know.
Just a minor setback.
Out of my way!
Okay, so we're doing pretty well here. Just gotta get
a dance of blades and shadows.
Up this way, we will blade dance. And of course she... I knew that was a possibility, but of course she hit Abelard more than anybody else. Why not?
The other side awaits.
Alright, and then the warden's over there. We're not super worried about him. We'll just jump over this way.
The shadows will
just to get closer to that, and then we'll probably use her movement next turn to get up there to the lens. So that'll be convenient for us, though. Actually, we have a couple more charges of that left. Well, just the one, really, but still. That'll put her in a position to destroy that lens. And then Argenta. Might as well just take a pot shot at this guy, I guess. And missed. Chris says maybe they felt bad and named the guard Mort after you. Maybe, I don't know. Alright, so let's get this one wrapped up. I don't know. Do I have a range for that? If I can get Cassia over here, she can use some of her navigator powers to take out some of these more annoying guys that are kind of in the corner, but of course she's just going to miss it range-wise. But we'll voice of command, and then... No, even lidless stairs, not quite going to get there. Alright, I suppose I could bring it down, but the only one I'm really in range of is the Warden, and killing him is kind of useless right now. So I guess I will bring it down my main guy just so he can get over to the lens a little faster, you know? That's about it there. Some of these guards in the corners are annoying because you got to get over there. Maximilian says unless he flubs it in the run-ins. Yeah, it's very possible. Part 1, so in theory, I will go until I die or complete the run, but you know, either of them is certainly a possibility. Alright, so let's bring Adira over here and see if she can hit anybody. Also just out of range.
Was that you?
That's alright, though. We can buff up our main guy, and then I guess we'll just deal some damage to him. As long as he doesn't die, it won't matter much. That way he doesn't reset his health, but I might as well hit the guy since we're right there, I guess.
Nothing I can't do.
There we go. See how far over here we can get.
Not a problem for me.
They've gotten pretty liberal with the movement you're allowed during a charge. I feel like that wouldn't have been possible previously.
Chaos guides me.
Turn-based with grids feels much better. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy either way, really, personally, but I can see the appeal for sure.
It will be done. Victory is imminent.
Out of my way.
Oh, he's going for a deer now.
Can I fall
Which
back
makes
now?
sense. She doesn't have a ton of armor comparatively.
Name them! Make them bleed!
Alright, so... I don't know, let's go ahead and just kill this guy, I guess.
Let your soul be killing. It brings me no pleasure. As honor
Hop up here
ordains.
and get that last lens.
High momentum.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I don't think poor Argenta's hit literally anything. This entire match. Who's the romance option? None of them. We live for the Emperor. Alright, I feel like range has really been my enemy on this one.
I have
I
read
might be able to
tomes
just
of military
get that guy,
tactics.
just because. Yeah.
If I may.
Left him with 1 HP, of course. Alright, well, I suppose we can give Finest Hour to Cabela so she can make an attempt to kill that lens. I don't know if she'll have the damage to kill that, to be honest. I think she's only... Yeah, I'm out of Death from Above charges, so she'll just be able to take a hit at it.
Bring mercy and retribution. As the tenets demand.
Have I played Darkest Dungeon? A little bit, not a ton by any means. But I have played it before, yes.
The shadows.
Okay, yeah, I'll be able to do this. I was a little worried I wouldn't be able to quite get there, but awesome. The Finest Hour removing the attack limit was able to pull us through there, and then Voice of Command Abelard, I suppose. And that should pretty much be this fight in the bag. Now I can just kill this guy. And did that? Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think that kills the other guys. Just 2 of them, though. It's very annoying to me I have to come up here and kill this guy with 1 HP left.
Already done.
Really not worth the effort.
Was your biggest mistake.
I serve the ruinous powers.
Have I ever played Slay the Spire? No, I've heard about it, but I haven't actually played that one. Has this always been a thing that I was never aware of? I mean, I stream extremely rarely, so I would not consider this a thing. People have said I've had good luck with Argenta and the long last in the early game. Yeah, it seems like until you get a lot of gear under Argenta, she struggles with chance to hit until you manage to do something to rectify it.
Follow my lead.
Or you just go like full burst mode, I guess.
Reduced to dust.
Pichu says, hi, Mort, tired of Veilguard drama, ready to watch some good Rogue Trader. I appreciate that. Alright, so now we can talk to the Rogue Trader's son here, kind of get a gist of some of the things that are going on, but he won't really tell you much, to be honest. You can just kill the guy, which is a lot, but it's an option. I mean, if he was anybody besides a Rogue Trader's son, that's probably what would happen to him, to be fair, but alas. Alright, we'll swap out that for the improved glove, loot everything, level up, and then we can leave this planet because there is nothing else to do here. Oh, that's right, you can examine the stuff and kind of get a little bit of gist on that. And then if you... I want to say if you examine the lenses here, you can examine another one. In Rykad Minoris, maybe? And that gives you like an extra dialogue with the governor or something like that, if I'm remembering correctly. Okay.
A new challenge for me?
I should stream more often. Great watching somebody who understands the game so well. Maybe. I don't know. I don't like to commit to it. Alright, so I think that's everything. The Noble Sword is... That's maybe an improvement for you. Yeah, technically. Alright. Now we can just level everybody up real fast.
Stand in my way.
Alright, that's it for coercion, and then I guess we'll go demolition. I really don't need athletics or carouse, so there's that, and then I think we'll grab dueling mastery since we're going melee. Cabela, we will grab. I think demolition and Medicae are her two big ones. Yeah. Might as well just double up there, I guess. And then I think we'll grab Dance of Blood. Do I have swift movements, nimble? Before we do that, I want to grab combat mastery and dueling mastery to get her all the melee bonuses we need, so she's not getting destroyed in melee. And then I should be able to grab more powers. Yeah. Level 9. I knew they reduced the level for Psychers, but I guess it's just the sanctioned ones. Alright, so I guess we'll grab Mental Breach. And we get 2, so let's grab. We'll grab Fabringer, why not? And then I guess we'll just increase her ballistic skill. Like I said, we're not going to be using her for long, so might as well just pump up the ability we can use. Just wanted to say thank you for the great videos. Reliving some of my old favorite RPGs has been great. That's awesome. Appreciate that. So he says, I did not expect Mort to look like an actor in Sword and Sorcery movie. Nice. Alright, so Cassia. Keep grabbing Navigator talents, basically. Until we have all the ones we want. We'll grab Strange Vitality. And then we'll probably grab Unnatural Allure after that, now that it's finally buffed up a bit. Then we'll grab Persuasion. And I think that'll do it for now. And now we can head off to the main planet, unless we want to do Cabela's stuff first. Oh yeah, the defective servers thing. Alright, so we can go to this, and then at some point we'll have to do the quest for Cabela, but that's not going to be a huge deal. That one should be pretty easy. There's not really a ton of like combat involved in that. It's mostly just exploration and kind of exploring the ship this time around. So Alfinwillen says big fan. Thank you, I appreciate that. Sorry, I can't pronounce your name. Am I a reader? In the sense that I am constantly reading in video games and stuff. But that's about it. I don't read a ton of books these days or anything. So if you wanted to go heretic, this is where you would do it. You get that blade shard from the chaos spawn in the prologue, and if you choose to go along with that, you can become a heretic if you wanted to, but obviously we're not going to do that because we're going full dogmatic. But that is part of the heretic path. Alright, and then we can... I guess we'll stop by. I think it's Janrik that'll take us to the servitors. Oh, Janris. I don't know why I thought it was Janrik. And this is just a text event about some curiosities going on there. And we can just send them back to work, as that's pretty much all that is. Alright, so... I think we'll head to the main planet first, do everything there, pick up Pascal, probably replace Adira with him. And then probably do the ship stuff after that before we continue on with the main act, so to speak. But we find ourselves under fire immediately upon landing, due to a bit of a rebellion. And we have to fight our way to the governor. And along the way we'll pick up Pascal. Then you can start picking up your first rumors, which are pretty much what they sound like. Rumors about things that might be happening. Okay, so there's a couple of very easy fights on the way there. Just making sure we loot everything along the way.
Await us in this place.
Such as this guard that died.
It's going from bad to worse.
As we are a ruthless profiteer before we are anything else. Alright, so Bella... This fight isn't bad, but I do wish they would let you get a little better positioned first.
Hold on. Let's get to it. Let's make it quick.
My passion has failed me.
And part of the reason it's not bad is because of that. They'll kill themselves as much as they'll kill you.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how annoying has this run been? I mean, it's been pretty smooth so far.
I will do my an exemplary strike. Here we go. Oh, my ears are ringing. Let's get to it. I've suffered worse.
Yeah, see, that's what, like... So far, they have killed more of them than I have killed.
Follow my lead.
Alright, so...
Will do.
Man, someone will just one-shot that guy.
Hold on.
Man, I got some terrible initiative rolls. Like, all of my guys are going at the very end.
Here we go.
Just a minor setback.
I think, yeah, so there's a cutoff right there that would cause me to hit. Mostly just Abelard.
Do not dare ask.
I suffered worse.
And we still hit him, but oh well.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Death comes in silence. The other side awaits. As on
Should be
a
able to just
horse.
jump around and kill most of these guys. Who's my favorite companion? Cassia, for sure. Pascal is very, very strong. Yeah, Pascal can be very, very strong, yeah.
Trust me.
He's one of the people I'll be using for sure. He'll probably replace Adira because they have the same base class. And Adira, after the first little bit, isn't as reliable as I would like, especially because of the way her veil power works. Alright, didn't kill that guy, but yeah, I was like, their acrobatic artistry should do the job. Those guys are lined up perfectly for me to just chuck this grenade at, but that would be a really big waste of that grenade.
Nothing I can't do. Nothing of value has been lost.
TJ Carr says, I suspect a lot of the challenge runs will end due to the DLC fights in Act 4. And I kind of thought the same thing, but surprisingly not. Most of the people who have made it to Act 4 seem to have gotten through the game at this point. Like 4 people, I think, have finished already. Alright, where is this? Okay, they're there.
Guided by faith. Doubt is for the...
Let's get to it. Time to...
Another voice to join my
I
choir.
got Abelard.
Strengthens me.
Mostly I got Abelard with Cassia, but you know, you gotta break a few eggs, you know what I mean? Raphael says the ship battles win most runs. Probably. I know it's at least 2 of them so far that I know of, so I think it actually is the biggest, deadliest killer at the moment, but we shall see. Now, see, this is the annoying part, because these guys keep running away, so I have to catch up and kill them. I guess...
A dance of blades and shadows. This goes against the tenets.
You really not... Ah! There
My
we go, we can just
tactics
charge
are
the guy.
flawless.
Jeez, that's annoying. Okay, that should be it, right? Cool. Now we can loot everything and move on. Gotta be a little careful though, because Abelard took a hit though, so some of his stuff are reduced. Though hilariously, every stat that got reduced is not terribly important to him, so it should be fine. Alright, so once we get everything looted, we can keep it trucking. There's a really easy fight up here after we pick up Pascal, where the turrets do basically all of the work. TM says they updated the level up screen so you don't have to do the equations. Yeah. For those unaware, previously when you would level up, the choices and everything that you could pick would just show you the equation for the damage, but now it mostly just does that for you, which is obviously pretty helpful.
Victory awaits.
Alright, this is the husband of that guy we met on the prison earlier. And if you're feeling vicious, you can just maim the guy. Oh, I was going to avoid it, and then the option popped back up. Whoops.
A new challenge for me?
Alright, one more fight up here. Gotta watch out for the barrels on this one.
Submit, and you'll die quickly!
I'll bleed you dry!
And I'm getting just terrible initiative. Jeez.
Stop mocking me.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Strike is a prayer.
I'll do it.
But we can finally use some burst fire there. Yeah, I'll take it. Alright, not bad.
Let's get to it.
I've never felt pain like this.
Here we go. Brace yourself, Abelard.
Man. They keep getting right up on top of Abelard.
Anything else? Be gone.
Alright, so there's that. And then
On it.
we'll try to buff him if he doesn't go down again. That'd be annoying. I have a couple more fights to get to, so I don't think you can leave this planet to reset those injuries until you clear out at least one that removes the turret or something that's keeping your ship grounded. Something like that, so gotta be a little careful here. Can't take too many downed companions. Alright, let's see. These I thought I could just use that for me. Would prefer to save it though. Alright,
Let's see how they respond to this. All two. You don't stand a chance! I'll pass.
can't get line of sight anybody because of that smoke grenade, I think. Alright, so first Abelard, brace for impact. Endure. Sworn enemy, the heavy guy.
My place is at the fort. I'm not interested. Victory is imminent.
Of course he dodged that, because why wouldn't he? Ugh. There's the commander over there.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Not a problem.
Try to kill as many of these guys as I can. Where are they stacking?
If I may.
And then this is where Cabella's going to be really useful because she can.
I shall not
Hopefully
fail.
deal some damage.
As honor ordains.
I don't know what Cabella's deal is with Abelard, but she is determined to attack only him when he's nearby. Alright. That was kind of annoying. We got a
Hold on.
rough start for that one.
My ears are ringing.
Yeah, well, at least he killed that guy for us. Alright, we're gonna move. Okay, I think we're gonna have to get our Jinta into some cover here. Not sure where the
I will
best
bathe
spot
this
would be. Probably just right
battlefield
there.
in righteous fury. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Of course she would miss. Why wouldn't you?
The manner of their death, we shall
Yeah,
know
how
them.
that goes. Alright. Well, this has not gone well. She wants to become the new Seneschal. Would seem so. The Dragonian says, thanks for the Wrath of the Righteous videos. Thank you. Glad you're enjoying them. Alright, so... we gotta start actually dealing some damage here. We're gonna have a pretty big problem on our hands, so we gotta get this under control.
Already done. Nothing of value has
Kill the
been lost.
commander. Don't like using it for this, but we'll go ahead and throw that grenade to kill that guy.
Fighting me was your biggest mistake.
At your beck and call.
Of course that guy parried, why wouldn't he?
I will do my duty.
Connor says, I've had some runs where Aurora downs 2 party members first round. Yeah, there's a lot of RNG on that first round with Aurora because he opens up with that big burst attack. And if you get some bad RNG on that one, I mean, that's pretty much it. Okay, so...
I'm not accustomed to being
Yeah,
ordered
yeah.
around. As duty demands,
Great.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Danielle Stone joined as a patron. Wow, that's awesome. Thank you so much. Alright, we'll bring it down. I guess just Adelard,
Isn't
yeah,
this a
he's right
job
there.
for the serfs?
Rashid says good night, guys. Good night to you as well.
It will be done.
Oh, nice. With the one shot. Good. Needed that. Alright, so we're going to replace a deer with Pascal, so I don't really care too much that she went down, but we do need to heal all of these wounds. Alright. We're going to put these boots on her for now. Give her some potential extra movement point when she hits enemies, which is useful for her already ridiculous movement.
Look no further.
And then...
let me help.
Back
we
into the
will
fray.
see.
Let's patch you up.
That was a messy fight. That shouldn't have been
It will claim me.
nearly as messy as it was.
Let me help.
Ministration is a holy task.
Victor said the stream is a bit low on audio. I can't get a general consensus on the audio at this point. Some people are telling me there's a reverb. Some people are telling me it's fine. I do not know. I also just talk a little quietly
None shall
sometimes, so it
stand
could
in
just
my
be
way.
that. Okay. Alright. We will, before I forget about it again, throw a dual wield onto her, and then you can get a pretty decent chest piece in that room over there. I think it's the next one up. Some of these med kits will actually heal traumas, but I think it's
I'll lay
one bigger
claim
than that
to
one.
the stars.
Like a Chi Urgent's kit or something like that.
Just as he ordained.
Oystein says, is the new goth girlfriend worth the price of the DLC? Many people are saying yes. Yes, you get this. This is alright. I don't like it personally because I think the armor is a bit low, but, you know, if you like light armor, I don't think it's that bad.
It's about time.
For Fortune
Alright, there it
smiles
is.
on us.
Traps that we need to
An ill
disarm,
omen.
several in fact, and then Pascal is right up here.
Duty prevails. I better myself through my service. Never doubt me.
And here's where our tech priest joins the party, who's going to act as our ship's engineer even.
The convoy.
How strange.
And he's going to join us on our way to the governor. So we'll drop Adira for him. Alright, so I want to say he's also intelligence and perception, but he benefits from a little bit of ballistic and weapon skill as well. I want to say...
Ready for data input.
His big machine blast ability is based on his int damage, and then I want to say some of his stuff works off perception too when I turn him into a grand strategist, maybe? I don't remember for sure. We'll do intelligence and then probably ballistic skill, because I like to give him a plasma rifle. Magnavolator says, Mortismal stream, let's go. Thanks you. TJ Carr says the stats are very spread out. Yeah, they are. Very much so. But I really like to give him plasma weapons in particular, because they get that sort of AoE strike, and then if you pump up his abilities with those, I think it's... some of the abilities he's get specifically pump that up. It's been a little bit. Forget the exact ones, but... Yeah, this first attack with any plasma deals additional damage and stuff like that. So he's got a lot of that cool stuff, and then you can also get all of his more unique Tech Priest abilities as well, which can do things like pump up specific things, like certain abilities and whatnot. He's obviously got a really great passive tech use and logic even. But for right now, I think we'll just grab Plasma Weapon Expert, because that's what we're going to give him, is plasma weapons, and of course his melee weapon that ideally he shouldn't be using. Okay, so we'll grab the Pinnacle of Weaponry for that as well, and then more intelligence, joint analysis. Logic and tech use are his best. Tech use first, obviously, and then we'll start giving him the little generally beneficial talents while we're at it. And then we'll start moving into his tech priest stuff after that. Okay. Now we can move on. The next fight after this is a big turret fight. You can turn on some turrets in that fight, and they're going to do like 90% of the work at that point. There's a bolter for Argenta. I think that's better than hers. Yeah. So surprisingly, for whatever reason, the default bolter they give her, Unfading Valor, is not very good. Probably just to keep the damage down, but it's underwhelming, to say the least. Now we got some grenades. That's great. Let's throw one of those on Cabela. Alright, so...
What is that?
I guess I'm literally leaving Adira over here. It's showing her portrait on the screen even when I left her behind. That's really funny. Alright, then you can come up here to get a better... I forget what it's called. The body glove thing for Psychers. It's like Sin Skin. Yeah, there it is. Nice. Which I think is kind of just right on par with hers, because you get the most benefit out of that if you have an agility more than 40, which everyone already has better armor on for that than the most part, but hers is this. So I think that's good for her for now, but because we have a second skin for medium armor for Argenta anyway, later on,
You are right. Only
you get better
we
medium
know
armor.
what it is to pray to our intercessor at an altar in our struggle to protect those to us, to be their spiritual shield.
Oh, my green screen there. Alright guys, after this fight coming up, I'm probably going to take a quick break so I can go to the bathroom, and then probably going to have to turn the lights on in here and possibly close the door, because I think that might be part of my reverb problem. But we will kill these guys first.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Alright, so basically just turn on the turrets.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Take a knee and bow before me.
Show them no mercy.
And then at that point, they're going to do pretty much all of the work for you.
As the Emperor commands, eradicated.
As you can see. What difficulty? The competition is on daring, so that's what we're playing on. Do I think the game is worth $50 in its current state, or waiting a few more months for patches? Right now, I think Rogue Trader's in a great spot. They've already got a lot of the worst stuff cleared up. I haven't had any problems personally in a very long time. And then there is one more DLC coming that I think people might want to wait for, just, you know, on general premise, but I don't think there's any need to specifically.
Emperor, give me strength.
When I go to the bathroom, remember that only in death does duty end. Alright, we'll grab those two in front of us with lidless stare.
Painted black.
Just pass it on, and once we get a plasma rifle, we'll be in good shape with him, but I don't think I have too much to throw on the guy right now anyway.
Let's make it quick.
Connor says, suffice to say, there's a reason the challenge run is now and not at launch. I mean, yeah, pretty much. Alright, so I think with the other guys I have being melee, I think the best thing to do would just be to wait for the turrets to do their job.
Here we go. Let's get to it.
Let's get to it. Time to kill someone.
Elmo!
Magenta over here, do some burst firing.
Strike is a prayer.
Nice. There we go. Elias Bernard donated $10. Said, what unit were you in? I was infantry. I was in the 434 Brigade. Okay, so what was I doing? Sorry, got distracted there for a second. Fastest game time is 24 hours. Yeah, 24 and some change. That was crazy, actually. Oh no, did that? I think I angled that grenade wrong and it didn't do anything. I was just wanting to kill the guy quick. Alright, we'll do that.
And shield. The shadows.
Yeah, sure, 0. Cool. We will level up. Grab all of their junk. And that's pretty much all it is junk. Alright, before we move on to the next area, real quick, I've got to go to the bathroom, and then we will get right back to the thing. So, give me just a second, guys. Alrighty, guys. Hopefully back here. Let me. Sorry, I want to leave the screen there. Sometimes it messes that up. My green screen's being a little uncooperative as well. Alright. So, what were we doing? Right. So, let's level everybody up, then we'll move on to the next part, and we can clear the turret that's blocking our ship from leaving. So first, I like to grab this, giving us movement points for each kill, and letting us move after we fight things for Daring Breach. And for Cabela, I guess we'll grab the extra death from above charges right away, just as that'll help us move. I don't really know what the meta there is. I haven't exactly been playing as much as everybody else has, so, or at least the people who are playing it regularly, I suppose. But I do know a few of them that I like. Boggin says the reverb makes you sound like Balthazar Gelt. Alright. I guess I'm probably not going to use dismantling attack a lot, but I think we'll grab the crippling thing. So on the rare occasion we do hit like a big enemy with it, we can reduce a bunch of their ballistic skill and stuff. Elias says, from what you've said about growing up and being a dad and everything, it sounds like we've been through a lot of the same obstacles, and I make great builds, or vids rather, sorry. And I appreciate, man. That's very kind. I'm always, I don't know. So I've been over this many times in many videos, but I grew up extremely poor and everything, and it's interesting because, like, those are, things that happened to me. They very much so made me who I am today, but I'm also very far removed from them at this point, and I try not to focus on it too much these days because I'm 31. I was homeless when I was like 15. So, I try to focus on the now these days, but I am glad that in sharing those things with people, they can find some value in it, which is why I try to mention them where I can, because sometimes it just doesn't really come up in my day-to-day, as you might imagine. So when people mention it, and I try to throw it out there, and maybe somebody gets something from it, I guess is my point. But it makes me happy to hear that people find value in me sharing those stories, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Because it's been a while. I think for the finest hour, I want to grab the extra damage, maybe? Yeah, probably just the extra damage, I imagine. Alright, now we can move on to the next area, which has some of the more annoying fights. I think we'll probably try to get back to our ship at least once before we go down into the sewers. I'm sure people are probably aware there's a fight with a demon down there that I really don't want to do with Abelard having that trauma if we can avoid it.
None shall stand in
Jake
my
says
way.
it makes you human more than just a voice on YouTube. I appreciate that. Sometimes I like to keep the focus on games as much as I can. But it's nice to share those things every once in a while. And I'm glad it resonates with people for sure. Jimmy says, hey Mort, nice to see you doing your yearly stream. More or less, yeah. It does seem to be consistently like once a year so far.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Alright, so we're supposed to be following this guy. We can lose some things along the way, but unsurprisingly, by the way things have been going up to this point,
I noticed something.
He's not exactly who he says he is. Alright, get Argenta over here.
Duty prevails.
Ranger X3X says, wow, you're live and a real person. I appreciate that. Yeah, reports that I am in fact some sort of complicated AI algorithm are in fact greatly exaggerated. Alright, so this guy turns on us right here. Now this fight can be a little annoying if the flamethrower guys get to you.
Submit,
but if you can avoid getting, the fire starters, if you can avoid getting set on fire too much, this fight isn't so bad. Which I say as I've already been set on fire.
Rejoice in battle! Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it.
Grab some momentum.
I've suffered worse.
Surprised he hit Argenta there, to be honest. That sucks. Alright, so... we for sure gotta kill the fire starter. If at all possible.
Suits my purposes.
Sworn enemy the guy first, and then... I was hoping I'd be able to charge him. Guess I could come over here and then charge him that way if possible. But if I don't get the charge, even then that's gonna suck.
We need to investigate.
Play it a little safe. Mort said, your review got me to buy this game. It's been one of my favorites to play this year. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad it's been enjoyable for people. I really like this one. I think I think the success of Space Marine 2 also put a lot of people onto this game because they started looking for other games to play in Warhammer.
Nothing I can't do.
Just to give everybody else some credit as well.
Let's make it quick.
Wrath of the Righteous is a game I would have never checked out if not for Mort. Absolutely loved it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Wrath of the Righteous is such a fantastic game. I really do love that thing. If the, God, I think what was 5-hour supercut for the story couldn't tell you? Or was it shorter than that? It might have been shorter. I don't remember the exact time, but it was very long. Okay, so we'll give ourselves a little buff with Machine Communion, and then I have got to kill this Firestarter guy. Do I sometimes think more negatively about a game but keep it out of the review because it's too subjective, or are the reviews always in line with your thoughts? They're always in line with my thoughts. I think... So here's the thing. If I wanted to be negative about a game, or what I mean is... however I feel about a game, be that good or bad or whatever, that's important to mention. So withholding any of that for any reason just wouldn't do me any good. If anything, it paints a false picture of what that game is for people. So no, I would not do that in any way. You always gotta be real with people. Now, if you have a specific moment of frustration, or say there's a boss in particular that's giving you trouble, just mention that specifically. Stuff like that, really. But you always want to paint a clear picture of what that experience was for you. Be that good or bad. Do I have a favorite Warhammer faction? Overall, probably the Word Bearers. I think they're cool as hell. Alright, so... could Cabela get to that other Firestarter? Probably, right? It's just, could I death from above over to that guy is the question. Because if I get over there and I can't quite make it, that's going to be really frustrating. But I guess I could kill this rebel if that's the case. Yeah, see, that's what I was afraid of. I'm going to miss it by 1.
Trust me.
I enjoyed your Tactical Breach Wizards review. you acknowledge it's a simple game, but at the same time a lot of fun. A lot of indie games in particular are like that, where it's like, you know, on its own, I wouldn't say this is like the most impressive game in the world or anything, but together, it's pretty good. Now, see, I'm gonna be able to, now that I've killed that guy, get over to this guy, but now I'm not gonna have the damage to kill the fire starter. I did set off a trap there, though, but it looks like it missed. Alright, and then just to keep her from getting burned, I guess I'm just gonna take it all the way back to where she was. Draco says Necrons all the way. And Paul Lang says thank you for all the hard work and reviews. Thank you so much. Lee says I'll probably wait for more updates to Rogue Trader before buying. I think that's valid. Like I said, I mean, there's a whole other DLC that has yet to come out, so there's plenty of room for improvement still. Alright, so...
If I may, as duty demands.
I think that'll pretty much do it. I think we're gonna have to get down to that Rebel Trooper, but I think just about everybody else is gonna wind up coming to us. I don't know that Abelard can reach this guy. I think they're gonna hit the max range, yeah. But we can still endure and wait. Oh, can't take a pot shot at the guy. Not bad. You can preview the range of abilities. Yeah, you're supposed to be able to do that. I think it's the hologram thing, where you can like, I forget the button that does it, but you can put up like a hologram and then it will show you standing from that point where all you have in range, yeah. Alright, so Argenta, we'll bring her up here and then see who she can hit. I think we'll just go for the fire starter. Even with the burst, she's got a pretty good shot at that guy. Yeah, there we go. That's not bad. I didn't think she'd kill him, but that was a pretty good burst. Do I have a tabletop of any of these games? I'm going to see you going nuts with the figures. I have a lot of the... Excuse me. I have a lot of miniatures, just in general, and he's helped even... Well, I say helped, but, you know, he's 5. He's done his best to paint some of them every once in a while. It's been kind of fun. He's real into Minecraft right now, though. Minecraft, Legos, Sonic, the usual suspects, I would say, for the most part, but...
Not a problem. Nothing of value
There we go.
has been lost.
Do I think they're going to make a roguelite mode for Rogue Trader, akin to the one, The Wrath of the Righteous? I mean, I suppose they could, but it would be a little awkward, to be honest. I don't know how that would work in... I mean, it's not impossible, I guess, because I guess you could be like, oh, it's like some warp anomaly type thing, but it wouldn't be my first pick. I'll put it that way.
Let's get to it.
Suffering is part of the trial.
Excuse me, sorry, I bumped my mic there. Good to see you. Love your reviews. I appreciate that. What do I think of the criticism this game received about the last 2 acts, that they feel rushed and half-baked? I think Act 5 is a little short. Act 4, I think, is all about seeing the consequences of your choices. So, I mean, I don't think it's short in the sense that it really just depends on how much exploration you did in Act 2. Plus, if you go back to all the systems you've been to in Act 4, you can also find, like, unique quests and stuff. So I don't think that's necessarily true for Act 4. Act 5, yeah, sure, I see how you could get that interpretation. I don't necessarily agree, but I could see how you arrived at that.
The Old Messiah knows functions successfully.
Do I think they'll take Rogue Trader as far as they took Wrath? I don't know if there will be quite as much DLC, but I think it will be just as good for sure. I think it's just the... Where is the second guy? Oh, there he is. Couldn't see him in the corner then. Alright. Now I gotta get everybody down here to kill these 2 guys.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Fading Light says I'm in my 30s and still into Legos. I mean, that's fine. No shade from me. I never really had Legos growing up because, you know, they're expensive and I was poor. But I will say that being able to get my son things he's into has been really, really cool. And it's cool to see his like brain turning when it comes to like putting like Lego sets together and like everything he can do to play around with them. I like that a lot. Andrea says I would be terrified to let my 5-year-old near my minis. Well, I have I have a little like resin 3D printer, so I can just like print a bunch of generic ones for him to paint. I think I'm gonna give her Finest Hour and then see if she can get down there.
Navigators are feared.
As the tenants demand. Trust me.
Drago says I'd love for another Xenos companion like the Tau or an Orc. That would be pretty cool. The Tau are confirmed not in the game though, and I don't think they'll add them in any capacity either, for what it's worth. I would say an Orc's not necessarily impossible, but I wouldn't expect it. And then as far as I know, we're supposed to get another companion with the next DLC, Lex Imperialis. I don't know anything else beyond that, but I'm pretty sure that one's supposed to also get a new companion.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Given that Lex Imperialis is supposed to be about the Imperial tithe, though, I think it might just be another Imperial guy, or a human, basically. How far I get down the stairs here? A little
Victory
bit.
is imminent.
Oh, this guy in the corner over here is killing me. I gotta move everybody
The enemies of the Emperor will be
just to come
undone.
kill this guy.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
There we go. Man, Argento was on it with the bursts for that fight. Alright, we can ask more about Aurora, which we'll have heard a couple times by now if we hadn't already, and then can't do much more about it, though.
It's about time.
Couple more fights to come here. Also get a flamer pistol if you want to go that route for, say, Argenta. I know a lot of people like to give her a flamer, and personally, I like to use the flamers for her off weapon, but that's usually until we start getting Melta weapons, which is usually like right around the end of Act 2, give or take.
Victory awaits!
Jose says even the game was done with that fight, yeah. Some of them get annoying like that, where you have to track down enemies, especially in these bigger areas. Legos being more expensive than Games Workshop minis was when I first realized how much my parents sacrificed for me. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely relate to a feeling like that, or, you know, the lack thereof in some cases, but Legos are outrageous. Price-wise. Like, they're good for what they are, don't get me wrong, but the price is astronomical. What's the difference between the Flamer and Melta weapons in this game? Flamers are like a stream, whereas Melta's, you know, like a big projectile, basically. And, you know, legally it's important to mention that Flame, or Meltas, rather, are simply much cooler. So there's that. Christian says, I've been looking forward to this stream. Awesome, glad you appreciate it. Okay, so this fight is not bad at all. There's just a handful of guys here, but I do have to get up close to some of them, which can take a second. So.
I'll do it. You can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Well, she hit one. I think My guys are a little clustered up, but I think if I move Cassie up here, I could probably just live the stairs these three.
In scarlet.
Yeah.
Witness the fury of House Orcelio.
Alright, we'll leave it.
I'm in, Mac.
Okay, so guess we'll just have Pascal come over here and hit this guy.
Running binary code.
Don't really need to do anything else with just 3 left on the field. Alright, so we got a 2-handed. I can hit both of these guys. And then Abelard and Cabela will finish off whatever's left.
Too easy.
Ah, missed both of them. Of course it did. I was hoping that little thing, because it has a 100% over penetration, so if it had hit one, it should have gone through and hit the other, but... Of course.
A tactically sound approach.
Draco says Meltas are cool, but nothing beats getting the heavy plate. Understandable. Alright, and that leaves one last guy for Cabela to wrap up.
A disorganized rabble should not be capable of bringing down a world like Ryklad Minoris. Is the governor exerting every effort to restore order here? I am not convinced.
If the governor is sincere
Now we just grab more loot, and then you can get down to the lower level from there under this place. We'll probably leave that be for the moment. I would like to get back to the ship to fix up Abelard first, but we are going to do those fights.
Operation successful.
Now, this is a heretic piece of equipment, which I think only Adira can use right now. And then the chainsword. So I think the chainsword is an upgrade for Abelard. Arturo says, you know you're going to get the worst throws if you're alive. Of course. That's how it always works. Alright, so speaking of exactly that, I don't know if anybody remembers in my BG3 stream, I started the game with a double nat 1 on the roll to get Shadowheart out of her pod. Double nat 1 that.
I better myself through my service.
It's a terrible way to start. Okay, I think there's a fight over here and there's a fight over here. This is the bigger fight. This one's a little smaller, but there's a lot of guys there. Oh yeah, you also got to talk to some of these blind people at some point. Gives you more conversation options with the governor when you get there. Because if you can, I want to say you get more profit factor if you can be like, here's what's going on. Where's one of those blind guys? Because if you go to the sewers, uncover what's going on there, find out about the blind madmen running around, and a couple other things, you can basically convince him that the threat is bigger than he thinks, I think. And he gives you more min, which equals more profit factor, something to that effect. I don't remember exactly.
A new challenge for me?
Alright, we'll come down here and...
You are in the presence of House Orcelio.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
Open up a little bit, so... Alright. Fire starter. Okay, so... 2 fire starters get a turn before we do, but I think if I just back up a little bit, it really won't be able to do much. Or at least, you know, with most of them, I should back up. Try not to get to a point where they could just hit everybody all at once.
The shadows reveal their secrets.
I forget exactly what the range is on those.
What is that? Chaos guides me.
Wynn says, Abelard is my favorite companion. Very understandable. Abelard's pretty great. Oh wow, they all went right after him, didn't they?
You'll regret this.
Okay, but on the plus
God
side,
Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
I think we'll get a decent burst out of that.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Destroyed the cover at least, I guess.
Doubt is for the strike is a prayer.
Zifander says, I hope after you finish this, you do some more build guides. I use your old BG3 and those ones all the time. Maybe, I'm not sure. Truth be told, one of the reasons I decided to do like a more or less user or viewer chosen build for this one is that I noticed that the new Pyromancer, Blade Dancer stuff that I kind of wanted to combine and mess around with is what basically everyone did already. So I was like, oh, I don't know how much value people are going to get out of that. You know what I mean? So we'll see, I guess. Alright, now I can bring Cassia down here, lidless stare, everybody.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
I guess
Me?
we'll just
If you
give our
insist,
Jinta the
Lord
extra
Captain.
turn since she's right here, and then single target that guy. Nice, then we can activate Revel and Slaughter, which will give us
As the Emperor commands,
buffs for the
I
rest
act.
of this fight. Alright. Still a couple to kill, but this fight's basically won. You have to kill these fire starters. Oh, I'm surprised you got Cassia there. I would have figured that would have been a line of sight thing, you know? Guess not.
You didn't stand a chance. Nothing I can't do. I don't have time for this. Out of my way.
Help me, Lord Captain!
Guides me.
Alright, Cabela. I think we'll have Cabela go over here and kill these two before they try to run too far down this way and trigger that whole group of enemies. That'd be a nightmare.
The shadows will see it done. Trust me.
Cassia is very OP. Yeah, she really is. It's pretty ridiculous.
The undying Emperor whispers his will. Killing brings me no pleasure. I am your blade and shield.
Okay, so I think what I'll do is go ahead and acrobatic artistry, which will bring her back here, and then all of my death from above charges that I got from doing her heroic moment should allow me to get over here and attack these guys.
As the tenants demand.
Just to show you how much these blade dancers can do in a single turn.
Trust me. As honor ordains.
Kirsten says, currently playing through Rogue Trader for the first time, and
Trust me.
Cassia has been carrying the party on her back. She's definitely capable of it, especially here in the early game where she gets that just ridiculous AoE that other people just don't have access to at this point.
As the tenants
Makes her come in pretty clutch, to be honest. Alright. Woot and move.
Follow my lead.
Another heretic vest. right now. It says, nice to catch a little bit of the stream before going to sleep. Cheers from Finland. Love your content. I appreciate it. That's really cool. Glad you could stop by for a little bit at least.
Blood is my
I don't know how
life.
long I'll be
Death
streaming for, to
is
be
my
honest with you. It's already
duty.
3:30 here, and I am starving. I was hoping to get through at least Act 1 today, but we'll see.
Doubt is for
I mean, I guess provided I don't die before then, or Aurora kills me one. We'll see how long something like that takes, and then go from there, I guess.
a feeling of wonder, as if a field of flowers was blossoming nearby. A child was saved from death. 1,000 heretics were burning alive.
Alright, I like to start this other fight from
stand in my way.
this side, if I can. The side we're about to walk up to. Oh, there Cabela is. I don't know if she got lost over there, I guess. Mostly because a lot of the enemies will have to run to you at that point, which lets you pick them off pretty easily, and then if everything goes well for you, you can use somebody like Cassia to take out the sniper before he can really do anything. Which is pretty handy. Where is... I guess, jeez.
Not my specialty.
There it is. Okay, I had the wrong guy selected. I was like, what? Trying to put med kits on Abelard, but I had the wrong character brought up. Wasn't paying attention. Orderman says Cabela's class is improved warrior anyways. Her class is like militant but melee. Yeah, no, I mean, Blade Dancer is crazy. I don't necessarily want them to nerf anything, especially in single player, but it is very, very strong. Alright, so I think...
Whisper and be heard.
Join me in prayer.
Does something trouble you, Lord Captain?
We'll have... Ah, man, it's starting. I was hoping I could get one of them before it started the combat, but I think she stepped over the threshold there. Alright, so...
We need
Get you
to
over
investigate.
here, Cassia over here, Abelard here. Bella up front as well. Same thing with Pascal. Argenta, we want over here. Some guys are going to come running down this path, so we'll set her up to burst them down. Probably get Cabela over here so she can come turn off that trap as well.
Let's get to it. Scared yet?
Legatus Maximus says it's so cool to open YouTube and see you streaming. Need to finally find time to go through Rogue Trader anyways. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for the kind words. And yes, Rogue Trader is, in fact, pretty great. I wonder, because of where I moved him to, and I couldn't see that trap, I wonder if as soon as I move him, if I'll set that trap off. Because that would be very annoying. But I guess we will find out. Okay, cool. I was a little worried it was going to set the trap off like the second I moved.
Already done.
Now, coincidentally, I don't think... Okay,
Excellent.
it was kind of
Matters.
giving me some weird vibes on whether or not I could turn that off.
Let's get to it.
Would I recommend doing a Heretic run? I was thinking of doing one as a Psyker. I would recommend doing a Heretic run at least once. I don't think it is as good as a regular Dogmatic playthrough, but I do think there's a lot of unique content there that is worth seeing. So generally, yes, I would recommend doing it. But just be prepared that, you know, it might not make the most sense. Osiris says, how live is this? Well, I guess we're still alive, so pretty live. I watch a lot of your vids, man. Love to see your opinion on games. Would never play, regardless of how I feel about them. I appreciate it. Honestly, that's kind of the backbone of what I do, really. A big philosophy of mine for the channel has always been, like, you know, if you think about a game, you could just search the channel for it, find it, and get a decent opinion on it before you buy it for yourself, which has seemed to work out so far. I think that's all Cassie is going to do, but we will voice of command our guy, and then after this, everybody should start running our way.
Out of our way! Hold on!
Faith without deed.
And we can just sort of pick them off as they come. Oh, whoops. I think I just skipped somebody's turn. I think it was just Pascal, though. Alright, so we'll bring Abelard down this way. He'll start picking people off, and then he can head up the ladder to grab those stragglers if need be, which will almost certainly be the case.
Reduced to dust!
Because there's a sniper up there. Sometimes he'll walk to the ledge, and Cassia can pick him off, but not always.
Let's get to it!
What do I think about Iconoclast? I would say Iconoclast is probably the least keeping up with the setting, if that makes sense, which, I mean, I suppose it does, but being nice to people is about the strangest thing you can do in Warhammer 40k, so in that way, I would say it's the most extreme by some standards, but it's still pretty cool. How long are we streaming today? Truthfully told, I am not sure, to be honest. Till I get bored, basically.
No.
Or I die, one. I suppose that would pretty well put a damper on things.
The other side awaits. I would that I could. The shadows will
So we're gonna bring her up here. They're gonna try to get to her. But once this fight's over, we can clear the path for the shuttle, so it should be whatever to get back to the ship, heal up, and then do the fights in the sewers after this.
Let's get to it.
Alright, I guess we'll just head this way with him now.
Not a problem for me. Suits my purposes.
A lot of these early game fights are really, really spread out, and it takes a long time to get through them just because a lot of it is spent just kind of moving into position because of how spread out it is. And that does kind of fade once you get a ways farther into the game. They tend to be a little more compact after that. You are fighting Aurora today. I'm going to try to get to there. If I don't reach a natural stopping point before then, I think Aurora makes the most sense to stop at, depending on how far we get. But we'll see. Alright, yeah, see, those guys are stuck up there, and then I've got to move everybody that way. Alright, nice thing is,
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Abelard's got his daring breach, so I should theoretically be able to get up this ladder, kill these two, and then be in a position to come up here and kill the snipers. So there's that at least.
At your beck and call.
Because now that he's got that upgraded daring breach, he gets movement points when he kills things.
It will be done.
Oh, come on. Really? 3 HP?
Let's get to it.
Alright, so now we can move up here.
As honor ordains.
Kill these characters, which should give us a death from above charge.
As the tenants demand.
So it won't kill that guy because he's got a little more health, and so does that one, yeah. And that's where we will leave it for right now.
Hold on. Let's get to it.
What is my favorite fight? I would say probably. Let me think for a second. There's a lot of them. If I had to pick one, I don't know that it hits as hard now just because of the DLC, but there's an optional fight in Act 2 where you can find an abandoned ship that then turns out to be infested with like a gene stealer cult of some description. And you'd have to fight them all off before you could, of course, get out of there. Which was really cool at the time, but now that that's part of the DLC, I don't think it's quite as impactful as it was.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Alright, only 5 more to go, but they're very spread out.
Duty demands.
One shot that guy, nice. Argenta, can she...
I'll do it.
Took a shot at least.
Let's make it quick.
And now Abelard should be able to get up here and get these guys. Oh, can he also? Nice. Not doing a lot of damage to the guy, but I'll take it. Not like they can do much else from where they are anyway.
I took care of this one.
Alright, get up here. We'll charge into that guy, and then I think Daring Breach is still in effect in terms of attack, maybe? Why am I getting extra attacks? I don't know. Oh no, that's just his movement range and then charge.
Indeed.
Aurora was great for shock value. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, the first time you fight Aurora is crazy because he just comes in out of nowhere. He's this giant space marine. Your hopes for survival don't look good. It's a really great fight.
My blade whispers your name.
How can I trust someone like you?
You know, Cabela, it's getting a little awkward that you're hitting your own teammates more than anybody else when I do that. I probably should have moved slightly to the right before I did it, but that part's on me.
Here we go.
Time to slaughter someone.
1 HP, of course. Okay, this should hit pretty hard though. I don't know if it definitely won't kill that. Oh no, that's, I thought that was the other guy with a lot of health. I guess I already killed him. Nice. Okay, so now we just got the sniper up there. I think we will just pass to Abelard.
Victory is target well struck.
Then we'll move
Follow
back,
my lead.
charge, and that should kill him.
Reduced to dust.
Alright, that fight takes a second. Because of how spread out everybody is. Talk to the blind mad woman here. Alright, yeah, there it is. So that little update is what you need in one of the talks with the governor, I believe. And we gotta shut off this turret while we're here. That flak armor's not bad.
A new challenge for me?
Alright, so now that that's destroyed, you can take the shuttle back to your ship if need be.
Something of interest.
Never doubt me.
And in the meantime, we've just got to pick up all of this.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Follow my lead.
I did it?
Zom says I just finished the game a few days ago. It was great. Yeah, it really is. I enjoyed the ending. Took a surprising turn, I would say, for all the build-up we do up to that point, but it was a good time. Yeah, I think. Oh, this guy has some gloves on him or something. The sniper up here. Yeah, another bolter as well.
When the
I tire of idleness. Let's move.
A lot of stuff to pick up. Now there's a sniper rifle for Cassia that I've been waiting on. Those are pretty good gloves for Argenta at this point. I believe this helm is something he can wear. We'll give that to Pascal just because. I think that's just about everything. How often do you use your Steam Deck outside of testing games for reviews? Not terribly often, to be honest with you. I mean, I work from home, so my PC's just right there. So unless I just want to play games in the living room or something, there's really not much need for me to use a Steam Deck because I don't really travel much, but that would pretty much be it. Okay, so now we've cleared that. We can go here to the western part of town. There's not too much going on here, just some loot to grab, and then we can go see the governor straight away, and then... Well, when we talk to the governor, there's some conversations you want to talk about what's going on in the city because of what's happening in the sewers. There's a couple of fights in the sewers, one against a demon. We have trauma on Abelard from where he fell in that first fight in the area. But the catch there is, none of that is technically affecting his combat capabilities, specifically because it's not any of the stats he uses. So, with that in mind, I think I will pose the question to chat if we should go to the sewers first or just go straight to the governor. And if I had to guess, you're gonna pick sewers just because it's more interesting.
I see what others do not.
Pay attention.
But we shall see.
Duty prevails.
But first, we gotta disarm all these traps and loot a few things. There's a situation up ahead we can curtail before we do anything, really. But we can get some profit factor when we talk to the governor as well, and I believe you get access to another vendor in there. One of the... Oh, what's his name? The tech priest guy. Enzalo says I'm just going to say sewers in caps. Yeah, that tracks. That's about what I expected.
Watch out.
Alright.
The shadows reveal their secrets.
Alright, we'll finish exploring this little area, which is pretty quick. There's not really... The only time you get in a fight here is if you fail a check with this old guy. So, if you are iconoclast, or if you pass a check, you can talk this guy down, basically. And if you fail to do that, it's a fight. And then once you've talked him down, you can just dogmatic kill the guy. Am I planning on streaming on a regular basis going forward? Loving the stream, by the way. Oh, I'm glad you enjoy it. I mean, no current plans to stream regularly. I mean, I try to save it for, like, special events for some of the reasons I talked about earlier, but in general, I don't feel like I have the energy or the personality for it a lot of the time.
Halt! I noticed something.
And let's be honest, my technical
Nothing escapes my sight.
understanding of streaming is not the best. I'm clearly not great at that. Are any of those bolters... No, it should just be the same thing, I believe. Try to put away some of this junk I've been collecting. That is, I mean, some of it's not that bad, but it's just not of great use to us at this moment. Like, nobody can use that, for instance. Don't need the las pistol. That one's kind of whatever. The chainsword can go.
my lead.
Why talk if combat
Never
gains
doubt
more
me.
XP? Well, because it's easier, I guess. Alright, so the governor's over there into that spot, and then I think there's just one more thing over here. Blueberry says, so this is what you look like. Love your videos, thanks for the content. Thank you as well. Kind of you.
A new challenge for me?
Bobby B says, I always worried I'll move on I always worry I will miss a section if I move on too quickly, and I oftentimes feel the same way. I'm also really bad about needing to stop and collect all of this sweet, sweet loot. Okay, so now we'll come over here. Level everybody up, then go do the 2 fights in the sewers. The first one shouldn't be too bad, but there is one in the second part of the sewers with a demon that is potentially worrisome. I think we'll grab strength in there. She need anything else? I don't think. Yeah, she's getting there. She just needs dueling mastery, and then we're good. Agility. Complete. There we go. Alright, so I think we're about I think we'll start grabbing up some other stuff with these guys. We'll go strength actually, and then I don't know that we're going to use Argenta that much longer, to be honest, but we will see. I think she has. We'll grab Bolt Weapon Expert just because. And for Pascal, I think we'll grab Ballistic. I think I need somebody with Lore Warp at this point. I think it's going to be Cassia. But Willpower, and then she needs Fellowship. And that should do it. Okay,
None
into the
shall
sewers we go.
stand in my way.
All right. Moving right along. It can be worth it to enter the sewers from this side of the area, because then you can sort of sneak up on the cultists, where you can get positioned better, basically. And in a perfect world, do something like Cassia's AoE Lidless Stare to just destroy these guys. Okay, do have to watch out for that fire starter over there. Alright, Argenta, Pascal, and last but not least, Cassia, which will be bringing up the rear here. So that should do it. Cabela, trying to think of the best place for her. I could just go straight after the leader, but she doesn't have any death from above charges, so that might be unwise.
Trust me. I shall not.
Should kill at least one of them.
Death is a blessing.
Nice. Okay, and then guess we'll just move her slightly out of the way. Mostly I just don't want her to get hit by that fire starter if I can avoid it, but it shouldn't be a big deal otherwise.
I am your doom. I serve the ruinous. I am your doom.
Kind of a weird reverb on your voice. Yeah, sorry, I don't know what's causing that exactly. I'll have to look into it after the stream's over and see if I can figure it out before I stream again tomorrow if we don't die today. Some people are mentioning it, and I don't know exactly what to do about it currently. So, sorry for the technical difficulties. Alright, I think we'll move Pascal up here. He can hit these two. His melee weapon's pretty good, especially in the early parts of the game.
My vow is to significant value.
And then we'll drop
Request approved.
exploits on the leader, which is where we'll leave it. Then we got Abelard. I think
My
we'll come
place
over
is
here
at
with
the
him.
fore. It will be done.
Where we'll make a very disappointing melee attack. But don't worry, that's all part of the plan.
One fewer target. I will do.
Then we'll
my
brace
duty.
for impact. Oh, is Owlcat Games in the chat? I see people mentioning it, but I don't see them. Okay, so...
Death to the weak.
Functions successfully terminated.
I think we'll just pull our Jins up and do a burst attack, see how that goes.
As the Emperor commands, eradicate.
Not bad. And then... I might be able to do a good lidless stare and not manage to hit Abelard at the same time, which didn't go well last time, but we'll double it up.
If
Okay,
I
that looks
may,
good.
die with grace
Nice.
at least.
And that's why everybody likes Cassia in the early game.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Chaos guides me.
Is this combat, or is the combat more fun on harder difficulties? Well, I think it's the most fun when there's actually a little bit of challenge to it. Personally, you know, it encourages you to actually use the systems. I mean, I think there's going to be diminishing turns for that kind of thing with everybody, especially with stuff like Unfair, of course. So your mileage may vary, but as a personal opinion, I think so. Sure.
Nothing of value has been lost. Already done. You didn't stand a chance.
And then I do believe Jabella has a bone to pick with this fire starter. The most annoying enemy in this area.
Caught by the web. Now, the other side awaits.
Alright, so we got 1, 2, where's the other? 3, 4, okay.
A dance of blades and shadows.
It's kind of wasteful, but I'm pretty sure we can just kill this guy if we expend a little bit of effort to do so, but also he's so far away that I don't feel like walking people over here when I could just use Cabela to do this, even though it's very much so overkill. Alright. So there's that. We'll leave her there for the time being.
Damage to bulk. Explorers know one route. Forward. Combat is an equation. Your life is an...
And then just wear the rest of these guys down.
At your beck and call.
the stream went from surprise at the Mortem face reveal to Owlcat fanboyism. Yeah, that checks out. Alright, so...
Rejoice in battle!
Has that guy done anything? I genuinely don't know.
I refuse. I'll do it.
Emperor, give
See
me
if I can
strength.
actually get over here to kill him.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Running by Nerika is significant value.
We kept him from moving, so there wasn't anything he could do. We'll get this guy over there. Gomzom says started the game on normal and switched to unfair later on. I think it was a little too easy. Start on unfair right away. Like a lot of games, unfair is not that bad once you get going. I think the start of the game is the hard part on difficulties like that, which is more than just this game. That's very common in most games to some degree. Like Wrath of the Righteous, unfair in the first couple acts is very hard, but once you get to like Act 3 and you start getting more options and stuff,
Aim for the heart next time.
you can slowly sort of get to a point where it doesn't matter as much.
Silence.
Do I enjoy RTS games? Yeah. Not all the time. I used to, I mean, like a lot of people, I used to play the original StarCraft all the time. And I liked that a great deal. Hey, Owlcat Games is in the chat. Very cool. Hopefully I won't die while they're here. That would be embarrassing. I mean, it'd be super funny, but still. Alright, so we can examine this. Gives you a little more information about what's going on here. We can also, of course, destroy the unholy limbs. Yeah, I think you have to loot the leader, maybe? There's like a little event here. Heavy leather, awesome. Then we get some more pretty good boots. We'll give those to Abelard. Owlcat says you are watched. Well, that's not concerning at all. Alright, so now we just gotta loot this place, then we'll get down to the fun part where the demon is. And we'll clear this out.
The machine gun grants me insight.
Once, of course, I get done obsessively looting
It's
everything.
about time.
You gotta be a little careful down here. There's a ton of traps over in the corner over here that we're gonna wind up finding before we head down.
Fortune
Yeah,
smiles on us.
I usually find it's best
Ill
to
omen.
start picking them apart from over there. There's also a puzzle that I think turns on a computer or a cogitator, so you can unlock
I'll
a
lay claim to the
safe
stars.
over there. I want to say.
Do you require an audience?
Watch out.
We need to investigate.
The Emperor
First the
favors me
traps, and
today.
then we'll level everybody up, and then we'll go down.
Never doubt me.
I want this loot cache, basically. I don't really care too much about the rest of it. So,
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay. The light of terror shines for us. I better myself through my
they're a little
service.
interwoven, the traps I mean, throughout here, so you gotta be a little careful. There's more of them I can't see in there, I know.
My success is an
Recruit the demon. I mean, if I wish I could.
Follow my lead.
Alright, that should pretty much be everything down here. There's a note over there that we didn't grab, but we'll level up, then do the demon fight. And because of his trauma, Abelard's not going to remember any of this. I think... I guess we'll grab Reckless. I don't necessarily use Reckless a lot personally, but, you know, it's not terrible. Alright, I think... think I'll just grab tenacity, just to make us a little more tanky, and then we're probably going to start picking up the basic characteristic improvements and stuff until we hit our next archetype. Then Cabela, she is going to grab probably I think Blood Oath. That costs a little bit of your health to use, but then your attacks can't be dodged or parried. And then I think we'll go ahead and start grabbing her abilities as well to get her agility bonus to damage and stuff. We'll get Taunting Scream on Abelard. Might start improving his Brace for Impact ability now that we've just about got the basics. Is there multi-classing in this? Not exactly. There are archetypes that you can choose at level 15 once you've chosen your initial archetype, so you can kind of mix and match that way, but I wouldn't say there's like true multi-classing, no. Alright, so I don't know what I want here. I guess we'll just get perfect timing just because. Alright, and then we're almost done with Argenta, to be honest. I don't think we'll have her for too much longer. I don't know. I don't necessarily want to use Heinrichs, or I might use her until I get Irolette, maybe. I don't know. Haven't decided just yet. We'll grab Rapid Fire for now, increase awareness while we're at it, and then for Pascal, I think we've got a lot of the important little stuff for him, the stuff that will help us increase our plasma and melee damage, but the melee is less important overall because I don't plan on using him a ton in melee, but we could grab some stuff to permanently increase some of his things, such as skirmish protocols, which is great for melee. I'm thinking Scanner Mechindrai just for the huge perception increase, and then we'll start maybe getting his actual abilities sorted out. Okay, so that'll be fine for now. Cool. Oh, I had both. I was thinking I already picked this one. I guess we'll grab Lord Xenos. Cool. And then Cassia, more Navigator stuff. All the Navigator stuff. I think we'll go ahead and grab Unnatural Allure at this point, because now she's starting to get a lot of them, so that'll bump up her fellowship a lot, which has cascading effects for things like her other skills and whatnot. Alright, off we go to fight the demon. Max says he's starting a blind Iron Man run on Core for Pathfinder Kingmaker this year. Was something of another dimension. Yeah, those difficulties on Pathfinder can be interesting, to be sure.
I noticed something.
Alright. There's not much to do down here. I think there's like one or two things to loot, but we'll worry about that after we start this fight. Okay, so If this goes well, it won't be hard at all. If it goes terribly, we'll die. Which could be said for most fights, but especially this one. Now this is a fight that you probably don't want to use Adira much in because the Veil stuff gets maxed out immediately. Okay, so we'll leave our main guy right there. We will put Cabela over here because this guy likes to bounce around a bit, and I want to have people in position to move, basically. And we'll put Abelard here in case I need to charge. Alright, so
as the tactical imperative dictates.
Yeah, I can't do that without hitting. Cassia, unfortunately, so I'll just kill one of them. And give us a buff while we're at it, just because, which I think only really affects Cassia, to be honest.
Running binary override.
And then
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. As the Emperor commands my act.
First, not terrible. I think we'll use this because there's a lot of. Oh no, they should have been closer. That gives us more momentum. I used that a little too early. That was my bad. Got a little too. Jumped the gun.
Doubt is for
Alright,
the
let's
weak.
do another bird. I only hit one that time.
Let's get to it.
But alright, here we go. Now
I shall not fear. Suits my purpose.
yeah, see once you get him to a certain point, he teleports and then turns all the guys around. Which means more guys for you to kill. But luckily those guys are pretty much just fodder. So it's not a huge deal. As long as you're prepared to not be overwhelmed.
Not a problem for me. I don't have time for this.
Alright.
Hold on. Let's get to it.
Luckily, the ones that haven't turned will actually help you out a little bit if they have the opportunity to do so. Okay, so I'm going to bring it down Pascal so he can kill this underride rabble guy so Cassia can move the other direction where she can lidless stare all of those guys. Johnny said I would have thought you were a psyker with that profile pic. Not an unrealistic thing to think, but I let the chat choose the class and everything because I thought that might be more fun.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Alright, so yeah.
Isn't this a job for the town all clad in scarlet?
Nice good hit for us. And then I think trying to think how I can
I will leave
I know how to do
footprints of scarlet. As the tenants demand. I shall not fail. Death is a blessing.
nice. That should trigger death from above, which hits him to 50%, so he teleports again.
As honor ordains.
And of course we get parried, so not impressive at all. But we'll back her up out of here so she isn't getting attacked unnecessarily. Oh, I thought that would have brought her back to there. That's odd. Oh well. Alright, we'll just move her over this way.
I bring mercy and retribution.
Show me what you've got.
Alright, now we got Abelard again, which I think we'll use to clear out some of these guys before we go after the actual demon again, but I think we'll be fine here.
It will be done.
If I could stop leaving things at 1 HP, that'd be great. Yeah, of course. Why not?
Let's make it quick. Here we go. Stick to it. Out of our way.
Alright. These guys won't do a ton of damage, but they will fight the guy.
Activate calculated fury algorithm.
Guess Pascal has to do everything around here. And still manages to get parried by one of them.
We get iron nerves no pain.
Let's see how they respond to this.
So
Nothing of value has been lost.
should be hitting our heroic moment here before too long.
Hold on.
But I would say the numbers seem to be on our side for this one.
Me. Another fur painted black.
The shadows will see it done.
Well,
As honor ordains.
for some generic enemies, they are very good at parrying Cabela. And unfortunately, she is out of her charges, and she did not kill that guy, so I'll probably just let that lie. And then for the third time, we're going to try to kill this random person. Okay, we got him that time. Alright, I could use my heroic moment, but I would not be able to reach him, so we'll try to cover some ground before we do that.
I will not die in dishonor.
Let's make it quick.
Okay. I turned a couple more, but the good news is he moved in our direction. So
Explorers know one route.
let's go ahead and move this way. And I'll probably call it there. I've got to cover some ground here so I can actually get back up to where I need to be. I might be able to
I'll do it.
kill someone first. Yeah, one at least. I want to save
Never wavered in the face of
the heroic moments for when I'm a little closer.
Nothing I can't do.
I could probably do it now, but I prefer to actually attack first, because then you get to attack, use the heroic moment, and attack a bunch more. So
Isn't this a job for this duty demands?
alright, Cabela. Here's your chance to stop being embarrassing.
Killing
There we go.
brings me no pleasure.
Okay, now we just need to close the distance.
A dance
And
of
attack.
blades and shadows. I shall not fail. Trust me. Death is a blessing.
Nice. Alright. Now we're actually doing something.
As honor ordained.
I should, now that I've killed both of those two little guys, I should have enough death from above to get over here.
The shadows will see it done. Let not the righteous fear. May their blades be sharp.
I think he might have one more teleport, which would be really annoying, but it might happen. Yo, Tom Brandon donated 6 something. I apologize, that was another currency. But have I ever played Total War Warhammer? Not personally. I've seen it, of course. I know a lot of people love. I think it's 3 that people really go crazy about. But no, I haven't played it a ton for myself. No. Alright, I think I could go through the hassle of, like, death from aboving her over there, but I think what we'll do instead is just
It will be done.
finish it off like this.
At your beck and call.
Well, if I could actually hit the guy.
I will do my duty.
Alright, so we'll brace for impact.
I've suffered worse.
Ah, these parries, jeez.
Faith without deep strike is a prayer.
Alright, so there's that. We'll try to... He should be done teleporting, so we should, if everything goes well, be able to wrap this up. Of course, he has... I should have used Sworn Enemy. Maybe that tiny little bit extra damage would have finished off his 1 HP.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Have I ever checked out Warhammer 40k Darktide? I haven't played it personally, but I did kind of take a look at it and stuff when it was, you know, about to release and whatnot.
I shall not.
Not exactly my kind of game, but it did look pretty cool.
Death comes
Here,
in
and this should end the fight. Unless she misses.
As honor or death is a blessing.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Got these two guys over here.
I am your blade and shield. Trust me. Killing brings me no pleasure.
To insist upon being
As
annoying.
lieutenant, death is
There
a
we go.
blessing.
All dead. What is the fail condition of the run? You die. It's an Iron Man challenge.
None shall stand in my way.
Alright, so easy peasy. Got off to a bit of a rocky start on this planet with that first fight. Didn't really go our way at all, but seem to have mostly recovered. So grab a couple of things and then we'll go talk to the governor, who's going to point us to another location. That's pretty good for her at the moment. And I think that's pretty much it. So
It's about time.
now we'll head back to the governor. Which is just up this way. Silver Valley says, what a coincidence. That's the fail condition to life as well. Dying, that is. So, I mean, you're not far off. The stakes are pretty high. Alright. Over to the governor.
I'll lay claim
Wrong
to the
side.
star.
By the way, not for nothing. I don't know what it is about these like billboards, but I love that art. That's a great little piece of art. Also, why are all of my characters wounded? It doesn't matter. I probably walked into a trap. Okay. So that's the end of this initial area. We just have to talk to a few
Gloomy and
people.
stifling, fills this space like dense
The governor
fog.
primarily, but then a couple other people in the room as well. There you go. Now that we can basically try to convince the governor here that something is actually happening. And we can also besiege him for people to man our ship. And he tells us about the monastery we need to go to, which is where we're going to find Heinrichs. And he can tell you some weirdness about Pascal's name, which kind of leads into that later. I think that's it for you. Tech Priest is a, if I recall, vendor. I don't remember what he sells. Somebody in Act 1 here has a very good great sword that we'll probably give to Abelard because we don't need it, but still. Now we can go through these logs, kind of get a few other bits of information, but mostly we're just headed off to the monastery now because that's pretty much the only thing we needed to do here. But before we do that, we might go ahead and do the flagship's blood thing because we're not exactly close, but we're coming up on the end of Act 1. We're like 3/4 of the way through it, basically. So, strength. Demolition. Agility. Yeah. We'll go strength for you as well. Might as well grab carouse, I guess. Might as well have somebody with it. Lucas LVG donated 20. Again, currency I don't recognize. I apologize. But much love from Brazilian fans. Oh, well, probably Brazilian then. Also, Alcat love their games and the clamp. Yeah, man. I do love these games as well. So I appreciate that, though. That's very kind of you. Alright, so for Argenta, I guess just perception. We really don't need much else with her. And at this point, there's not too much we need period for her, but I guess we'll grab No Heresy. He's probably getting swapped out with Heinrichs, if I'm being honest with myself. That's why I'm not terribly concerned about it. Okay, and then I think we'll grab just the general stuff with him as well. I think once Pascal gets a plasma weapon in his hands, he'll be pretty solid. Now we're going to grab Immolate the Soul with Cassia. Just kind of keep moving up her navigator powers until I have everything I want, and then we'll start doing other things with her. Her navigator powers are so strong that it's usually best to just start there. Johnny Orc says Heinrichs is more trouble than he's worth. He certainly can be. That's for sure. Alright. We'll grab Unblinking Stare. Make enemies basically vulnerable to our attacks of opportunity when it happens. So now we just return to the Void Ship, which will heal everybody so we don't have to bother spending the med kits on it. And then I would be surprised if we don't... I think we're good. Okay, so... Alright, I think we'll do... Cabela's stuff now to explore the ship. So that's not too bad. There's really not too much fighting. That's mostly an exploration-based thing, so it should go pretty fast. Do I speed up voice recordings in footage, or in video rather? Not really. Mostly it's just editing, so like rather than like a lot of dead air here and there, you like just edit that out so it flows a little more naturally. But that's about it. Yeah, we don't need to talk to anybody. We can just come over here and start exploring a little bit. We will first go to the chapel. With this DLC, you can actually start exploring a little bit, so that's always nice. That is to say, different parts of your ship, like you can come here and talk to your astropathic choir, such as the leader of them, Zachary Weiss. Or Weiss, I don't know. And there's some stuff that goes on there later. I think there's a quest for them in Act 2 in particular. And then we can go to the chapel. There's some puzzles in the chapel we can knock out real quick. I imagine, anyway. Before we go to the freight line. I guess reading from script is different than talking freestyle. A little bit. So I don't write like full-on scripts. I mostly just write down bullet points of the main points I want to hit, and then I kind of just free-form it from there so I don't forget anything, but that's kind of the gist of it.
I
Victory awaits.
Okay, so whether or not we can do this puzzle... There's like an awareness check you have to pass in here to unveil two... I forget where it is. This little square on the ground, and I think one more over here, if I'm not mistaken, make up puzzles with these tiles here. And if you step on them in the right order, these turn green, and you can grab that weapon, I believe.
None shall stand in my
I don't think I passed the awareness check to see that, though. Alright, so we can talk to our confessor about the ecclesiarchy and kind of learn about the Imperial Creed and everything, get a bunch of lore if you want, but that will once again come up later. And that is pretty much all we can do here, since I'm pretty sure I didn't pass the awareness check for that. So that brings us to the freight line for Cabela. Do I think I'll get an early review copy of Kingdom Come 2? Excited to hear your thoughts on it. Maybe. I mean, never say never. I honestly don't know. I know they did do that preview event. I didn't head out to it. I wouldn't have been able to go even if they had invited me, but they did not. And I know they covered a little bit of it that way. So as for a review copy, no idea. We'll simply have to wait and see. So now we can investigate the freight line, see what's going on here, and have a bunch of fun interactions with the crew and whatnot, while also looking for the cult of the Bloodspun Web, which is the cult that Cabela belongs to.
A new challenge for me?
And we can get there basically by following these little signs. Which are part of the Blood Spinners traditions. We can also see how the lower class lives while we're at it. But given the disgusting squalor that most of them live in, we have to be careful about not catching some sort of vile peasant disease while we're down here. Dark Lime says, hi, Mortismal. I like the new areas of the DLC. It makes the ship way bigger. It really does. I like that they fleshed out the actual ship. It makes sense when you think about how big these ships are supposed to be, that there would be more going on here as well. Alright, first things first, we gotta talk to this terribly burned person. Not much we can do for him, though, because he is all but dead already. Which is part of one of the tests from the blood spatter. So before we
I won't tolerate
go, we can come up
weakness.
here and I think pass an athletics check to get some loot over here.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Yeah, and you get stacks of ration cards.
Experience?
Some
Nothing matters more.
servants hassle you a little later on. You can just pass out ration cards for them. The flute player guy comes up later. But right now you can simply engage in everything going on in these lower decks. Okay, so our next test is this guy, I believe.
None shall stand in my way.
Who is a disgraced member of the cult, if I remember correctly. And rather than give him the death he's after, we just walk away. Until, of course, he falls to a terrible death. You can talk to the flamethrower guys, tell them to stop burning everything, but I'm dogmatic. Why would I want them to stop burning everything? Alright.
Victory awaits. We need to investigate.
Continuing on, more ration cards. There's a little scene that plays out here that the foreman of all these guys will see if he'll do anything to stop the guards about. But we're dogmatic, so he's just doing his job as far as we're concerned. His horrendously violent job. Man, your voice and face doesn't match at all. Yeah, I mean, you know, is what it is.
It's about time.
Okay, so, there's a little puzzle here where you can clear this box out of the way, but, and I imagine most people know this already. However, there is a achievement you can get by dropping this box on that guy's head, which accomplishes literally nothing, but it's very funny. And I think accidentally killing your servants as a rogue trader is pretty par for the course.
Follow my lead.
But Owen says, wait, is this a live stream? No way. Good morning from Italy. Nice to see you, man. How's it going? It is indeed a live stream. Fulfilling my yearly quota. Got a bit of a cough, though. Apologize. Alright, so now we can just kill this guy for no reason at all. Do I know when Rue Valley or Shadow of the Road release? I have no idea. I imagine they'll tell us when they are ready to.
I won't tolerate weakness.
But the reason you would clear that out is so you can get into this box, which will give you one of the new weapons, these one-handed picks. Which is kind of cool. Some of the versions of that weapon that you can get later are really cool. In particular, that one's kind of whatever.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Sylvan Valley says, how dare you cough? It feels like that sometimes, especially when talking is your job.
None shall stand in my way.
Alright, then we can see what these guys are up to. And I can just send them away for no reason. But those guys were thieves stealing weapons, and the sort of implied thing you would do is kill them, but you can just let them go if you want. Arturo says you've had this cold-like thing for a while. Yeah, I got like sick at the end of September, then I had a cough for a while, which is pretty normal for me, and then the last of it just doesn't want to go away. Kind of keeps hanging on.
A new challenge for
Alright, these people are going to hassle us for ration tickets. can loot a bunch and head down.
Nothing's impossible.
What is that?
A lot of hidden loot around here.
We need to investigate. I'll lay claim to the stars.
Then you can talk to the foreman that you saw earlier. And he kind of helps people get fed down here if they're working. And then if you're feeling brave, you can get some of this, let's say, less than appetizing soup from the guy. Alright, so I think that's just about... Yeah, so we got to do one more thing and then we can turn in this quest and also find the Bloodspun Red while we are at it. But there is, like the one fight you'll have down here under normal circumstances is if you...
Fortune smiles on us. And ill
find some information and talk to
The Emperor favors me.
this guy over here, which will incite some of those guys to attack you. I mean, none of them are very strong, so it's not a dangerous fight at all, but it is a concern. You don't necessarily need the paper I just grabbed to do this, but it does make it easier. There's a few different ways you can make that happen. Samu says, good luck with the stream. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. What can you do with the extra ration tickets? I'm not sure if you can do anything with the extra ones, to be honest with you, but I know you can just sort of hand them out in lieu of passing checks and stuff down here. Like, for instance, we could hand this guy a note we found, we can give him ration cards, etc. before we get attacked.
Bow before me.
But, as I mentioned, these guys really aren't that bad, so his VAT guards turn on you whenever you try to figure out what's in those crates, which is certainly suspicious.
1 foe or 100, I will kill them all, as honor ordains.
Now that said, it goes a little bit easier if you can actually hit the enemy at max tier. It's like, personally, I've noticed that if you, as a sort of like pro tip for you guys, if you keep your health above 0 while bringing the enemies below 0, that's going to win you most fights. Alcat Game says, big regards to Mortismal for highlighting us all the time. Appreciate it. I mean, honestly, keep making great games. It makes for an easy thing to do. Alright, so Cassia... Okay, we're going to hit Cabela because I put her in a bad spot and didn't think about it, but this is going to be a brutal lidless stare.
I am a navigator. The navigator's might.
Yeah. Good times.
Emperor, protect me.
And now we're just left with these little guys over here, which I think Pascal might be able to kill in one hit. Nice. People saying, what a shrat on my pro gamer moves over here. Never tried that one before. Listen, I mean, just give it a shot. It'll work every time. Alright, so...
As the Emperor commands, I act.
We've got like one hanger on. Just... Oh, there's two actually. I didn't see that one other guy over there. But either way. As fights go, pretty easy.
At your beck and call. It will be done.
Somebody says, oh, that's why people say you should take Cassia. Yeah, it's really ridiculous. Alright. This is entirely unnecessary, but I don't feel like passing the turn just to kill this one guy. So we'll heroic moment and then finish that guy
It
up.
will be done. I took care of this one.
Have I tried playing this game with a controller at all? Not this one. I mean, I suppose I could at this point. I have a controller now, but no, I can't say I've actually tried by any means. So you'll hear some names and stuff about people who are riling up the guards down here, which is why they just attacked you and everything, which has to do with the broader DLC plot, as you might imagine. So there's that. But for the most part, we'll just loot, grab those the bits of gear over here. We do need to heal Cabela's injury from Cassia. Oh, that's cool. We get an auto cannon up here? I didn't realize. I'm not sure. I've ran through this area like 4 times, and I don't remember seeing that, but that's really cool. And I don't think, sadly, anybody can use it, because I don't think the one character who would need it has the strength to use it, which maybe is why I forgot about it. That sounds like something I would do.
I rise to the occasion.
Necromancer says, hey, Mort, huge fan for a few years. Just finished Rogue Trader earlier today and even got the secret ending. Insanely good game. It is.
New challenge for me?
Glad you got the secret ending. Thankfully, probably for most people, that's a little easier than Pathfinder's secret endings, but still an accomplishment. Did I know that since I liked a comment in which I asked about Kenshi that I'm legally obligated to play and review it? So I've looked into Kenshi. Kenshi, I think, would be a very difficult game to review in my usual style, but I do think at some point I will likely make some sort of video about it just because it looks really fun.
This will make a fine
But believe me, it's on my radar.
My body was
KW says face reveal. But not quite. Alright, this is the sort of sick bay area of the ship. And almost the end of the road for us. And we can fix an elevator to go back up here. Loot a couple of more things, and then we gotta just talk to one person over here.
The shadows reveal their secrets.
Duty prevails.
Yep, there's a level up. In a perfect
I
world,
better
we'll be at
myself
least level
through my
15 by the time
service.
we hit
Never doubt me.
Aurora. But I'll be real with you, Aurora might knock us out of the competition. It would not be unheard of by any means. Alright, so the stuff we just picked up, gloves for Cabela, as well as a bone charm. A grenade just because. Okay, so we got to talk to this lady up here, Zadina, but we have contracted a rash from our time down here, so that's worth knowing. And she's going to show us the way to the cult. Oh, David, excuse me. David Stern donated 20 pounds, I think, and said, hey, Mort, love the content. 2 questions. What's my favorite Atlas game and why? What's your favorite overall JRPG? My favorite overall JRPG is Final Fantasy XII. Not even close. Truth be told, I've only played 2 Atlas RPGs, really. Metaphor and Shin Megami Tensei 5. Of those 2, I prefer the aesthetic of SMT, but I admit I'm not exactly the most knowledgeable person of their games. Have I ever played Fire Emblem? Yeah, I've played a few Fire Emblems, sure. Okay. So, our character... I think I'll start grabbing some defensive stuff, and then we've already got those maxed out, so I guess I guess we'll just grab athletics at this point. And I think she has most of what she needs at this point as well. Yeah, so. Looks like carouse is where she's at. Okay. Yeah, he's good. So now we can start picking up all of these extra things. What general build am I going for on Rogue Trader? I'm kind of just leaning into the melee character the best we can, so I let chat kind of decide what to start the character as, which is a little different than what I'm used to. We're a commissar warrior, and we'll kind of see where we go from there. So generally, I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, Alcat mentions the competition is tough to beat. It really is. I do not have high hopes for actually beating the current leader, to be honest with you. I think the person in the lead right now has probably got it in the bag, especially because I get distracted and I like to talk too much. But not least of which, because I didn't really want to min-max. I wanted to make it more fun than that. And while I think there's a certain value in tearing through these things, especially quickly, because I'm also trying to talk to you guys at the same time, I figured that might be a little more fun. Alright, so... Oh, Johnny Orc donated 5 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. He says, as I understand it, Rogue Trader was your first foray into Warhammer 40k. What are my thoughts on it now? I wouldn't say it was my first foray, actually. It's definitely the thing that got me to... make an effort to learn more about it, but it's not the first one I played, if that makes any sense. As for right now, I love it, to be honest with you. I've come to appreciate it more, especially with things like the DLCs. I really am looking forward to Lex Imperialis, because it's about the Imperial Tithe and stuff, and I want to see that. But, and honestly, it's just gotten better. Alright, okay, so, sorry, getting distracted. Speaking of, I think we'll grab... agility training for her, and then Tide of Excellence and ballistic skill. Alright, we're not doing too much with Cassia until we get all of her navigator stuff sorted out. Basically, every single thing that I want. And then we'll do other stuff. What do I do for all the guns and armors you just pick up? Is there a reason to keep it, or should it all go to the cargo? Pretty much just all goes to the cargo. That way you can trade it to the people who give you the most rep for it. Okay, there we go.
Just as I was taught.
Nice. And now we can go over here to Zedina. If I die, will I try again? Is it allowed rule-wise? Once you die, that's it. That's where you place in the competition if it happens. So no worries there. I mean, never say never otherwise, but that's about it. So we have to jump into here to follow the cult. Is Rogue Trader my game of the year, or is it really Veilguard? Well, Rogue Trader didn't release this year, so it's not even an option, but... I mean, it might be one of my favorite DLCs. When I get around to doing my own like Game of the Year videos, I mean, there's a good chance I will include a DLC section, and this will definitely be in there. Okay. So, things aren't looking good. We're in the bowels of the ship, we've got a weird rash, and we're all alone.
done.
Otherwise known as a Tuesday. We're just about done with this particular quest. We just have to make it to the bottom of this, which involves finding a bunch of loot that we can grab on the way down before we meet with the cult proper, which pretty much ends the quest. Is the whole game on the ship? I know they get crazy huge in 40k. No, it's not just on the ship by any means. I mean, you could definitely do that, but it is not.
A new challenge for me.
I missed loot there, but I don't think it'll matter.
Halt! I noticed something.
Some more stuff, but we just have to talk to somebody down here, and that's pretty much it. As this quest is just about introducing you to everything.
This cannot be.
And then we can get our companions back now
I
that we're down
won't
here.
tolerate weakness.
Alright. So this is the sort of leader of the cult that sent Kirbella up to talk to you because he's a little too old to leave himself these days. Alright, and now we can sort of join the cult. This is a really cool cutscene, so I'm going to let it play. Am I going to cover Red Dead Redemption, the PC one that just came out? Well, the version of it that came to PC. Maybe at some point. No current plans. I might. Alright. Now we can offer a prayer to the Emperor for our dogmatic self. And that is pretty much it for that particular quest. I don't think I missed any loot down here. Now one in the corner over here. And then we can leave. And barring any interruptions, we'll be off to the monastery. Where are they getting all that fresh blood? Listen, it doesn't matter from where the blood flows, just that it flows. Okay, so now we can talk to the Enforcer, give him our sort of determination about what to do about the freight line, which is going to be dogmatic, because that's what we're doing. And you even get a little bonus to the flagship for it. Oh, okay, so that's pretty much it down here. That should just leave us with the monastery and then the final bit of the act. Which we will,
Victory awaits!
remedy. But before we do all that, we'll once we get to the part like right before the end of the act, we'll go to the vendors and trade all the cargo we've been picking up along the way, so we can get as much as we can from them before we move on to Act 2. So we can attempt to try not to die here. Alright, off to the monastery, which is where we'll pick up Heinrichs.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
There's a little bit of loot to be had out here, though.
Excellence matters.
My house would be proud of me.
I rise to the occasion.
Onward! We'll grab Heinrichs, and then we will
A new challenge for me?
go the opposite direction, because then we can grab a buff that should help us out in here. Here's Heinrichs, of course.
I'm not certain. Seneschal.
But he needs our help here as well, which is fine, because that's what we're doing here. But he does have to join your party, so I think we'll drop Argent. I think she'll be the least useful here at the moment. Though we might pick her back up through Aurora, because we've already got a lot of melee. So Heinrichs is not exactly helping us out a ton here. But his biomancy and everything isn't bad either. So it's not like the guy's useless or anything. Ugh. First, we gotta level him up. And then I think he should be able, yeah, he can take his first psi power upgrade right when you get him. Fish says, what is this place? I don't remember that from Act 1. I mean, it's a story required location, so it's just the monastery, or the it has a much longer technical name, but I always just call it the monastery. All right, that's probably my favorite biomancy power, is that one that just poisons everybody you hit. All right, so there's that, and then is there any gear we can give him? Oh yeah, any good for me? Probably not. Forgot they gave me that armor. I'll give it to Cabela for right now. Alright, so there's really not much we can give him at the moment. We have one or two things, but for the most part. I'm tempted to give him this pick, just because I think it would be funny. I'm pretty sure he comes with a default power or force weapon rather, sword proficiency, but still, or the bonus that gives you extra damage or whatever. Did I expect the polarization in reviewers' opinions for the latest Dragon Age game? Yeah, very much so. I mean, I think if you followed Dragon Age at all, it was always going to be a contentious title, so not a huge deal. Sorry, green screen's kind of messing up on me. Mic forward, bring that a little closer. The light outside is changing, so kind of messing with my settings a bit. Alrighty. So,
none shall stand
that
in my
opens
way.
this. You can grab that. Now we can come over here to this room, and if you pass a couple of checks, you can get a really good buff for this area. Arturo says, gotta go, but it's great seeing you. I appreciate that. Always glad to have you. Sorry. Haven't done this much talking in a while. My throat's starting to feel it. Will I be playing the Dragon Quest III remake? I'm not sure. Probably not. I've got other things I would like to do, but we shall see how it goes. Now, if we can pass a check here, this guy will give us a really cool buff that will prevent shock damage and stuff, which is some of the damage we're going to be taking, which is useful. Especially in this literally fight that's about to happen in this hallway. What's my favorite Chaos God? I would say, like, pure aesthetics, probably Nurgle. Overall, I think Khorne's probably the easiest to enjoy. Alright, so we get ambushed. But as you can see from those zeros, the buff we just got prevents a lot of the damage these guys do, which makes this fight a joke, to be honest. Alright, so...
Not a problem for me. Nothing I can't do. There's nowhere to hide.
Nice. Almost one-shot that guy. That's disappointing I didn't. But that's alright, because hopefully Abelard will have the damage to... Yeah, cool. I wasn't sure if he'd quite manage it, but he did. Ty says, how's it going? Awesome. Can't complain at all. It'd be cool if I did a live stream of Expedition 33. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like the bigger I get, the more people ask for live streams, but for reasons I've already talked about earlier, it also puts more pressure on me. Because there's just, you know, a lot of eyes, a lot of, like, oh, do this thing or do that thing. I don't know. I don't feel like I have the personality for that stuff. But I'm not inherently opposed to it. But we shall see. Alright, so...
Victory is imminent.
These guys really just can't do much damage to us at all because of
nothing.
that buff. But what they can do is heal each other, which you probably just saw there. Which is annoying all on its own.
Another foe painted black.
But clearly, they've never met Cassio.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Oh man, I thought I had one more AP. I thought I was going to be able to use Bring It Down there, but I lost track of my own stuff. Alright, I should be able to hit all three of those guys. And then Cabela finally.
As a tenant's death is a blessing.
Should end it.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
Sylvan says, I think you're entertaining enough for streaming, but of course don't do it unless you want to. I will see. Why is Argenta not in our party? Because I dropped her for Heinrichs for this quest. Alright, I think... Where is the other guy? Oh, there he is. I lost him for the blood haze there.
Trust me, death is a blessing.
Alright, there's one fight down. A couple more to go in here, though.
Follow my lead.
So that is what you need to get to, but we have to go the long way around. There's a puzzle in this room, but again, the reward for it is a little underwhelming. It's like an arc rifle or something. And I always wind up getting rid of it pretty quick. I used to have the code for this memorized from where I was running through the game so much, but you have to put a code into that computer or cogitator, and then it opens up that door, which gives you that rifle.
Victory awaits.
Oh, sorry. It says something about the reverb. Yeah, there's some problem with the mic. I'll have to fix that after the stream. I'm not exactly sure what's happening, but despite adjusting all of the settings over here on OBS, I can't quite get it to stop. So I'll have to figure out exactly what's going on later. Alright, so we have to pay attention here before we get zapped by these things. We'll wait one more time for this, because as soon as we walk onto the stairs, we get into a fight up here, but... You also have to avoid these traps.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
I don't see how that's an ambush. You can see the guy, but, you know, whatever.
Step aside.
The big thing here is that you just don't want to get
navigator
caught
is
in that electricity. If you can avoid it...
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Oh, well, that was a nice hit. Wasn't exactly expecting that to just kill that guy. Reese says just say it's an echo effect. Yeah, we'll pretend it's just for this. Somehow related to the stream specifically.
Me?
You know,
If
some
you
fancy
insist, Lord
Warhammer
Captain.
40k thing. Alright. Oh man, I was hoping... I was thinking I was going to destroy that cover, but I grabbed the wrong guy. Ah, well, we'll hit brace for impact on everybody. This fight, as you may imagine, isn't terribly difficult. You're just dealing with the traps, and you got to get up the corridor.
Chaos guides me. Forge ahead. Already done. All too easy.
Nice. Now we can just focus on the guys in front. Oh man, for a second there I thought he was going to walk into that lightning. That would have been really funny.
Death to non-believers.
What is my first name? You strike me as a Chris. Listen, that is the most Kyle sentence I've ever heard in my life, Kyle. I just want you to know that. But also,
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. Naturally.
Heinrichs can also... he's also melee, so we are meleeed up right now. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Melee is pretty strong in this game. Did I go the Commissar route? I did indeed.
As the tactical imperative dictates. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Alright, that should get us close enough. That's a pretty good round for this one.
I will do my one fewer target.
And that just leaves us with the 3 back there. So basically, just don't park ourselves in the trap and we should be fine.
Emperor, give me strength.
People laughing about my joke with the names. Alright, so Cassia is not great with these weapons, but it is about... Oh, she's got the range.
If I may.
So we'll just take a pot shot at that guy. And then, I guess we will... I guess we'll just finest our Abelard.
Paint your death in colors.
I've seen worse
Get
battles
him
than
over
this
there
in my
and
time.
charge the other one.
At your beck and call.
I think I could have killed that guy
Victory is
before I
imminent. I took
did
care of this one.
the charge, but wasn't quite paying attention. Alright, so I think that'll do it. We'll just leave that there, and then so Cabela's got a nonsense amount of movement, as you can see, where we killed all those guys. So now she's gonna move the entire length of it, basically.
As honor ordains. Come, the other
Patrick
side
says had to bounce to go get flowers for his girlfriend, but now he's back. I appreciate it. Peter says watching from Budapest. Always nice to catch a live stream. That's awesome, man. I appreciate that. Squirrel in the wall says typical Jesse reaction. Good. At least you know. Alright, so now we just gotta get that last guy all the way over there.
Not a problem for me.
Couldn't throw a grenade that far, could I? Alright.
Everyone, step aside.
I might be able to purge soul from here. I don't know if I'll... Nope, won't quite make that either. Don't want to walk him into the trap. And then it's finally Abelard's turn, and this... I don't know if he'll be able to get that or not. Alright, so... There we go.
One fewer tongue.
Got him. Alright, so there's that fight, but we still gotta watch out for the traps, mind you. So we will take just Pascal here and grab everything else, basically.
My cardiovascular augmentation.
Get the sniper rifle. Don't really need much over there. I think if I hit the athletics check, I think everybody just automatically, yeah.
Is blessed with multifunctionality.
And a plasma pistol. So that's one of the things we were after for Pascal. We'll get a plasma rifle a little later, but plasma is what we're talking about with that guy.
The machine gun grants me insight.
Rodrigo says, I hope they never nerf the Blade Dancer Executioner. Yeah, that stuff's a lot of fun.
I did fine.
Now, we'll wait for the trap to trigger. And then we'll run on by.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Don't want to catch the injuries from that, but we're getting pretty close here. Grab this last bit of loot. Then we got 2 more fights to go, I think,
As it should be.
before we start finding ourselves at the end of the act. Now you have a few options here. You can't just go in guns blazing. PW Drosta says Pascal gets a boost for plasma. He can. I don't remember if he gets one by default or not, but as a Forge World character and a Tech Priest, he gets feats and stuff you can take that specifically buff up plasma. Whew. Alright, so Pascal offers up a path of subterfuge, but we're going to go in guns blazing.
Take a knee and bow before me.
The masters demand your death.
If you can get characters to bunch up, this is another spot where Cassia will do a nonsense amount of damage. And then Pascal. So there's a lot of enemies in this fight, 27 as you can see, but they're all very low health, so they die very easily. There's just a lot. Alright. The old iron arm.
Alas, no.
Followed by...
I won't object to it.
The charge.
For the thrones.
And that's it for Heinrichs. So... now... come up here.
Nothing I
Kill
can't.
these.
You didn't stand a chance.
Don't think I can charge anybody in range here. He's too close.
Not
Use
my
that little
specialty.
ring thing at him. River Lori says the assets here remind him of the Ascent, or he or she, I suppose. Yeah, kinda. Kinda has that general vibe to it, sure. I think all the sparking electricity will do it.
Death to non-believers.
Such is the will of chaos.
Death to the weak.
Crush the feeble.
Chaos.
There we go. I'm glad. So Cassia goes very last, so I'm hoping they all bunch up appropriately so I can get a really good hit with her if there are characters that are still alive. Now this is why I like Plasma for Pascal. Because with those buffs and stuff that we have, he can do a big area attack with it that clears out a lot of enemies. Especially if you can just sort of use perfect spot to post him up somewhere. That's kind of how I like to do it. Alright, so that's it for him. Bella.
The shadows will see it done. Let your soul be purged, as honor ordains. Caught by the web, my blade whispers your name. I shall not fail.
Didn't do quite enough damage there to be useful, to be honest, but not a big deal.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Alright.
At your beck and call. It will be done. I took care of this one.
Yeah, I'm not going to quite get the angle on that I need. I really need to be down there to hit the ones that I was hoping to kill, mind you. But that's not to say we can't do anything.
I'm not accustomed as duty demands. I'll show you why navigators are feared.
Suits my purposes. Nothing of value has been lost.
That's like my favorite line, that like the little shouts that they do, is that nothing of value has been lost. Really makes me laugh. Alright.
I am a navigator, not
Probably
a
should have done that before I
servitor.
took that turn, but whatever.
I need a foothold.
And now we go kill these guys, so...
Naturally. I'm done with this one. But of course, Lord Captain.
Oh, no parry. That's a bummer. Really brings down the momentum. Log says I had no idea you streamed Mort. I mean, very rarely. It's like literally, without exaggerating at all, like maybe once a year. I am not consistent with that at all.
Death to the weak.
Not much left. All that damage has given. So look how ridiculous her movement gets. We get 28 movement because of how many enemies we've killed. We could traverse literally the entire thing with Cabela right now. It gets silly after a little while.
Blades and shadows.
Provided you set it up, of course. Do I enjoy streaming? I enjoy it when I do it. I don't enjoy it enough to do it all the time, as should be pretty obvious, I imagine.
Brings me no pleasure. The shadows. Trust me.
I think Cabela should be able to finish this out. Yeah, there it goes. This game or Wasteland 3, they're very different. Overall, I would say Rogue Trader here, but Wasteland 3 is also very, very good. And honestly, probably a little cheaper. Especially at this point. Alright, so let us loot everybody. Not that they have anything worth taking, to be honest. But
my success is an irrefutable certainty.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
All the loot. Talk to the tech priest. He will remove that barrier. He's also related to Pascal and his quest, but this allows us to get to the basement, so to speak, where we'll have one of the main fights. Alright. Before we do that fight, we'll talk to everybody and level everybody up and then go down in there. I think we're level 14 right now, so we're pretty close to level 15, which is where we get our secondary archetype. He can kind of tell us what's going on. He can actually give us some help for the battle if you are dogmatic, I think. And they have a specific branch of the tech priest that they follow. So yeah, so if you have dogmatic here, you can get some help in the form of the monks to help you out. Oh. Alright. Now I will grab toughness. And then we'll grab I think we'll just keep upgrading our weapon skills and everything so far. Grabbing the stuff for him as well. What's my favorite path? Dogmatic. That's why we're doing it. What was my first CRPG? I mean, the first one I beat, I don't know. My like legit first one was when I was much younger, and I'm like 90% sure it was Baldur's Gate 1 or 2. It's been like I don't know, like 25 years though, so they'll have to give me a little bit of a break on that one, I'm afraid. But it was one of those from like the late 90s, early 2000s. I don't remember exactly which one I played first. Did you skip all dialogue in your first playthrough? No, of course not. I skip it now because I just know about it and I don't want to read it all for you guys, to be blunt. But obviously, in order to know the story and what happens, I have to see it all play out first. Have I ever played any of the King's Bounty series? No, not yet. That and the other Spiderweb software. Am I thinking, is King's Bounty the one from Spiderweb software, or do I have that wrong? I might have that confused with something else. There are some older CRPGs I have to get around to, though. Alright, so... we'll grab Stable Roots. That'll help us remove Veil Degradation as we go. Cool. Heinrich's is mostly pretty good. I like Sanguine Siphon. Alright, now we'll grab Perception. Alright, yeah, I was thinking of a different game on King's Bounty. No, I'm drawing a blank then. I'll have to look it up later. Unfortunately, I can only remember so many games, as it turns out. Okay, so... what was I doing? Alright, we'll grab Utility just because that's handy. And then... Strength. I think we got everything for characteristics, maybe. Yeah, we'll grab those just to get her a little higher there. And then down into the basement for the first section of the end. Okay, so this is coming up on the end of the act. There's a couple more fights between it and this, but after this we can start the sequence that is in fact the end. Okay, so for this fight, you have so many rounds before the reactor blows, and your job basically is to get all of these characters around Aurora dead. So this is Aurora the cultist, and we have to kill these guys, including the Electro Priests that she has turned, in order to gain more turns before the timer ends. That's kind of the gist of this one. And I don't know exactly how they make the determination to split your party here, but they do, and you do have to deal with it. Cabela over there as much as possible, and then the electric piece. Okay. Okay, so basically we want to kill these tech priests because that gives us the extra timer, and then beyond that it's pretty much just taking them out.
All too easy. Kind of think of where I can be the most useful. We obviously want to hit the tech priest. Nothing
Yeah,
I can't. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
No, so if I do that, I can't charge. Alright, then I can charge up here. The priests themselves are not a concern at all because we have that buff, and they basically can't do anything to you if you have that buff, so it's mostly just what these guys are going to do. So, like that, he hurt all these guys a lot more than he hurt me.
His ruby flushes up, choking me.
Alright. First, pump ourselves up.
The Emperor is on our side. Let's see to it.
poison that guy.
For the throne's glory.
And that'll be that. He dies to an attack of opportunity. Parried. Oh, I think I might have accidentally skipped Pascal's turn there. But oh well. I'm not sure if that was me or if it just did it on its own. Okay,
A tactically sound approach. One fewer target.
Indeed.
Reduced to dust.
Alright, now we have Cabela. So
I am your blade and shield. As on
do a basic attack.
I shall not fail.
Death from above.
Come, the other side awaits.
There we go.
Killing brings
Killed
me
both
no
of those guys.
pleasure.
Nice. That gave us another death from above.
Trust me.
Or two, actually. Figured that would have done more damage, to be
As
honest.
honor ordains.
Not a big deal.
Is a blessing.
Alright, and that's it for her this turn. Now the Electro Priests. They, truth be told, I mean, you can get them, but one of the things that I will say is that those guys really don't do much in this fight. More often than not,
my gaze.
they're struggling to get to anybody. Alright, I can
Isn't this a job
drop
for the
you, just
serfs?
get you out of the way.
Another foe painted black.
You will bring it down.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Suits my purpose. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Do a daring
I'll bring
breach.
glory to my bloodline.
I think we'll keep it simple and just kill these guys. Part of me was like, go big and try to get the guys up there, but realistically, I don't know if I'll be able to make that charge, and if I can't hit that guy, it would be very disappointing.
Not a problem for me.
What an amazing build. It's alright. Just kind of working with what I got, to be honest. Alright, we're already out of action points, but we are going to walk him up here. Just to be closer to these guys, to make our life easier. And then...
If only that were
I
possible.
don't think she can reach anybody with voice of command at this point.
My ears are ringing.
Curse you, miscreant!
That buff is just doing work over here. They're not doing anything to me. Alright, so now it's actually his turn. We'll get right
Let's see how they
here.
respond
And
to
I don't know if I can
this.
charge that guy from there or not. Yeah, I can.
Suits my
Like,
purposes.
sometimes it's a little weird about the corners
Learn.
there.
Already done. You didn't stand a chance.
Alright, there's that. Not that it'll do me a lot of good, but because of that daring breach
All too
earlier,
easy.
so allowed us to keep moving. Alright, well there's that guy dead to poison. Now Heinrichs can come up here and fight the next one.
The Inquisition sends their regards.
And hilariously, I've killed so many people that Pascal can basically do nothing. He can't reach anybody to do anything.
My place is at the
Alright, we'll attack him and then charge forward to try to close the gap on these other guys.
It will be done.
And then, of course, Cabela with her insane movement. Do I have... Okay, we'll come up here with her movement because she's out of death walls. Or, death from above. There we go. Oh no, it's in range, but she can't see it. That sucks. I was hoping I would be able to jump from here to there and nail both of those guys. That's a bummer. Right, we'll just leave her there and cover them. PW Justice has got to hop off, Mort, but you're the best on YouTube. Keep it up. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We're not terribly far from wrapping it up. I would like to get to Aurora today, but we'll see. It's getting kind of late, and I've been at it for a while. I'd really hate to stop just before Aurora and then die immediately to Aurora tomorrow. I mean, on one hand, that would be hilarious, but also... reach that far.
I'll paint your
We'll see what this gets us.
Suits my purpose. Nothing of value has been lost. I shall not fear. Not a problem for me.
Nice.
Nothing I can't opposing
and now we just need to kill all of these guys. That was a crazy turn. Death Macarena, something like that. Alright, so... Oh, hey, there's a... I completely forgot that guy was there. Alright, so now that should stop the reactor from dying, period, basically. But now we still gotta wrap up these last 3 fights.
Chaos guides me. Nothing of value has been ruinous powers.
Alright, so where are we at? So... the only 2 left are over here, which I do not have the movement to get back to, funny enough. We'll just have to get as close as we can, I guess.
Suits my purposes.
We'll just fast turn until we can get Cassia or our main rogue trader up there.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. Isn't this a job for... Try to die with grace, at least.
Oh no, he chaos spawned on me. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that's a problem.
Already done. Not a problem for me.
It absolutely is a problem.
Nothing I...
Oh no, oh, never mind. It's not a problem. We're gonna be fine. I was more concerned about that than I needed to be, apparently.
Step aside.
Crisis averted,
the
everybody.
Navigator is coming.
Okay, so...
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
No, yeah, he's not doing anything.
All two.
I was a little more concerned about that. You have to fight 2 of them, I think, that are a little stronger later, at the end of the act. So I was a little more concerned than I needed to be, apparently. Alright, so we can help Heinrichs here, or you could take another sword shard to match the one you found earlier. Because you'll have found one on her body, and that's kind of the big
Victory awaits.
fight that they want you to believe, anyway, is the end of Act 1. Those are pretty good. think I'm gonna swap them out because I don't personally use Blood Vial a lot. I usually just let the dead enemies do that. Okay. I'll loot everybody and then leave this place, and then we'll do vendor stuff, and then that should lead us to the end sequence for Act 1.
I am your shadow.
I won't tolerate weakness.
When it comes to the coronation, do you just need to speak to the noble to kick it off? I mean, you have to do all the quests and stuff before you can do the coronation, if that's what you're referring to. But that's just like the whole point of Act 2, really.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Alright, well, there's that. Now we can leave. What is the death condition in this mode? Full party wipe. If your main character goes down, it shouldn't game over you. Doesn't game pick up all the items when you leave an area? It should. I'm just, you know, neurotic, so. Although, while we're here, there's some of this stuff in there. Excuse me. All right.
It's about time.
Check and make sure we didn't forget anything. Yeah, we should pretty much be done with Act 1. We just got to report back to the governor, which will give us the opportunity to get some profit factor and stuff, and then we'll do vendors and stuff from the Void Ship, and then start the end sequence, which may or may not spell our doom, and we'll either die or we'll be ready for Act 2 tomorrow.
The Lord Inquisitor.
Act 2 is like the bulk of the game, though, just to throw that out there. It's quite long in comparison to everything else. Alright, there's that done. There's our last level as well, so we'll level everybody up, which should... That'll bring us to the max base. Yeah, this is the last rank for this particular one, so... Alright, I like the extra movement, personally. Alright, we gotta level up Argenta because she wasn't in there. We'll just give her Nimble at this point. We're about to stop using her for a while, probably, outside of specific instances, but we do still need to keep leveling her up. Yeah, we'll take it. Oh, dear. Jeez, that's a lot of levels. We'll do hers later. We're not using her for a while. If we go to do her quest or something, we'll do it, but otherwise. There we go. Okay, full heal. That's awesome. Take that. Don't forget to count the quest and report at the end, as Owlcat Game says. Of course. Should be able to throw it on Discord right afterwards. Finest hour. I like the removal of all negative effects. That way you can basically give somebody an extra turn, clear all the problems they might have, and then move on. Alright, so there's that. The next level we get will allow us to pick up a new archetype. But first, let's go back to the governor. Alright. We should be able to go straight to his bunker. Oh, I forgot to level up Abelard, but we'll get to that. Patrick says he's got to run, but good luck. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Follow my lead.
Alright, Governor. I have other business in the system, but we gained a bunch of profit factor. That's why I wanted to do that before we did the merchants. But now we're going to go back to the ship, so... Or no, it's just these two. We'll talk to him and then we'll go back to the ship if we need to for the other one. Alright, so... We're looking for holy gifts and heretic trophies. First and foremost, I like to be a little choosy with what I'm handing over. Trade. Awesome. I think I only need to get to 4 with you guys, yeah. Alright, and 3 more holy gifts should do it if I have that much. One, 2, and 3. Now I can grab all this stuff. Thomas says I can't wait to do a playthrough of this game. It is very fun. All the med kits, the plasma pistol, the heavy armor. Okay, that's him wiped out. So now we need to go to the other one. Get all of his stuff, and then we can gear everybody out, level up Abelard before I forget about it, and do the final sequence. Which, if I die anywhere, it's probably going to be there. I mean, or just a random spaceship battle, I guess. That seems to be getting a lot of others as well. Alright, so we need to get this guy up to level 3, and they want heretic trophies and Xeno artifacts, which I don't think I have any of. Though, before I forget, actually, we can head back over to... We can get Xeno artifacts from over here. Once you clear out parts of that, you can do a little text event over here that can potentially get you some stuff. What game am I most looking forward to in 2025? Avowed, for sure. I did a video about that, not all... Well, just upcoming games in general, not all that long ago. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so now should be able to trade more Xeno artifacts. Unless they just dump them into my inventory, which happens sometimes. That's exactly what they did. Cool. What do I plan for Halloween with my kid this year? He's got Halloween stuff at school, and then we don't do a ton of trick-or-treating around here. Usually it's just more like formal events. Like, I say formal, but like I don't know if you guys, I don't know how like universal this is, but they have events called like trunk or treats here, where it's just like a gathering of people and you bring the candy to the event rather than kids going around knocking on doors. That's a lot more popular here, but I don't know how typical that is. Alright, I think that's it. And heretic trophies if I have any. Which I think I'm out of. So now we've got to resort to jewelry and ship components. Alright, and 2,000 more. So, ship. Ship. Looks like I have a lot of jewelry here. There's one. Well, we tried. Now we gotta do it the slightly more straightforward way. Alright, grab everything. People saying very typical here in Florida. Amdor says, sort, Mort, sort. Listen, you give me some patience, alright? Okay, so there's almost all of that. Now we're gonna go back to the bunker, get our party sorted out, equip everybody, obviously, and then head out. So we'll drop... I feel like I have a lot of melee here already. We'll try to drop Argenta, or Heinrichs for Argenta, and see how that goes. Right-click buy is a bit faster. It could be. That's very possible. But then I wouldn't have the satisfaction of doing it,
at your
which makes me feel rich and powerful like a rogue trader. So have you ever thought of that, the Great Fox? Alright, let's get this moving here. So, first up, we'll throw that armor on. I think that's a little better than what he has. Take it. Alright, she does not spend her movement points very often, so we'll throw that on her. Why not? Alright, that is going to be better for her because she doesn't take a penalty for that. Don't think we need the heavy leathers or the modified las gun. Get rid of the bolt pistols. The bow hammer I think might be about done as well. And we'll drop that there just in case. Actually, no, we're gonna give him the greatsword, right? And then we'll do that combo on the back end. Getting rid of the shotgun while we're at it. We don't need sniper rifles. I'm good on the modified bolter, I think, because that's just increased fire rate, yeah, but at the cost of less damage. That one's done. Officer's chainsword, pretty sure that's worse than you, yeah, or the same even. That's also fine. We'll hold on to that just in case, but I doubt I'll need it. Don't need the noble sword. We'll hold on to you for the moment. Don't need that sword. Alright, so there's that. Using charge costs 1 AP less. We use charge, so we'll throw those on. I think everybody has a cloak at this point, besides Capella, so we'll throw that on you. Kalsi has got the officer abilities increase. That's nice. The run and gun is pretty much only good for Argenta, because that's the only person that uses that. We'll throw that on you. Give the gloves to Pascal. Excuse me. That's useful for... Wait, hold on. Is that a necklace? Yeah. Okay, cool. That's just a straight upgrade for her. And I think that'll just about do it. Stalker gloves. That's pretty much all we got. Okay. Spread some grenades around. Just because sometimes it's easier to throw a grenade at people, just in case you didn't know. Alright, cool. Andor says you gotta catch some Z's. I appreciate you stopping by. People looking forward to Flint and everything else. So, there's that. Alright. Now we can kick off the end sequence, guys. A couple of these aren't very worrisome. Like, I think the first 1 or 2 fights won't be that bad, but Aurora will be a challenge. We'll see what happens. But we're doing it. We're getting stuck in. And this will determine if we stream more. But they're going to throw us a parade in our honor before we leave. Sylvan says, is it easier to toss a grenade at someone in the game or just in general? Well, that depends on the situation, and I'll leave that up to you. Alright, so as we are enjoying the festivities, things go sideways, Aurora might not actually be dead, and through horrors of the warp, we find ourselves attacked. Now, as a little bit of general advice, what you don't want to do is use Adira right here, because a lot of these fights start out with Veil Degradation maxed out, which means you really want to avoid using Psyker powers here, because some of the things that can get summoned in are just instant death this early in the game. So you're literally playing with fire there. Now, on the other side of that, though, there's also stuff going on in space, as you would have seen in that cutscene where the Drukhari have shown up.
Your Emperor won't save you.
But we just have to kill these guys. This fight isn't hard. You just have to watch out for the Veil Degradation and you'll probably be fine. I do like to try to get these guys over here as much as possible. And you also have to make sure not to step in those purple clouds, which might seem obvious, but in case you didn't know, those will also damage you.
Out of my way! Break their morale!
Well, I don't know what kind of shot that was, Enforcer, but that was both fascinating and terrible at the same time.
I'll do it.
I would just single shot people to death here. We got a pretty good accuracy now that we've got some equipment under our belt.
That is not the Emperor's will.
The running gun in general has a pretty low chance to hit. That's kind of the point.
I'm a stock bolter.
Chaos guides me.
Is a reward.
Alright, so we'll use Cabela here.
Trust me.
Back.
I shall not fail.
Alright, little rude that you just killed that Enforcer, Cabela. I don't know why I even bother trying to use that when any ally is around, because it seems like that's really who she would prefer to hit every time. I'm starting to think she might not be our friend. Lewis says I'm back. How's Mortismo? I'm doing pretty well, man. Thanks. Have they reduced the frequency of void battles while traversing the map? It depends on the route danger. So if you have a route danger of, like, I think just the yellow version, you'll rarely get attacked, if at all. And even then you can usually use events to get around it. People are saying the stream gets a little pixelated when I move around. I don't doubt it. I'll try to avoid it, but I tend to get a little uncomfortable sitting in the same spot for too long, you know? Alright, I think none of these guys are bunched up, so kind of makes who to hit a challenge. But we'll post him up in perfect spot. Once we get to some of our melee guys. That's the pilot from the prison world earlier.
Follow my lead. I will do my duty. Target well struck. It will be done.
Death to non-believers! Death to the weak!
Well, that guy killed his friend. So at least it's not just me. Do I ever play in fast mode in games to finish them faster? Do you mean like a specific mode a game might have, or just like playing as fast as I can?
Already done. Opposing me was your biggest mistake. Chaos guides me.
Alright, I think... Cassia here will be able to kill
Me?
the leader.
If I may.
To bring it down to Abelard to make that second attack to kill that guy. Then Daring Breach.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. Victory!
Where if all goes well,
It will be done. I took
we'll
care
be able
of
to kill a
this
couple
one.
more of these guys. A little limited by action.
I will do my duty.
Elb says, I remember you wearing glasses. I have them on. They just kind of create a glare when I am streaming while I do that, and I can see well enough up close that I don't bother with it. Arnold says, options in game to make combat faster. Like there's options to speed up animations. Sometimes it kind of depends. Like I don't necessarily need to, but I am aware you can like get pretty crazy with them here. It mostly just depends on what I need to do. Conrad Oss donated a little bit to the stream and said, thank you for the reviews, best from Lithuania. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Alright, so that's it for Cassia as well, because her turn for her is after her. Already past midnight, Italy, so we gotta go put the dog to bed. Fair enough. I'll try not to finish the game in the meantime, sure. Alright, so now we got some reinforcements to kill, bringing us to a grand total of 17. But most of them are pretty weak, so it's not a huge deal. Alright. Now that we got some guys lined up, we'll burst. Yeah, it's pretty good. Better than I expected. Now that she's killed a few, she can revel in slaughter. Cap says, love your video, mate. Nice to put a face to the voice. Keep up the good work. I appreciate that. Thank you. Alright, I think we'll just leave her where she is rather than run and gun, and then
As honor killing
she'll kill these
brings
two
me no pleasure.
death wolves over there.
Trust me.
These guys are a little too spread out to make full use of her moveset without a ton of death from above charges.
See my great works, masters!
Alright. Those guys are close enough to hit. Nice.
Follow my lead.
Oh, I hope they don't kill Pilot or Kev. Didn't even do anything. He shrugged that burn off like it was nothing.
A tactically sound approach.
Constantino says, nice to see you. Nice to see you as well. I mean, you know, read your comment, I suppose.
Indeed.
target.
I am your doom.
Injured. I'm enraged.
Alright, now...
Not a problem for me. You didn't stand a chance.
Where's that guy?
I serve the ruinous powers!
Alright, almost done with this first fight here.
Isn't this a job for the...
Full voice of command.
I
and
am a
everything.
navigator, not a servitor.
Nice, left him with 1 HP because of course we did.
Stay vigilant. Follow my lead.
I bring ruin.
Alright. Jinta can come up here.
I'll
Beat
do
this
it.
guy.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
We'll save the
That is
heroic
for the
moment.
weak. I will not.
Okay, so
As honor caught by the web. As the tongue, the other side awaits.
My vow is
Moving out.
It will be done. I took care of this one. I've seen worse battles than this in my time. At your beck and call.
go that guy, and then that should be it for him. And then we only got 2 left, both in annoying positions, of course.
Forge ahead. I am fear incarnate.
Did not know this guy goes live. Well,
Suits my
not
purpose.
often, to be sure. See if I can charge from here. So wrap this one up.
All too easy. Nothing of value has been lost.
Alright. Now we can have a conversation about what's happening, and basically that we need to get to the starport.
None shall stand in my
If I
way.
can loot the body, that'd be great. There we go. Grab everything, which I mean really shouldn't need much at this point. Basically just stuff to throw in the cargo bays.
I will endure.
Make sure everybody's healed up. I don't think we took any injuries there, which is good. I was a little concerned about that, but
Pain cleanses the body.
this next fight is more difficult.
A new challenge for
Yeah,
me?
one more fight to go over here, I believe. I don't think you can avoid it. Nevin says, first stream on Morty's, thank you. Can you be evil in this game? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess it depends on your definition of evil exactly, but you can be pretty evil, yeah. Okay, so there is a fight we're gonna get up to like here, like in this area with some. I believe there's like normally 2 chaos spawn. Sometimes I want to say it's variable, as chaos is wont to be, but I feel like there's
Follow my
usually
lead.
one. Alright, there they go. And there's some guys down here and some guys down here, so. Alright, here we go.
I won't heed your cries.
Oh, there's actually 2 more fights after this. Yeah, so Chaos Spawn. Oh, there's 3. Nice. So we gotta get those guys down pretty quick. As quickly as we can, anyway. Let's see how Aurora starts off the fight. Pretty much.
Enjoy your luck while you still draw breath.
Fire starter, of course. Alright, endure. Sworn enemy.
Never wavered in the face of a
Didn't see that guy there, but it didn't matter.
already done.
Dodged it, of course. It's a wonderful start. Alright, and then we'll save the charge. I think we will.
Nothing I can't do.
Just because. And then not a great opener there.
Chaos guides me.
I feel like we'll be able to kill these guys. They just have a lot of health.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I refuse.
Oh crap!
As the Emperor commands, I act.
That's on me. I forgot.
I'll do it. Strike is a prayer.
I was gonna try to run up and burst and avoid everybody else, but I forgot you can't do that when you're super close like that. So that is on me. All right.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
She'll bring the veil degradation down a bit, but honestly, I don't know how much that's going to help us out. Given that I don't have a lot of psychers, I mean. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I figured he would attack of opportunity me, but I guess it was fine. Endure again, because we're burning. Back after a tense battle with the dog. Fair enough. Victor says I got creamed first time he bought Aurora, and then can you be anything other than evil in this game? It's a challenge.
Out of my way.
Alright, so... Alright, if we're not careful, we might lose Pascal the Burn, which would be unfortunate. But those guys being bunched up right there is pretty helpful for us. And now for...
Death comes
I think she'll try to kill the fire starter before he causes any more problems.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
I wanted to use Blade Dance there, but I don't trust it. And then she'll do more next turn. These guys are just going to spend their entire turn moving up to us, basically, and then move him here. Endure.
Indeed.
So strange seeing your face and not just hearing your voice. Fair enough. Parry, of course.
Chaos guides me. I serve the ruinous power.
These guys are going to take a couple turns to get up to us, so I'm not super worried about them at the moment. Excuse me.
Suits my purposes.
Come on, there we go. There's one down.
High momentum.
I really don't want to use her heroic, but I do want to get her over here and see what my chances of hitting all these guys are. Look. I don't think she's going to do much damage here, but I'll take... Oh, no. I guess that's just because of the stairs, maybe? Probably. Alright, let's move Cassia over here. I think he's already got poison.
Do not dare ask. If I may.
Let's go. I was hoping I'd be able to hit both of them with that.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
And we will.
In the name
Finest
of
hour.
House Orcellium, I shall prevail.
Which, might not be enough. I was hoping I would get more movement than that. It'll be close. Yeah, that's too bad. Especially since he's trapped where he is, movement-wise anyway.
Nothing I can't do.
Okay. And then, hilariously,
I'm not accustomed
bring
to
it down.
being ordered around.
Death to non-belief. Yet iron knows no pain.
We might wind up being okay.
So one route forward.
People saying I'm my favorite YouTuber. I appreciate that. That's kind of you. Okay, so... Oh no. Somebody's pointing people towards some of my old Fallout 4 videos. Back when I first started the channel in like 2015. They're not good. But they are pretty funny. Alrighty, so there's Cabela. She can come over here and kill this guy. Can she? I don't know if she'll be able to reach. I don't think she can reach anybody though. A little too far away. And she's all out of death from above, so I think I'll just have to run her over here and set her up to attack these guys later. Well, when in doubt, throw grenades. Did I enjoy Veilguard or Starfield more? Starfield overall. Just because I think it has a bigger scope, if that makes sense. Nebum says there will be a remake of that review, right? Yes, I am planning on redoing Fallout 4, the review at some point. The very, very old video that I have on it could... I mean, you'd be hard-pressed to call it a review, really. Looking back at it, but, you know, you gotta learn somehow.
I will do my duty.
Alright, I can't... Yeah, I can.
It will be done.
Alright, that guy's held in place, so we're gonna just kind of work around him there. Actually says dropping by, just say I'll catch you a third Pathfinder first edition game, and that should tone down the management mechanics and stuff. We can all dream. Alright, as much as I want to charge, I'm gonna get right here. Get both.
Already done.
Lure. Sworn it.
Nothing I can't do.
Are there any two-handed swords in Veilguard? I believe it's just axes, hammers, and like mauls, yeah. Or another type of hammer, basically. I didn't see any great swords personally. Which means there's probably not any. Suggesting how I end the Fallout 4 review based on how I did the Far Harbor review from back in the day. That'd be funny. Okay, so moving it along here, I think. She might be able to just kill that one.
Not another foe painted black.
Alright, that's 2 chaos spawn down, guys. But can we make it happen?
All too easy.
Offering of blood.
Oh no! Oh, that sucks bad. I tried to overcharge Plasma with Pascal and it backfired. That's gonna suck on the fight with Aurora. That's the way it goes, though.
As honor or death is a blessing.
Okay, and then she won't be able to reach that guy.
At your beck and call. Indeed.
Oh, that cultist. I've only got a couple guys left here. Yeah, the Grim Darkness challenge is an Iron Man run, basically. Okay, so into our... Sworn enemy, this guy, I don't remember if it was him or not, and then walk away a little bit.
Nothing I can't do.
Regular
All
attack.
too easy.
Doubt is for the weak.
Maverick says, glad I could catch a stream live. Found your channel through Divinity lore coverage and a bit of fan sense. That's awesome, man. I appreciate it. Those are some different times, to be sure. Okay, so I think
If I may.
that might do it if she gets a good roll. Ah, real close. Missed it by 4. But that's all right, because we can just
Isn't this a job
bring
for
it
the
down.
serfs?
Not a problem for me. Nothing of value has been lost.
And there's all of the chaos spawn,
Already done.
which leaves us with a couple of cultists left. One of which is right here. And he'll probably die for sure, just because.
Trust me. As honor or
I'll
caught
get
by
more
the
than
web.
a handful of attacks there. Dead.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Where's this guy? Oh, there he is. You kind of couldn't see that guy for how well he was blending into all the fire. Alright, with a heroic moment, I might be able
At
to
your
end
beck
this
and
right
call.
here.
Grey hair, sure hair. One few
There we go.
attacks. No matter the cost.
So this is how he looks. So it would
I
seem.
took care of this one.
And that's a wrap. Alright. Loot some stuff. Can't use any of that. I believe there's some
It's about
stuff you can loot
time.
up here as well. Alright, that's all of it. Aurora's taunting us. Oh, that head trauma on Pascal really sucks. Like, it's not unsalvageable, but it ain't good. I don't think. Yeah, all I've got is regular medkits. I've got a lot of regular medkits, but they won't remove that. I'll take care of this one. Do I have any tips on how to complete games? Do I play one game at a time until completion or multiple games? It mostly depends on the release schedule, but generally one at a time. Alright, onwards. We got one smaller fight, which is a little bit annoying because there's traps everywhere, and then after that it's Aurora when we do a quick little breather in between those two fights. But the cool thing is that I think you can grab a plasma rifle over here for Pascal, which would have been more useful pre-head trauma, but we might still be okay.
The shuttle we use for the evacuation must be handled with caution.
Okay, so right through here is heavily trapped on your way to these guys.
Hold on. This.
How did he hit his own guy there? That was impressively terrible.
Can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Okay, so you really got to tiptoe it through here. I don't remember exactly where they are, obviously.
Halt. I noticed something. I shall not fear.
What is that?
Yeah, there we go. As tempting as it can be to charge through there, you really don't want to do that. But
Suits
I
my
might be able to,
purposes.
yeah, get close enough to disarm it.
Done.
Ooh. Now I can have a path up here on next turn, so I will just endure to get through there. Luality says, hello, liked your review for Dragon Age. That's awesome, I'm glad you appreciate it. It's cool to see you stop by. Sorry if the stream's a little rough, I don't do it very often. But we're coming up on the end, hopefully. With any luck, I will not immediately die to Aurora, but we'll see how it goes. That guy's T-posing. Alright, come up here. Now that that's gone, I should be able to safely charge up through here. I don't think there's another one, but I'm not entirely sure.
Victory is imminent.
There we go. Now the rest, there's a couple sharpshooters who deal more damage, but I got the officer taken down.
Your back and
impact. I should stream more often. Cozy here. You know, I don't feel like I have the energy for it a lot of times comparatively. Like, I see a lot of people get, like, really over the top and entertaining and stuff, and I am much more laid back than that, and sometimes it makes me a little self-conscious, if I'm being honest. But never say never.
Emperor, give me strength.
Okay, so of course they're all out of range. Why wouldn't they be?
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the
we
serfs?
can give another turn to Abelard to inch even closer here.
I will do
wood fire go down. Ah, yeah, found a landmine there. The good news, though, is that
I'm afraid not.
that one only gave us a fresh injury. Spencer says, I can't believe the start of this. How goes it? It goes pretty well. Can't complain. We haven't died yet. We'll see how it pans out, though. Alright. So kill that guy.
Successfully terminated.
Now, with any luck, no, we're not gonna be able to. I was hoping I'd be able to get a little farther with her as well. Yeah, it's definitely different from making videos all the time. As far as streaming goes, I mean. Alright, that'll be it for you. And then
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. Faith without deeds is worthless.
I got that guy. Should be able to dash
I'll
close
do
enough
it.
to this one to disarm it.
The Emperor favors me today.
And I don't have any more. We'll get around here so I can get away from that guy. I don't know if I'll be able to make the charge there, but hopefully so. How close is the last fight of Chapter 1? It's literally right after this. I mean, we walk around the corner, basically, and find it. So not far at all. For whatever reason, it won't let me charge past Esca, or Abelard. But,
All too easy.
like I said, sometimes it's easier to just throw grenades at people. Alright, now Abelard. I hate to walk through the fire, but it is just it's the only way I'm going to get to this guy right now. And it's not going to matter that much.
Indeed. Victory is reduced to dust.
Alright, that one's a little annoying because of all the landmines.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Okay, I think this guy has a plasma rifle, right? Yeah. And he can equip that and a two-handed weapon at the same time.
Your seneschal is always there for you.
Okay, so we are coming up on the end. We've got everybody healed up. We can dip into this room for a second. I forget what's in here this time around, but it's changed from previously. Yeah, just more medkits. Unfortunately, we can't do anything about our head trauma. Later on, you get medkits that can actually fix that, like on the go out in the field, but not right now. Okay.
A new
So,
challenge for me.
100% agree with streaming more. Again, we'll see. Alright, so up here is the last fight of Act 1, which can go sideways pretty quick. If the opening goes okay, I think we'll be alright. But if there's anywhere we're likely to die, it's right here. Alright, so first we gotta have a conversation where nobles are trying to escape the planet, and the sergeant is trying to prevent them from doing that. We can just use dogmatic to end that, though. And then the last boss of Act 1.
You thought you had killed Aurora, false believers. Trip. For I am Aurora. I am the herald of change. Behold the final dawn, and die!
Take a knee.
This is such a cool fight, though, all things said. Now, he goes first pretty much no matter what, and because of that, and you know his health pool and everything, if you set your guys up in a way that he can burst them, that's his first attack. He'll run to where he can and then burst them with his heavy bolter. But you also have to worry about this sniper gunner up here, who will be trying to pick you off from all the way up there, and these other guys really aren't much of a concern at all. Now, typically, just to give you guys a little lowdown, if I were going out of my way to try to get this done as quickly as possible, or as easily, I should say, I would have gone Pyromancer, set a bleed on the guy, and tried to get to level 16 for the Carnival of Misery on Executioner. And then you could have really just beefed up the dots on this guy and taken him out that way fairly easily, especially with a Blade Dancer. But here we shall see. I rank the Dragon Age differently than Duality does. Sometimes both, and rank Dragon Age 2 as my favorite. Oh, nice. I will admit, Dragon Age 2 being people's favorite is rare, but I have seen people mention it. Okay, so what I like to do best I can is put the weaker ones over here, like Argenta and Cassia, and then try to arrange your melee guys more or less around. That way, if he does open up with that, you know, I mean, he's going to open up with the burst, but he'll have a harder time hitting everyone. So you really just kind of want to spread out a little bit. Like, for instance, what he'll probably try to do here is run this way and then get everybody. But if I were to say pull Cabela back here, now he's going to have a harder time of getting everyone in that one shot. But I think this will work. We'll see how it goes. Oh, he went for the melee because we spread out too much. Beautiful.
Suffered worse.
He usually tries to open up with the burst attack, though he did knock Abelard down, which isn't great.
Oh, my ears are ringing.
Okay, so... I'm tempted to send Cabela to wipe out the smaller guys with her increased movement and try to get up there to the gunner, which I think is what we're going to do before we focus on Aurora properly. Not so much the little guys here will be replaced if you kill them after a while as part of just the phases of the fight, really, but I'm hoping with her increased movement we can maybe just get all the way up there.
I shall not kill it. It brings me no pleasure.
I mean, not literally this turn, but, you know, soon-ish.
As honor ordained, that is a blessing.
There we go. Oh, alright, so there's that. I think that'll be it for her this turn. And then Argenta. Can I...
As the Emperor commands, I act. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
The healing
Heal
is much
Abelard.
appreciated.
Beautiful. That worked out better than I thought it would. Alright, we're not going to do much to
I'll
him.
do it.
Really not set up to do much to him, frankly.
As the Emperor commands, why I was chosen. Now, I believe Abelard is the target of his hatred. So if I attack him with him, he will hit him next time, which is probably what we want. There we go, now we're talking. Alright, so we will run Pascal over here into cover, kill these last two with a plasma.
Messiah condemns you. Running binary override.
Perfect spot, and then that'll be it for next turn. Next turn I'll try to expose weakness though. Alright, and then that gives us Cassia, who will first and foremost be giving me extra turns.
Not a servitor.
I think I have, yeah, sworn enemy. Cool. Just making sure it didn't fall off. Awesome. And I think we're gonna get crazy and do reckless.
Nothing I can't do.
Okay, and then
I'm not
hit him with
accustomed to
held.
being ordered around.
I think he passed the test. I was hoping to lock him down. Abelard stunned. Oh, nice! What a beautiful crit. Oh, that was timely.
Out of my way.
And the gunner missed. Nice. Okay, this is actually going pretty well.
And shadows.
It ain't over till it's over, but it is not going bad. Still gonna try to get as close as possible to him. one cell short of being able to actually hit the guy, mind you, but I think that crit probably won this. Argenta, his resistance to that bolter is just very good, so we can do very little with Argenta damage-wise, which is why I brought her up to heal. Alright, so... Excuse me. Alright, now that it is Pascal's turn, we can hit Expose Weakness. Basically weaken the guy to make him easier to kill. And I think I should just be able to... Can I not... Yeah, there it is. I was like, can I not reach that guy with a single shot? Beautiful. Okay. Honestly, I think Cassia probably killed him with this. Did I leave him with 1 health? 3, of course. That's alright, though. Because I can't... Oh, no, I'm not close enough to use Bring It Down. That's so annoying. I think Abelard's still going to kill him, but it would have been a little faster.
It will be done. I took care of this one.
Yes! He didn't even get to... So if you let the fight drag on long enough, if you don't know, he'll come over here and destroy these shuttles. That went super well. Like, considering I wasn't even using a build that I would normally be using, I could not have asked for better rolls there. Now I just gotta kill this gunner, which Cabela should be able to do pretty quickly.
I am your blade and shield.
If only by setting the guy on fire, because he's, again, like 1 cell out of range.
Trust me.
Yeah.
Guided by faith.
My
Man, what a crit. Like, that was extremely convenient.
Already done. I'll bring glory to my bloodline.
We'll probably just pass turn to Cabela at this point, because she's going to be the one to kill him if the burning doesn't. Yeah.
I bring mercy and retribution. As the tenants demand. Come, the other side
Nuts.
awaits.
That went crazy smooth.
Does something trouble you, Lord Captain?
None shall stand in my way.
Loot the guy. Yeah, some pretty good stuff. Duality says she loves the vibe of this game. I'm a pretty big fan myself. I didn't know much about Warhammer 40k before I really got into it, but after learning all about it and then playing this, I was a huge fan. Alright, so that's the end of Act 1. Basically, we get some cutscenes after this. Oh, gotta grab that sniper rifle, and those are just regular ones. Alright. Man, that went crazy good. Was a little worried about that one for nothing. Alright, so this just tells us that we are trying to leave, and the system sun is just gone. Drukhari stole it, so everybody's about to die. The planet we were just on has fallen to chaos completely. And we don't have a lot of options, so we have to pick something to do, of course. And we're going to pick the dogmatic option of Exterminatus. Alright. Now we have to get the ship moving because Pascal is trying to get it under control. And there we go. Off we go. there's some back and forth about what happens with the machine spirit there for your ship that is important for the secret ending, but we'll get to that if we get to that. Alright. Now we're going to wrap this up, count our quests, and I think call it. So there's the Act 1 end screen. We have a little meeting before we get set off. We're going to go to the town of Footfall first. She'll tell, all these people are telling us basically what we're doing, what the system is. And we'll get into that next time. But and then you can choose to either arrive officially as a rogue trader or incognito. We're going to go officially. It changes some dialogue and stuff mostly. Alright, let's count our quests. We didn't fail anything, so I mean, it should just be as many as possible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then errands don't count. So 13. For sure. 3. 13. Yeah, okay. So, there we are. 13 quests down. Just made it to Act 2. That's where we're going to wrap it up today. I started this at like 11. I've been streaming forever, and I am starving to death. So, thank you so much for stopping by. Hopefully I'll have whatever little audio problem was going on fixed by tomorrow. I'm not sure when I'm streaming tomorrow, but it will likely be tomorrow. And we'll see how far we get. But, in the meantime, hope you enjoyed it. Catch you guys next time. See you around.